about a 50-50 shot, and on yes, it was what, 56, I think, for the same. It's about 56, so it's kind of between these two. So I would say it's fairly likely. I mean, because it's right on this line, but if we go with this, 56% of the time it's been filling over the last 6 months. So getting this gap fill is slightly better than a coin flip. But then you start piecing it together with the two different assets, and knowing that there's like 68% chance, more than a 2/3%. So 2 out of 3 times you're going to come right here. I like those odds, and I like pairing that with the rest of what I'm thinking and doing as far as my thesis goes for today, with some profit taking and maybe just a trickle down. Like I said, I don't expect this to just fall apart. If it came down here quick, you could probably play a bounce pretty nicely. But I think it's just going to kind of, maybe work its way down like this. That's kind of what I'm thinking, and it may even come back up here first, and then just kind of do an ugly day. We'll see. But knowing that this has that high of a chance on QQQ, 2/3 of the time we're going to come down here. That makes me say, okay, QQQ has, the top 10 weighted stocks in QQQ hold 67% of that thing. If QQQ's average is to come down here that often, 2 out of 3 times, I mean, what's SPX going to do? SPX is going to come down too, right? Because you've got all those heavy weighted stocks over there. And it's been weaker already this morning. We also have the IB play that just set up. So IB by rejection. We have the high here and the low here, which means, here, let me go to 5-minute, make this easier to see. The IB high formed first because the low formed right here second. So the highs first, the lows second. We should take out this low at a pretty decent rate here. Let me go over to NQ, and let me go to IB. By rejection is this report. It's one of my favorite reports, by the way, which means I can probably put my next trim down here knowing that we're going to go take out this 205. You could probably add if you really wanted to. On a different scenario day, I would add high formed first. 76% of the time, you're going to take out that low. 76% of the time. So what is this saying? This says, this is any wick, any price action at all. This says, since this was first and this was second, breaking this happens 3 out of 4 times, better than 3 out of 4 times, 76+% of the time. So getting short anywhere in here has a strong odd of sweeping this low at some point. Now, that doesn't mean you have to take this out, but this is another thing that goes with our current, our current price action. And the first hour was also red, which means we have a pretty strong odds of closing below this. So that's like with Edgeful across the board. If you haven't tried out Edgeful, try it. I think this week is the last week to get the free 7-day trial. I'll drop the link down in the chat. Let me drop that in there. There it is right there. That 7-day trial is ending this week. They're just taking it away. They told me beginning of February, they're just not going to mess with it anymore. So if you want to try it, so it's your last chance. But what I'm showing here is how you can aggregate probabilities in your favor with Edgeful. And then obviously I've got all these indicators right here that are helping me
Hey, hey. Oh, there we go. Nice. Yeah, the audio went from like a 2 to like a 25 out of 10 just now. Your audio. I hear you. I hear you. Let's go. I'm doing very well. Doing very well. Love the background you're in. It's fire. Looks fantastic. The branding too. It's perfect. It's legendary. By the way, for this show, this was more for getting clips. So it'll still be like run the same format like a podcast would, but mainly getting some questions. It'll be a little bit about trade pool, a little bit about prop firms in general, things that you've learned along the way, a little bit about yourself as well. That's kind of like the gist of this podcast. They go anywhere from 15, 20 minutes to like 30 minutes tops kind of things, nothing crazy. It was probably Emp or Ryan. Yeah. Yeah. He's the host of Wolf Trading. Was it for a space or was it for a stream? Nice. Yes. So it depends depending on which event it is. Sometimes they're live. These are mainly for clips. This one will not be streamed live. Okay. Right on, man. Right on. Right on. Well, dude, it's nice to meet you. I do all the podcasts. I also do the stuff for like the Wolf Bitcoin side, but this will be pumped out to the whole ecosystem, mainly for Wolf Trading. So that's kind of like the audience we're speaking to here. Nice, dude. Nice. Of course. Cheers. Oh, totally, man. What kind of stuff are you talking about in the stream? Is it all trading? No worries. That's hilarious. No worries. I love it. Very cool. All right, let me double check that we are recording on this side. Everything's good. Are you good? Do you need to grab like a water or anything? Are you solid? Fire. All right. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, let's roll it. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Wolf. It's good to see all of you here. I am joined today by Josh Smith from Trade the Pool. We're going to talk a little bit about prop firms, a little bit about their platform, a little bit about his journey as well in the world. I just found out about streaming that he's in, the world of trading, of course, and all these things we have going on in this world. So definitely be sure to like and repost this stream if you see it. And we're going to get right into it. Josh, dude, welcome. Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, first off, tell me a little bit about well, I guess, what do you think it is about the trade? This is kind of like a more esoteric, zoomed out question here, a bit more broad, just on trading in general. Just kind of popped in my head. But why do you think people start trading? Like, what is the real reason that people come? Because there's like we host a lot of trading spaces, And there are some commonalities I find amongst the traders I don't find in other categories of people, and especially in the investor crowd. What is it about trading you think that attracts like a certain type of person? What is it about trading? Mhm. Right. I love it. What do you think? What do you think separates? So like there are categories of people who only trade their own money exclusively. There are people who absolutely vouch for prop firms. There are people who have found futures markets. Like people all are. Some people just like they like being able to leverage extra money. Some people like to trade their own. What is the difference between prop trading, or prop firm trading, and then just normal trading? Right. Yeah. What are some misconceptions you think around the prop firm industry just overall, and prop firms and the tests that you have to take and all those things? Are there any misconceptions that come to mind? Yeah, definitely. Well, what do you think are some of the red flags that come when you're looking at a prop firm? You want to make sure it's the right one. The rules make sense. Are there for you kind of thing, rather than just trying to set you up for failure? Definitely. And I'm also curious. Like, what do you think the biggest mistakes are that people make when they're trading on, especially on prop firms, when they make the jump? Maybe I don't know if you've noticed with people that you've trained or worked with, or even yourself, maybe. But once you move into a position where you were trading money that's not yours, but you're aware of what's going on. But does it change the psychology of it? Is it more the strategy that kicks in? Like, what have you noticed? Mm, mm, I like that. Yeah, it's like setups. It's set up for your own benefit in that sense. Because a lot of people will look at the rules and they're just like, God, dude, like they're trying to hold me back, man. But like, guys, these rules are because they have data from millions of traders, oftentimes, or however many users they have. They're able to see. They're like, no, typically this is not a good scenario. Let's try and not have that happen more often. Tell me a little bit about Trade the Pool. Why are you rocking the merch? Why do you trade with them? What is it about them that drew you in that keeps you there? Nice. That's very cool. Yeah, man. You know, sure, I feel like the one thing I hear about prop firms the most from people who aren't in the game yet are the tests. Tell me a little bit about some maybe tips along the way that you've gotten from being able to pass the test consistently, as well as like almost evaluating for yourself as the trader. Is this something that is the path you want to go down? B, like, are you set up for to be a prop firm type of trader? What kind of things have you picked up? And for those who are like, man, I can't pass these tests. I keep getting wrecked. I'm taking six in a row. I've failed them all. Any tips for those people as well? Fire. Yeah, sounds like you've had that conversation and seen it one too many times to say. This is a honestly great conversation, and I think there's a lot of people could learn from this, especially the traders who are maybe on that cusp between thinking about trading and getting to the prop firm world, and maybe you're just a few questions away, kind of thing, from making that jump. So I appreciate you coming on, and I think Trade the Pool also appreciate you for coming on. This is a fun conversation. Any final thoughts before we sign off? Very nice. Appreciate it, man. Have a great rest of your day. For people who are watching, definitely be sure to follow Josh, follow Trade the Pool. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care. Yeah, absolutely. And boom. And recording. Cool, man. Well, listen, I won't hold you. I know you got some trades to get to and some things to do, so I appreciate you coming through. And well, I'm sure they'll get you on for a live stream at some point or a space. So, yeah, Wolf is a multi pronged ecosystem. Like there's Wolf Financial, which is the main hub. There's Wolf Trading, which is one of like the branches, I guess you could say. There's Wolf Bitcoin. That's one of the branches. Wolf Crypto. There's a bunch of them. I run all of Wolf Bitcoin, and then I run all the podcasts for the CEOs and people that come on, or not all of them, but a lot of them. And we post that. So this will be distributed mainly to Wolf Financial, Wolf Trading crew. So yeah. I gotta double check if the full podcast is posted. All the clips will be posted, but they'll kind of be posted periodically throughout the next couple of weeks as well, starting in the next couple of days, and then just kind of going out every couple of days is my thought. Full podcast, huh? Oh, these will all be posted on X. Yeah. X is a really good one to do. I'd say it's probably the best one you could grow on. Like, I mean, I guess Instagram's pretty big as well for. I'm not sure what the best is for trading. I feel like the most lucrative for traders is probably X. So I would definitely say it's worth growing. Yeah, I would say yeah, there's a lot of opportunity, especially professional opportunity. If you're able to grow the accounts, there's all sorts of like extra streams of income that we found traders able to make. And so I would definitely say if you're not on X yet, or if you're not like making it a hub, it's definitely one to do to focus on. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to be flexible. People love the charts. Like you post a chart, so if you're an analyst, just like that stuff just does well on Twitter. There's very few people with actual expertise. So if you actually have expertise, you stand out like a sore thumb in a good way. So yeah. So, yeah. Just connect with other traders, comment on their stuff, get involved with other traders, and then like it's kind of smooth sailing. If you have your own niche and you're good at something, it's a lot easier than coming in having no idea, no skills, no understanding of anything. But if you're looking at it, you're like, oh, like this. Oh, I see these traders. They do this kind of thing. These traders, but they engage with each other. Like yeah, your brain will start to make. Yeah, I think the traders all kind of understands. Like the traders will find each other. And you're like, oh, that's a shitty trader. You're like, no, that guy gets it. You know what I mean? So yeah. So anyway, let's go. I love it, dude. Well, we'll talk very soon, Josh. Have a great rest of your day, man.
That was fun. Oh, you guys didn't get to hear me the whole time. Damn it, I forgot to turn my mic on. Son of a biscuit eaters and son of a... Dang it. You okay back there, Murdog? You okay? You are a goober, you know that? There we go, finally. There we go. Hey, I got filled though. At least I got filled 1,000 shares on SLGB. Got a quick little banger out of SLGB on the way up before she tanked back on down there and actually cracked there. So SLGB, I don't know if you guys got that. That was a pretty good move or good bounce play. I literally just got into that meeting. I was like, oh shit, I just got filled. So SLGB got the dub back for the day. So there's SLGB. Nice, 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 nice. All right, all right, all right, all right. Hold on one second. Let me help Avery. I'll be right back on the stream. Let me help Avery. I'll be right back. All right, back on the mic for just a minute here. SLGB, good move for the day. Good little spike there. Kind of a quick little bounce. It was actually a pretty nice one right there. Boom, and right back on up. I wish I would have gotten filled at a better exit price. I didn't see it until it was back down to the 370s. I could have gotten more out of that. Probably could have gotten about 500 out of that move. Only got 300 out of it. But could have been. Gosh, I'll be right back, guys. This is ridiculous. All right, now we're officially back. Ariel's getting up, so just like nonstop chaos when she gets up with the dogs. They're just so excited. They're like, yeah, we're fucking up. Yeah, let's fuck shit up. All right, cool. So y'all thought I was going to be on their live stream. It was a podcast that we were recording was what it was. It was a podcast we were recording. So it's a part of a podcast they put out, so that, which is cool. I'm like, hey, well, any way I can get into their live stream or their podcast. They got a lot of followers. So that's super cool. But yeah, no, I thought I was going to be on their live stream. I was like, what? Huh? Okay. I like logged into the thing that we were having it at. And there was just a guy sitting there. I was like, oh, now I read the damn thing wrong. Read the damn thing wrong. All right. I said, all right. All right. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, well, whatever. There's that. Okay. All right, any questions you guys have? You can see here that 70 support is being really strong. I talked about this earlier, pop it up and then getting a bounce at 70. I was leaving it alone and doing SLGB, just do a slow and steady play. I got my I restarted the computer, if you remember. Anyway, got everything back to going good. It had an update, which was kind of one of the reasons why I had an update for the restart. So I updated, restarted it, and got everything back to rocking and rolling. I left my orders in too, because it was actually when I restarted it, if you remember, it was like right around here. And then boom, right as I got into that, I got filled. I was like, oh, hold on a second, I'm filled. I'm actually in a trade right now. And this spikes back on up, and I got out, unfortunately, as you can see here, after it came back on down, which was like, no. So there's the timestamp right there. We'll go to A. There we go. There we go. Make this a little bit smaller. And there we go. There we go. Of course, I took a loss. These are the losses from earlier that we were talking about, where my platform was messing up. Even on BNAI, I didn't realize I got into BNAI. I was like, I got into BNAI, I didn't even know it. Anyway, my TTP was like freezing earlier, and I couldn't click on anything, and my mouse was freezing, so I had to restart the computer. Got a good win there. That was a great win on SLGB. Small, quick little bounce. I could have gotten probably, and I would have taken profit in the 280s for sure as it started ripping back on up. I would have gotten out somewhat in there, and that's why I got out 500, because I realized that I'd been in the trade, and you can see 37 after, so I'm coming back down. We're in this candle coming back down. I'm like, I might want to take it. Glad I did, because it came down, and I was really done and kaput for the day. I don't really think there's too much else out there on the small cap, in the small cap sector that's moving. I don't think there's really much else going. Dun, 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 dun. We'll go to Stock Rocks real quickly. They're pretty active. Yeah, it's the same stocks we were looking at from earlier. Nothing new there. I need to get another TTP or another Thinkorswim pulled up. I only got one pulled up right now. Still. Yeah, I only got one pulled up. It looks slow out. Feed had a pop up there, so Feed had a little bit of a pop. So we'll go over here and go to Feed. So Feed did have a nice good move. So Feed new high of day move. And that's really about it. Mr. No down, SLGB back on down. Wasn't up. It's up about 60%. I don't know why it's not on the board there. Go get another Thinkorswim pulled up here. Okay, we'll come over here with it. Sure. We'll go to TireX doing anything? No. We'll go to BKYI do anything? No. We'll go to AZI do anything? No. We'll go to LRN do anything? No. Will you stop it, mister? Yeah, everything's down for the day. Everything's down for the day. I don't see anything else that's up, in my opinion, that we should be looking at. Any stocks you guys want me to break down, let me know. What we're going to do over here is Mr. No-No. Mr. No-No. We'll go with the SPY for now. We have Meta also on watch today. It's got earnings later. It's not looking so great. Ugly, choppy day. Tesla up and then back on down. Pretty ugly day. We have FOMC later on today. We've got Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta earnings for the day. So I'll keep it on SPY locked in for now. And this is exactly why this was my normal high of day, that we wouldn't eclipse over that. And I was all over it. Forgot what I said for normal low of day, but we're choppy and not much movement. Decent on the way down. A little staircasey pattern, as you can see here. Stair 1, stair 2, stair 3. So not too bad on the way down today. Look at Future Dave. What's up, Future Dave? How you doing, brother? Just all over the place. They had my live stream up earlier on this morning. Had some TTTP issues. That's why you can see a $300 win, but I'm only up 190 for the day. Had some TTP issues. Started up green. Then my TTP was freezing, and I was trying to get out of a trade, and I barely did to make some profit. And then I was trying to cancel my orders, couldn't, because my mouse was just. And then I tried to get it in. I'm like, I just need a little bit further, and then it'd be way over here because I pushed too far. I'm like, I was freaking out, yelling, cussing. Anyway, it was pretty funny. And my internet was low this morning too, as well. So, and then I had to do something for Wolf Trading. Had a little interview to do with them for their podcast, which is really cool. So I just restarted my modem, restarted my computer, restarted everything. And TTP luckily started working again there. So I came in here and got the bounce play. I actually left my orders in, told traders to watch for the 340 bounce area. I actually didn't get fully filled. I had a few I had 2,000 or 1,000 more shares to get filled in this. I didn't, all the way down into 337. So I almost got fully filled. Quick rip right back on up. Wish I would have taken profit. I didn't see it. I was in an interview. I was like, oh shit, I'm in a trade. I got filled. Hold on. I literally looked over to my left and luckily saw this, and I looked back over to my right, my TTP, and I was like, oh, I am filled. Because my interview was on my middle screen. But anywho, I'm going to take a quick break. I've been nonstop this morning from my morning alerts to the live stream, to then the interview. Now done with it. Got my good solid trade in for the day. SLGB. Waited for the bounce play on it. Had great dip opportunities here. We talked about this earlier on BNAI. This was the best bounce play of the day so far. Talking about a $24 ripper from the line that we have set in. So beautiful move. Dave, you trading some futures? You green today? Hopefully so. Hopefully a nice good green day for you. Futures Dave. Future Dave. Look at Future Dave. Let's see here. Quick break off the mic. We'll be back at the top of the hour to go over. All right, we'll take a break off the mic. We'll get some jams going. Hey, baby girl. You're such a sweet girl. Such a sweet girl. My daughter. Yeah, hopefully you're good. You good, Dave? Futures. Look at Future Dave. You good? Anyone else out there? I'm going to leave it public for the rest of the day, being that we have futures. We have earnings coming up today. I figured it'd be a big fun day to do that. So you guys can join me for that. Again, watch for a bounce play here. We'll put this in chat. We'll go to feed support at support, capitalize support at 220, then $2 area. Resistance heavy at 2.5 area. BNAI, $70 support on the WAP is very nice. Back in just a bit, fam. Let me get you some jams on, some jammy jams on.
Floating around, missing my slides. I must have failed. I must have failed.
Back at it. How we doing here? BNAI. Good move today. Now back all the way back on down. What we're going to do is put feed here, since it's our last new spiker, up 177% today. Battle's only up 36%, but a nice good move there. I'll keep BNA on watch over here, as I do have it on watch right now. SPY starting to fall down even more. Again, we do have SL. It's a bigger movement than I anticipated for the day, at least for the SPY here. I'll go through different large cap tickers, and we've just gotten AMD, nothing there from BAB. Okay, we're going to go to Meta, though, for sure, and keep an eye on that. We're going to go to Tesla over here, and then we'll keep Microsoft on watch. So those will be the earnings report plays that we'll keep an eye on and go over. SLGB, my one bounce play, real good one for the day. I was having troubles with Trade the Pool earlier. I had one small win on, what was the earlier play today we were looking at? PDYN. PDYN had a small win on PDYN to start. Then I had losses on PDYN. So I wanted to go for the bounce play, and I got it right here. Came back up, failed, so I started taking some profit. Not much there on PDYN. So earlier in the day, I got filled here earlier on and got some profit out of it. And then I was having just issues trying to get in and out of, like, I wasn't trying to get in plays. I was trying to get out of PDYN. got in it, out of it, and then in it more. Anyway, lost all the gains I had. Then got into BNA on accident, lost money there, but finally got all the issues resolved and restarted my computer and got a nice easy bounce play. And so we'll go back to SLGB and the bounce play that I took, and it comes right there. We rock up. I see this old resistance plateau right there that we got this quick, liquidation sweep down and pops the new high of day. So I'm like, okay, that's going to see a bounce one more time for sure. And there's the 245 to 290 Ripperoonie. Watch for the 250 area bounce for feed now. Boom. It's like you get 8 freaking emails at once. All right, let's go to email here. Put my Instagram and YouTube out for you guys as well. Meant to do that earlier. Boom. There we go. All right, so we're going to have some support here. We'll go in and put some lines in for FEED. So we got 250 and then 205 for your bounce areas. BATL had that nice good squeeze up. 420 is going to be support now. Google that here in just a minute. Sweet. We're rocking here. Good. All right, back to normal. All right, so we got 250 support area for the bounce, and then down below at 205 for FED. Battle, watch for this to come. Nothing's been holding today in small caps. I mean, there's just nothing's been holding. Even BNAI that went on a $35 rip essentially today from 50 to 85 and was up at one point a good amount for the day. I think it was up like 50, 60, 70%, something like that. So it's a lot for a $50 ticker, right? Not really getting much love here anymore or holding up. Had a weird kind of head and shoulders form too as well for BNAI. We'll go over here to BNAI and you can see this here on the 3 or 5 minute, I'm sure, but boom, right? So we got the shoulder, head, shoulder, and then this uptrend channel right through here that cracks, and boy, gets a severe crack. And now not even holding this, it's kind of fluctuating back and forth through it. I would imagine stays down below that. So we'll keep an eye on BNAI. I would imagine SLGB stays in these upper and lower VWAP bands. I don't think we'll get a sell-off. Boy, if that does sell off and we see yet another top gainer on the day start to head back on down to where she came from, it just does not, bode well for tomorrow. I would say tomorrow, if we see this consistently throughout the rest of the day, we had that fun run on BNAI, and we got a little spiky today. We're still seeing some spikes. We see feed here holding up. But if these gains start to give, these plays start to give back their gains, it's not going to be good for small caps tomorrow into Friday. Could see what we saw last week, kind of slow down into Friday, not really getting that all-day runner, maybe some runners in pre-market into the opening bell, but then nothing's holding. And then hopefully Friday, just like we had last week with BNAI, go bonkers. And again, it was just a slow and steady. I say slow and steady, but it was a nice, easy play to be had in market. It was nice. We had bounce plays, right? It wasn't too crazy. You can see the bounce areas and the levels that we have in. We're trading it in the resistance area. So it was forming a really beautiful chart. I said even early on in the day that I love BNAI. This is the prettiest chart of the day. I love this chart. It's really pretty. and working the levels real nicely. And then when we pop up here, and I'm actually going live on Friday, and right there before the closing bell going, guys, this can squeeze. This is on squeeze or Rooney sauce. And then there we go. We go, oh, you got to be kidding me. Because you got to think about, that's about as big as move we saw all day for the most part. I'm just like, no, I knew it was going to squeeze. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Why did I trade that? And then we reset there and kind of do this little cup and handle. And when you see the handle part higher than the other side of the cup, usually you're going to squeeze and go for more. Then, of course, we talked about this, and hopefully you've seen my live stream Friday, Monday, and when I make these things public, or seen my 35 to 50 rule. So anytime these plays, which this play has not, go back to past chart history. We'll look at it real quickly, right? 1 year, 1 day. Go even further back. This has not been at 30, 35 plus in quite a while. This doesn't have that stupid reverse split stock, reverse split chart to it. Go back and look at almost every ticker we've looked at recently, and it's been reverse split, or you go back to 52-week high and it's at like 800. You go to like 3 years ago, it's at 84,000, and you're like, what the? That's been reverse split. That truly was never in that area. So now let's just go back again to Friday here and takeoff land. And so normal, nice, good move, right? And then we'll one more ramp up. Well, this ramp up 35 to 50. So the rule is every time you haven't been in this area, once you break 25, you go to 30. Once you break 30, you go to 35. I'm sitting here watching all my levels, and I'm like, I could have gotten 10 points right there, Joshua. So I get the 35 to 50 rule. I start getting in. First entry was terrible with spread. It was around 38 something. The next one was pretty juicy, around 35 something. So I had an average entry right around 36.50 or so. This goes flying up. I took profit through this upper, in this candle. Then I'm like, oh, great, we're going for more. Now, if you go to a 1 minute time frame, break it down a little bit more. This went up and came down a little bit right here, and I'm triggering in for that kind of, liquidation sweep. I call them slingshots. You'll see this, kind of old school slingshot effect, right? Kind of like what we did here. We go whoop, and then we fly on up. That's what you'll get a lot of the time in that 35 to 50, and it did it right here. Went up, kind of came down, and then woof, went right on up. I got more points there actually out of it. Got filled around the 43s and out at the high 48s, right as it was puncturing into the 48.75 rule. I should have held some shares for that pop, obviously, because then right after I got out of it, it's 50, 51, 50, and then boom, the top goes off of it up to the 65 plus mark. It was a bonkers, beautiful play right there. And so we had this huge, beautiful move. And so hopefully Friday we can get that where you can see even a pre-market. This wasn't the play to be had. And I said this on Friday because there was nothing pretty in pre-market into the opening bell. I said, wait for about an hour after the opening bell, around 10:30, 11 Eastern, 9:30 to 10 Central, that's me. Wait around then and you'll have the runner. And sure enough, right here, once this comes up and comes back down, double top, almost double topped right there. It's coming back down, 13 to 11.50. It may not be, we're still just, and then boom, from a 9:30, this was that mark I'm talking about, 9:30 to 10, come down. What's after we pop up? Come back down, bounce, and we roll, right? And then we're just taking off. So from 9:30 to 10, look at the move here, right? So then we have our runner. We have something picked that we can come through. And I think my first bounce play was filled here at the 13:30 mark, right? I can't remember. I got to go back to all my orders. All I know was I got the Bananas Joe run here. And an order here, out, order here, and then out. So it was a beautiful move. Got about 10 points total out of the two trades. $3 on the first move. And about $6, $5 on the second move. About $8. About $8 total, which is still amazing. So hopefully we'll get that. That definitely sparked some interest. And then Monday and Tuesday, a lot of traders were there. And then even back Wednesday. And so I don't think this plays completely out of the picture yet for movement. But that was that secondary move I've been calling for this downtrend squeeze. And I'll even show this off real quickly. We'll go over to YouTube here. And I called this out this morning. Two of my other plays didn't play out that well. But I always got to give 3 tickers to look for in the morning. And there's 3 that were really shooting out at me in 3 different price ranges. So let's go take a listen and look at this from this morning here. Hey, it's Josh Smith back with Trade the Pool here. 3 hot recommended tickers for the day in 3 different price areas. Here's your $1, sub $1 ticker. Tire X shooting from 35 cents up close to $1. These sub $1 plays like to get over $1 and go to $1.20, possibly $1.50. We've even some get up to $2 to $3 as well. On the way down today, we need to hold 70 cents. If it cracks 70, watch for a good short and more momentum back on down. Back over 95 cents, we're shooting up to $1 plus. Now, my favorite play of the day, and it's in that mid-level, PDYN does does have news this morning. Awarded U.S. Air Force contract. That's right. BNAI did, yeah. You're seeing that correctly. BNAI went from right here, right around 10, up to 80 on Friday. This has liftoff written all over it here, and you can see here we're in this really tight ascending wedge right there, team. I'm telling you, watch for a crack at the bottom down there, and this could start flying back down to the 30s or the 20s, possibly over this $68 mark. We're having a next leg up. I still feel this gets another leg up. I don't think we crack. I think we squeeze. And go look at SMX. Ran back in November through December, had a multi-day crazy run up through 100. I had this on high watch for the same thing today. 3 hot recommended stocks right there. Boom. Called it out. Had the squeeze. It just didn't go as I thought we were about set for liftoff here, and we did. We get through some of these downtrend. Let's get rid of these lines that we have in here. Boom and boom. So on TTP, I have it like this, which you just saw there. I had it somewhere around like this to begin with, and we're holding it. And then I changed it today and said, now if you want to, if you want to boom, we're right here, right? And then if you come in down here, that's what I was saying. I think we pop, we don't drop. And that's just the thing, maybe down the line, when we break out of that downtrend and that first candle up, right through here, boom, we candlestick confirm, 3-minute time frame, 5-minute, imagine getting in here around the 58 mark and then just skyman, boom, there's a 20-point move, within about, it took, which is crazy to think, 15 minutes to do that, but, it was a nice, good move there, 15, 20 minutes. Recommending hot stocks for the day. Any stocks, any questions you guys want to go over? I'm going to come back here right before JP talks. Of course, it'll be right after FOMC, so I'll be back here. Well, I have a one-on-one, so freaking Fraggle Rocks. I forgot about that today. So I'll be back here in Power Hour. I'll be back here right before the top of the hour, though. So I do have back-to-back one-on-ones today at 1 p.m. Eastern, then 2 p.m. Eastern. Main reason for that, I actually had one at 3 p.m. Eastern. It was going to be 3 in a row. And then after that, moving into after-hour commentary, because I'm actually right at the closing bell doing a full new live stream. We're covering after hours and these earning plays on TTP. So I will be there today with those guys. Well, actually, it's just me and Steve. Me and Steve is who it is today. Me and Steve. Anywho. Luckily, I had to reschedule this afternoon, and so which doesn't matter. They just rescheduled. I had to reschedule one because they wanted me to join the one with Steve, or the Power Hour, or After Hours with Steve. So we'll be covering Microsoft, Tesla, and Meta specifically and heavily today. I'm sure with some other earnings that will be coming out. I'm sure there's a couple others that we'll be looking at, and I'll look those over. But again, I have one-on-ones at 1 and then 2, hour off, and then 1 at not 1 at 3, and then the after hours commentary at 3. Now again, what I'll do in that hour that I have off, I'll definitely go live in Power Hour with you guys for sure. What I'll most likely do is jump off the mic here with you guys in just a minute. Cat's trying to sneak in. Jump off the mic with you guys here now in just a couple of minutes, whatever, and then take the break. Come back right before my one-on-one at the top of the hour and go live with you guys, but then get in one-on-one. So take a break here in a minute. Come back before the top of the hour for about 5 minutes and hit the mic up with you guys. See what's going, see what's rolling, and then after that, one-on-ones for back-to-back hours. You'll see me type in chat. Hey, one-on-ones are done. Cat's getting in the window now. That's why I got bright for half a second. I was like, God, it's so bright. We've got 7 inches of snow, sleet mix, and then drift areas over a foot. Got a lot. And the sun's out today, and it's just, it's so bright. So that'll be the schedule. Take a break. Back at the top of the hour to go live with you guys for a couple of minutes, and I get into back-to-back one-on-ones. I'll type out in the chat, hey, one-on-ones are done. I'm taking a small little break. I'll be back here, and then I'll be back probably essentially about 3:20, 3:25, something like that. And then go live with you guys for a few minutes. If it depends on how big things are moving. What are we moving? Then prepare you guys essentially like I'm going to, and you can then just come join me for the Trade the Pool stream and after hours if you want to watch earnings. Sketchy to trade earnings. I killed it for a while. I think there are times when you can predict and see what things are doing when there's a good trend. I try to read those. I'll try to read those here in the first group. So we got a big allotment today to get a good feel. Point being back to 2023 into 2024. There was about a 4 earnings report stretch, definitely 3 earnings report stretch, 2 that I know I traded heavily. So essentially it was I'd say a 4 earnings report stretch. Maximum 3, I think it was though for sure. I know for sure. What we had was I forgot what came out first, and there were a few. This is the fall of 2023, so it had to be Q2 that was coming out, and so this had to be October, right, November. And I'll never forget, it was bad earnings for Tesla. And what I noticed over and over and over, if you were down and low that day and below the VWAP, the play when the earnings came out, it didn't matter what the earnings were. You just crashed. You crashed. You crashed. You went down. And the other, or if you're above, right? So if it's power hour and you're above the VWAP and you've had a nice, good green day, and you like, because a lot of times you'll see this red to green move, go down and move, it's way up and it's rolling. I'm like, guys, this is chill. This is way above the VWAP. This is going to go crazy at the bell and go up. Same thing for the downside. So Tesla looked that way today. It was red to green move and it was up. And the earnings came out. Oh, point being, I was like, I'm going long. It's going to go up. I'm going long. And this is when I was over at Tradecaster, and Deck was like, blah, blah, earnings are bad, blah, 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 blah. I'm going short. And it just went boof, and it kept going, and boof, and it kept going. But he's like, why? What the fuck? He's like, what in the hell? And I'm like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, hey guys, it doesn't matter what it's like almost like the PR. There will be certain times when PRs mean something in small caps, and there will be times when I see phase 3 cancer news doesn't do nothing. There was a great news back in the, with NVDA a couple of years ago when PRs just weren't doing anything for small caps, 22, 23. 2022 is my point, 2023. And I remember one day there was, it has PR with NVDA. I'm like, aren't you scared about short? And I'm like, no. Trend recently has been, trend line has caught it, watch it go down. And I was right. I was like, told you. I'm telling you, my internet, sorry team, my internet may be going back in and out. It's I guess it's the weather. I've noticed this. Like, I reset my modem and everything earlier. My internet speed was going crazy. Anyway, point being back to that. So, and I was right? And then I was like, that was like one of the last earnings is my point, because I'd watched so many do that. And so the next set of earnings came out. I'm like, let me see if we're still doing this, if this is still the trend. So I wait for the first allotment of guys to go through, whatever those are. It's always, I don't really care. Sometimes it sucks because you miss big moves. Like today, Meta and Tesla could be huge moves. And what would happen is same thing. Q4 came out, so they'd be like right now. So this would be the second time I was really trading the earnings reports. And I forgot which ones we nailed then. I want to say it was NVDA was one of them. I know. I remember that. NVDA, because it was already going parabolic. And I was like, guys, because I got in like 663s is when it was around right around there is at the time. I was like, it's blah, 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 and I'm going long. And it was another banger. I mean, another great banger. And I think there was only another one I traded. And the trend was in. And then so then April comes around and we're doing Q1 reports. And I'm like, guys, first one I see, I'm attacking. This trend I think is still going to continue. And it was Google. And I went options and shares. And it was one of those ones, it was above, same exact always, right? And it went from like 160 to 185, and it was a huge, and they were making huge moves too. That's another reason why I was doing it. Didn't have to go that big, on shares. And I did actually options on this, which is kind of scary. I did options on Google. I always did shares because you can get out if you needed to. This time I did options with it. Made $20,000. I mean, like instantaneous. Like I'm up 2, I'm up 10, I'm up 20. I was like, holy shit, guys! Oh my god! So what I was doing immediately was, getting out of my shares to lock that. I'm like, hey, I'm going to take the profit, hedge the bet in case this comes back down. I'm going to leave my options running because I didn't go heavy on options, but it was enough to where they were going to be banking, and I forgot how much I made on options alone. I want to say it was like 5K, but it was a banger. It was a banger. It was awesome. It was absolutely, but you could read what was going to happen. That started to change the very end of the earnings reports. They weren't doing that as much. And you're like, okay, because I'm not kidding you, I would say 90% of them were doing that. Like if it was Amazon, if it was Apple, if it was AMD, if it was Tesla, if it was Meta, if it was Microsoft, it was Google, if it was above the VWAP that day and it was moving up, it'd go up. It was down and below. SMCI was one I fucking did. I did SMCI that April. So SMCI, I'll never forget over there on Tradecast, some guy came over, so I'd go against me, AK. I'm like, I wasn't bringing anybody up. Anyway, I'm not going to bring up the guy's name, but whatever. It was kind of an asshole person. But I'm like, I'm just saying what I'm doing. I'm going short. The SMCI, it's going down. And sure enough, it went down. And it was awesome. It was another banger. And that's what SMCI I did. I did NVDA. I did Google. I did Tesla. I mean, you're talking about, I may have even done Meta. Can't remember. But I mean, I'm talking, they were big movers. We're talking some making 30, 40, 80, $100 moves with some like Tesla, Meta, SMCI, NVDAs of the world. Google going $20. Well, I mean, that was just all of a sudden the precedent was like set in late 2023, and you were seeing huge moves on these earnings reports. I mean, $10, $20, $30 from Google and Apple and AMD. and then $50, $80, $100 from like Meta, Tesla, and of course SMCIs and NVDAs of the world. So 23 to 24 was when NVDA and SMCI went on that parabolic crazy move. So yeah, it was really crazy and awesome because you could predict it. But earnings reports now and how they are, a lot of the time I'd say they're really unpredictable and really sketchy. Most people just sit out and watch them. I know some try to trade them, and there are times it's fun to watch and trade them. And that was the biggest time, especially over there at TradeCaster. Everyone was always like, oh, they just couldn't wait to watch it because how big is this move going to be? Now they've gotten a little more settled down, kind of like the FOMC days, like the JP days, the CPI and PPI days. They're in 23 to 24. You would see $7 move up on PPI. Hour before the bell, PPI, CPI comes out, $7 up. And then it's like $5 all the way back down, or vice versa. It was very volatile. I hated it. I'm like, when did all these reports become so volatile in pre-market? Because then what would it do? Would mess up the ticker for the rest of the day, whatever, which would be all of them at that point. Meta, they would just create real, choppier charts those days. It wasn't really clean action at all. And that even choked me up a little bit there. So you can see my bounce play trying to come in here, make it a little bit lower. You can tell exactly what I'm trying to say. Old resistance, new support. Not working out that great. That's what we got earlier, though, on SLGB. Is exactly what I was looking for in SLGB. It was a beautiful bounce play. It was up, right down. I mean, unfortunately, in a 5-minute time frame, doesn't look nearly as good in the 3-minute time frame as long as it lasted. But, because it was a quit. And this is what I love in my bounce plays. I'm down, I'm filled, I'm right back on up. You're talking about a 50-cent low here in this candle. The low was 342. 342, the high of that candle is 391. Literally 50 cents almost on the dot from top to bottom. Beautiful. And you can see my average entry price was right there at essentially 344 and a half. 344 and a half. It was a banger. Again, I would say a banger for as fast as it lasted. I wish I would have gotten, which I thought we were going to get, which is kind of this uptrend channel. So we bounce, go back up, create new high of day. I get like 450, 440s or something. Comes back, bounces maybe, but at that point I'm pretty much out of all my shares and it got $1 plus move. Still got, and again, I didn't get good exits if you're just joining. I did an interview today / it's going to be part of their podcast for Wolf Trading. So if you aren't familiar with Wolf Trading, I'll show these guys off. They're going live. I thought I was actually joining their live stream. I didn't actually see what the email said and and I think maybe even Gil thought at first I was joining their live stream.
Perfect.
Send it down to 990s,
right here, these guys.
80s.
So these guys right here, you got them. We got over 3,000 followers, 178 watching now. So pretty good, right? Got people coming throughout the day. Different
I would
people that
love
join them. They're usually trading large cap futures, equities, stuff like that. I like it. I don't know if I still like small cap so much. I think some people they get to trading, they get good, and they're like, I'm just going to go trade this. I don't know if they want to be seen as a more experienced trader because, of course, I bring up small caps. And, like me at the Money Show. I was at the Money Show. Like rubbing shoulders. I don't know if these guys have, but people like Charles Powell, Adrian Mans. I can't remember all the people that I met anymore. People that have been doing this for 30, 40. And of course, Charles Powell is. Guys like on, Fox News, CNBC. Money Show is huge. Hundreds if not thousands of people go to these. I think they're one of their bigger events. Go to like 3,000 or 5,000 people that come to those. It was in Orlando, Florida. Trade the Pool had a booth down there. They flew me down there, paid for the food, paid for the flight, the room, etc. I had a suite. And that was so sweet. But yeah, I don't know if a lot of people just don't like when they go to that. They're like, I trade small caps, because I don't care. That's what I trade. I make money doing this. Yeah, I know. And I've gotten into large caps, and I've only been doing this for 7-8 years. But I don't know if a lot of people just immediately kind of want to move once they get good. I don't know. That's not a professional trader. The professional traders trade futures, or they do options, or they trade they call it mega caps or large caps, or they trade equities, or they trade gold, silver. And I think you diversify, I think, down the line, too, to be invested into some of that stuff. But to be able to day trade all that stuff would be harder to do. I think some of you get into the swing trading portions of things, and that just takes time to get good at. If you're going to do that, it just takes the time and effort to get good at, well, what am I going to do, and how am I going to trade this? And I kind of see what they're seeing and how they're trading, but just doing this day in, day out, and how easy, the day trading can be here for us in small caps. I mean, if you're on the Discord, which you can click on that link I have above there, go click on it. Go look at how we're banking, how much people are making. Easily can make 1 to 200 minimum, 300 or so-ish, right? You can see what I'm up today, which isn't much. This is like on minimum days, medium days 500, bigger days 2, 3, K. You can go back to like Friday's stream, you know, where we took that trade up on BNAI when you get those home run grand slammy kind of days where you're 4 for 4 at the plate, you know, hit the green, you have a 4 for 4, 2 home runs, one's a grand slam, 7 RBIs, 2 stolen bases, you know, you're just like killed it. And so that's, I mean, are you kidding me? You just keep doing that. And my losses, I went through my losses on Trade the Pool earlier. They're like 80, 120, 40. They're like nothing, you know. And so if you have good risk reward ratio, it's like, it's always kind of compared to like Nick Saban, college football. He killed it at Alabama. You know, he didn't go any other school. Of course, why would you? But then secondly, it's like he went back to the pros. You know, he went to the pros for a little bit and liked it and had a little, it wasn't like bad success, but it's like got fired from the Dolphins. I don't think he had a terrible record, but it just, college is more suitable for him. Goes back to college and kills it, you know, wins tons of national championships. It's like, okay, you're making how much a year doing that? You got a great following, you know, yada, yada, yada. You're making this, you know, what's the point? You're settled. That's perfect. That's all you need, you know? And so when you can rinse and repeat an edge all day, every day, and I've had that on large caps, you know, where right now I don't like the way they're moving as much. Really, it's more reversal area, you know, where you don't get good entries anymore on these bear flag breaks. They just dump so hard where you have to just get in with momentum. I usually like trading candlestick confirmation outside the edge. So this is not a bad one, right? So that candlestick confirmation outside this bear, you get in here and you can float it down. But see, confirmation outside this is way down here. You don't get much profit till you pop back up. And that's where these reversals, and I don't like trading them as much, but you can see, boop, right back into resistance. Boop, right back into resistance, right? We're doing it again. Boop, right back into resistance. This one did give you some good edge with candlestick confirmation below, and you got some follow through. It's just been inconsistent. You know, you go to the large cap tickers really just overall. Go to right here. Let's just go, which I don't have many pulled up today, but like, you know, Meta, this is a great example. I mean, up, down, down. You know, this is what you're getting a lot more of, very inconsistent charting. I like technical sound charts. What Spotted is actually pretty technical sound the way you look at it, with the bear flag down and continuation down. You know, we're getting a lot of this boof, boof, you know, and then we break this, but we're really we're back up again. Where we fail at here, we don't fail at there. You know, even on the way up back up here, we fail here more so. And so that area becomes a little more identifiable. Just the rest of that chart's pretty ugly, you know, going even over to Tesla. Let's look at that. Up, all the way back down to open. Below, you know, essentially almost to open. But we, you know, not quite, but you get my point. We're back almost to open, then we're back up again. And then we're right back on down before, you know, you can even think that you're back up and you think you're going to continue to push. So it's just a lot of that overall in the large cap tickers. I will look at BABA. I don't want to like typing in a ton of different tickers, but you know, here, same thing. Choppy, choppy, choppy. You get opening range break. Okay, but you better take profit right away because boom, now you're all the way back down to new low of day. It doesn't, I will say, SPY's giving you a better look here as of recently and what you've seen in large caps. I like this. I like when you've kind of staircase. It makes it easier to trade the stairs. You can walk up and down them a lot easier. I don't want to be on an elevator going up and down all day. 3rd floor, 8th floor, 4th floor, negative 3rd floor in the basement, back up to the 8th floor, 10th floor, 12th floor, back to the 4th floor. You know, that's what I feel like what we're seeing there. You know, like let's just go for fun again. Like for instance, BABA, right? We'll break it down like a little quicker. Literally, I didn't get to see it, so we'll just say, you know, we'll say parking level 1, parking level 2, third, you know, -3 essentially. Parking level 1, all the way back up to the 3rd level. Okay, back to the basement level. We're getting our cars. We're all the way back up to the 4th, 5th floor. We're all the way back. I didn't know they had this many parking floors. We're back up to almost the ground floor, the G floor. You know, it's what floor are we freaking going to? We can't stay on a floor. All right, I'm taking the break here. Taking the break. Munch on a little food since I'll be on back-to-back one-on-ones. Usually I don't eat till 1:30 my time. So it's like right in the middle. Probably by the time I'm out of the one-on-ones, I'll be starving. So I'll probably eat just to munch a little bit now. Have back-to-back one-on-ones. As soon as I'm done with the one-on-ones, I'm going to, you know, say, hey guys, done on one with the one-on-ones. I'll jump on the mic if there's anything here to alert. I don't think there will be as of now. I don't see anything that's moving dramatically. Large caps are getting more of a return down to the south side and coming back on down. The only play I see that I like at least moving is feed. F-E-E-E. F-E-E-D. Feed. F-E-E-D. 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 Feeds the play. Bouncing at that 250 area I talked about, right? And then if we crack below, it's 205-ish area or so. Up over 265, we have 305 resistance. Over 305, where do we go to? One may ask. Well, strong resistance there from past chart history. If we get over 305, watch for a pop up to 325. I'll put some lines in for you beautiful peoples. You beautiful people. You beautiful people. Right about right here. I just do not like this. Let's go to the 4 hour. See if I get a little more clarity here. Nothing really. Well, 5. We'll go 5 for sure. We can see that now. We'll go right here too as well. All right. There are your levels put in. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. So there's your chart for now. There's your chart for feed for now. All right, we'll be back here. We'll be back on the mic at the top of the hour for a quick brief. All right, back in a bit.
Press commence. At basic point survive V10. Argos, Buckins, Hypnotic and Gesture Ritual. King Gesture
what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Really, nothing's changed there. That 2.5 bounce worked out nicely. I know it came a little bit lower, but 2.5 essentially, like I talked about, was the dip buy area. Small bounce to begin with, and we got a little bit going here over the last 30 minutes here as I stepped out of the office. Back up to around 290. So, you know, another small bounce, not about like my SLGB. Mine was a little bit quicker with SLGB. This one a little bit more long-lasting, a little more scary at first. You know, are we going to get a bounce or not? But she's working. This is still going to hold. We can see major resistance coming in now. I can put another line to sales. If we bounced up, where would we fail at? And that would really tell a sign of where the volume and the traders are going to be kind of pushing trades to supply-demand zone. 290. So we have 290, 245, and 205 areas for your support and resistance. For now, battle's looking done. BNAI from earlier still has some life left, and it did bounce back off the 55 area. I'll watch the SPY. Since it, to me, will have more fun than battle, I'll get the other B play, BNAI, back on watch here as we move into the afternoon. I do have back-to-back one-on-ones. Should be done somewhere close to the start of power hour, maybe a little bit before. We'll see, maybe a little bit after. Regardless, I will definitely get back on the mic for you guys and get the levels for the large cap plays, so you know what to anticipate and look for in today's earnings. I'll always give you two levels, so to speak. One that's more normal size, you know, maybe $5-10 move, and then I'll go to the, hey, if we have a mega size move, where can it get to? So we'll go over that in power hour before the closing bell. And then of course we have FOMC. So in about an hour and a half from right now, I'll do this right there. I forgot to put that at 2 p.m. FOMC, JP at 2:30 Eastern. We have Meta, Microsoft, Tesla reporting after hours. I'll be back in power hours to break down FOMC and prepare for earnings quarter levels. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I got to get into one-on-ones team. I'll see you guys back here in power hour. I'll put can't put jams on and do the one-on-ones at the same time, or I would. So you guys have the levels out there for the most part. I'll put SLGB levels in real quickly for you guys. Move this out of the way. Boop. Bop. Boop. Right about right there-ish. We'll go with levels there for SLGB. Obviously, no high of day over this area. You can pretty tell it's going to be around the 4 to 420 area. All right. I'll see you guys back here in power hour.
ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Mike.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV. Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? And if so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave it all under the circumstances?
Again, I don't want to get into this. It's not something I'm. There's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might, lead to a similar answer. We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the U.S. currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But, what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy and some other things, but we don't comment on the dollar. Sorry.
Neil.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the beige book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made, what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer. Thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the SEP and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. Maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range, but so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy is significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision. So Is that, if you had a follow-up?
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the SEP from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira. Thank you, Chair Powell. Mara Mokway from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook, and all that. And we're in a position where we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to inflation have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the 2 goals and how big those, and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, ex the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a 2-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the Band-Aid as roughly balanced right now? And is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. hard to say. And, we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
I'm wondering, you a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with your mandate, that the 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So expectations have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Andrew. Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted. And I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
Thanks.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse, you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. Clearly, a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments, too, on inflation, though.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking? We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now, anybody's base case, that the next move will be a rate hike. But, ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen that U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot, really, for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment, and so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately, it's something we'll have to deal with, and that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not where Japan is either. But it's certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from our moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator?
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, first of all, it will be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie.
Thanks. Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labor market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, a year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labor market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, and I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll jobs softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, your strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that? So
you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. Consumer spending, although it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from, but the economy overall, the growth is on a solid footing, it looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything. They're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors, where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart, because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control, and frankly, to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time is rising productivity. So we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may in any case see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Becky.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Beyi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December, and that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress, but the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly, precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9 month period, and you can see for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think we'll be able to see.
Richard Escobedo.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is, a lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and the trade, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but it depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is, you need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So there has been, you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Well, another is that our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late. And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind, Barron's. Some
prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? The summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, you know, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model. And we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here, and like maybe happening now with AI. We're all over that, and everyone studies those periods, and we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data, and our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered, too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay. Thank you very much.
right, what is up? How we guys doing? How you doing? How you doing? How's your mama and them? Good day today overall. How is my mic? Now we're going back to where our mic is just overpowering everything. I'm swearing I'm just back and forth with this on. There we go. That's a little better there. All right, back. That's better. All right. Still really loud there. Some days I just go back and forth because I'm on different live streams. I go from Fmoc. I forgot what I was earlier on the podcast that I was on. I thought I was going to be on the Wolf live stream on their YouTube, but it was a part of their podcast that I was on. Really nothing. Very lackluster day in the day, I should say. To start the day was pretty nice, and then we had a couple of bounce plays here at lunch here at this 250 area that I called out. Really bounced about 245. Boom, and then we got another one there. And now we're filling at that mark as we come back to end the day. My trade early in the day was SLGB, and this bounce play right there was my bounce play. And of course, the timestamp there. And I actually had some issues with Trade the Pool earlier in the day, and I had a win that turned into a loss, and then I added into it. A win that turned into a smaller loss that turned into a loss that added into it. Then I accidentally traded BNAI, and I didn't mean to. Which, if I go look at when I traded BNAI, actually was a good entry for a long. I was having it was freezing up on me. I actually had to do, before I got into the podcast with Wolf, I restarted my computer and actually needed to do an update. And that helped out. And so then I got to come back, put some orders in for SLGB and get some bounce plays. Now I'm about to move into after hours with these guys. And we'll, of course, we'll go over the JP situation. But again, there's really not a lot to go over there. Kicks and okay, they were alerting this. This is absolutely bonkers. Kicks in here. I'll go to it real quickly. KXIN. Whoa! Now back to nothing. That is, whew, that is nasty sauce right there. Go to BNAI. Back to this play. Dying out. Really not a lot going on BNAI either. So really ending the day here. Hold on a second. Let me fix my dogs. All right, settled up. There we go. You guys are good. End of the day here, I'm really lackluster. I'm going to go over to all the scanners, all my different chat rooms, Discords. I say Discords. I'm not a part of a lot of Discords, but just a few of them. On which I'm a part of and what we see trading and or see what they're
always
trading.
Been a great professional.
Boy, no one's talking over on a Wolf right now. Five guys, no one's talking. What the hell? I'd sit there and be talking nonstop. J-Trade's going live, probably talking about FOMC and the SPY here, which we'll go back over here in just a second. We're bouncing off of what looks like Monday's high of day, old resistance, new support. Stuff I preach and teach all of the time. All of the time. So you can see right here, I'll put a line in at Monday's high of day. Boom, we're bouncing right off of that right now. So we'll kind of spread that out a little bit. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
However,
now what's going to be resistance is what?
Well,
yesterday's high of day. So yesterday's high of day now will be resistance. So we're just going to chop around in those channels.
See that?
J-Trades, I don't know what he's talking about right now, but now he's talking about the SPY, of course. And let's see if there's anything in small caps moving. Let me go to my small cap sector space. Really didn't get a lot of big movement there from the SPY and the JP talk. No, again, there are no rate changes. Staying steady at where we're at right now. Staying steady at where we're at. Yeah, nothing. Wow, yeah, it's just one of those days. Mr. No ended up not doing anything today. It turned out flat. Let me go to a larger time frame here. Mr. No just cracked down, didn't do anything great. Hangover short was Mr. No. MBAI was another hangover short from yesterday. So we had those back-to-back days, which is nice to see. Feed was our only new runner that's up. PDYN, of course, a lot of traders like myself try to go long on that. And that was a trade I actually had a successful long. And then got out of it, and then I had orders that I was trying to cancel. System was freezing on me. It was just a catastrophe there for a minute. But going over for like the small cap space, I'm really not seeing a lot moving right now for the small caps. It's pretty much a dead, slower day. I will say maybe moving into tomorrow and Friday could get slower again, and hopefully we get another BNAI. If you remember, that's why I showed earlier, BNAI, what it did on Friday. Finally found an all-day runner. I always talk about that on days where you just don't really have anything going on Friday. Because last week it was hot. Every day we had a new ticker that went 2, 3, 4, 500%. Into Friday where we were looking at a lot of different tickers and a couple of new tickers. So we had all the previous tickers. Are they going to go again? Is it going to be a new ticker? Well, it ended up being nothing on Friday. And then I said, well, on days like this, give it an hour after the bell. If, capital letters, if we get a runner for the day, it'll show its face about an hour, hour and a half after the opening bell. And it did. And it was BNAI, as you can see here, an hour or after the opening bell, which is 9:30. Boom, we start moving up to new high of day. Look at it as it moves up, right? So now we have an all-day runner that we can trade. Bounce plays galore, inverse head and shoulder look, squeeze, which I was going live here in after hours and taking trades on this 35 to 50 rule. We took the breakout over 35 to 50, knowing that these plays that haven't been in this area for quite a while, every time they get to 30, they go to 35, and if they get to 35, they're going to 50. And this went, even they could go even higher. So maybe we have that moving into Friday where we don't know what's going to be the main runner come Friday, but it'll show itself an hour after the opening bell. But I will say no stocks are holding their gains. Whatever pops up has cracked back on down. At least the day feed's somewhat holding its gains, and we're having that, it's not up a lot, but it's still holding its gains. So it's nice to see, but that's the thing. Most of our big runners that we see, especially in the morning, like PDYN, they're starting to give back gains faster and faster and faster, and that's just been a theme last week. Or should I say week before last. And we got a couple spikes last week, but I was noticing that, and that's what I was saying. So it started the week before last, around Thursday or Friday. I forgot what the ticker was. And then we started seeing it this week. It was SPHL, if I'm not mistaken. Vero, VERO, on that Friday before last. They just weren't holding their gains. They were giving back gains around power hour or lunch. And giving back gains pretty significantly. Then eventually that led into last week where we're starting to do the same thing until BNAI. And that, of course, didn't, as we went crazy on BNAI. So tomorrow, I would imagine in small cap space, we are a little bit started. Now we do have NAM here all of a sudden. Now we have a mover here. So NAM, good alert, they're over on my Discord. NAMM, starting to pop up here out of nowhere. Nice downtrend break squeezing. I don't think there's any news on NAM out of nowhere here. I doubt there is. Just getting some sort of maybe chat room pump of some sorts. Avery says, oh my gosh, the mac and cheese. I go out from doing my one-on-ones earlier. Of course, JP's still talking. I'm going to give him some time, and I'll come back to you guys. So Avery, I go out there. Avery's trying to make fresh homemade mac and cheese. We have blocks of cheese, but therefore our broccoli cheddar thing, she makes an amazing broccoli cheddar soup. I've never really been into broccoli cheddar soup, but oh my gosh, hers. So she's going to make that this week, and it's super cold out. We're making a soup. So she has shredded cheese. Like, we'd use block cheese for that, and it's perfect for mac and cheese. And she was like, for whatever reason, wanted to make some homemade mac and cheese. So you got to make a roux with butter and flour, and she just wasn't being able to do it right. And I go out there and chef it up with her. She's a good cook. Let me help you. She is about to give it. Nah, she's all griping. It was so funny. I'm like, no, hold on. Let me help you, honey. Let me help you, honey. Let me help you, honey. So NAM, let's go back to past chart history here. We are above all this resistance here, as we talked about, over 5 finally. We talked about this for a while, over 550, 560. Watch for the breakout. Let's just go back to the 15-day, 15 minutes. So there's that 550 area. Could look for a bounce play back at 550, maybe add into yesterday's high of day of around 525, 530 area. This is going to be the dip buy potential for NAM. The lower area is going to be right around 5. So NAMM, we're going to move NAM up top, feed down below. Since NAM is running, feed goes here. It's slower. Put him into a 5-minute time frame, or her, whatever you'd like to consider it. Resistance area is on the way up here for NAMM. We already have them in. So next resistance area is up at around $7, right around 7 here. Yeah, 650 first, 650 then 7. So there's your 650 area. That was on my Discord, so there you go. 650 then 7. Love it. Good alerts out there. Good alerts out there. 650 then 7. All right, now let's get over to large caps. Since we have our one small cap winner. Da-da-dun-dun-dun, da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. All right. We'll see if this is past short history resistance here, an area as well at 575 that's trying to hold as of right now. If this cracks back on down, somewhere in this area will be a good bounce play. I doubt she sees back all the way down to 5, but that would be your safe here. Like, hey, I'm up, I'm green today. If I get a good bounce play, I know this flat 4 at 5 plus just a natural number for large caps. Boom. Beautiful. Got CR Trader confirming that up top. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So yeah, CR Trader's looking for a short. 650 first area. Probably would even add in, I bet, to 685 to 7. There's no way we get over 650 to 85. Just the way this play moves. So looking for shorts up top for Nammy Whammy. 6, or Vietnam, however you want to word this one. 650 and then 7 resistance. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Let's go with we'll do hot minute going over after hour unicorn movers, Meta, Microsoft, Tesla. Sweet sauce, sweet sauce. All right, cool. I'll text Avery back. Bump. Yes. Got it. Boop. All right. All right, cool. All right. So we got the support line in 575. I'm really betting 535-ish area, 550, 535 would see a bounce, and then we have down at 5. We still have feed showing its face right there. All right, how's it taste? Delicious. All right, let's go. Margot! Oh my gosh. That's good. Hey, because shredded cheese is just not. So for mac and cheese, you usually want to use block cheese. It melts easier. It's just better for cooking. Shredded cheese is for those. Whoops, let's spit out a little panko there. Shredded cheese is for those for like you're on the go. It's got different things in them, not maybe so good for you, you know. So you don't really want to shred your own cheese. I get it. It's much better and easier. Well, easier. It takes work. But to shred your own cheese, it's always tastier. It's better for you, those blocks of cheese. Shredded cheese contains certain things to make it last longer, etc. So it doesn't melt as easy or as good. But, anyways, like I said, I go out there. She's trying to make her roux to go with it. She put way too much flour in there. And I'm like, okay, hold on. I'll do the roux. I'll promise. So she had to do a whole other batch. She already had everything out or whatever, you know. So she tries it again. Like, let me make the roux. And so I make a good roux. Well, then she starts trying to add the milk and the cheese. Like, this is just I'm just done. I'm throwing it out. I'm like, no. Let's not waste this. And that's just me too. I'm like, oh, she'd be like, you'd be the perfect homeless person. I would be. Well, I'd hate it, but I'd make do. I'll make MacGyver. I'll figure out what I got and work with it. And that was like this. I'm like, hold on, let me figure this out. I got it. Add this, we'll add that. Merlin, lay down. Why do you stand right there, buddy? Anyway, add a little this, add a little that. Next thing you know, it's like, oh, it's working now. Like I told you, like don't give up on it. And then next thing you know, She made a little topping like we always do on our. You do panko crumbs, Parmesan cheese with a little white truffle oil, and mix that all together. You put that on top, and that's what gives it a nice crunchy. Oh man, that was some fire! Saline grilled black cheese is so much better. Oh god, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is so much better, and especially for cooking. Especially for cooking. Then 7. There you go. All right, cool. Here's NAM. Watch for a push up, a pop up here. All right. SLGB, we'll say this too, back under 3. Watch for more crackage. SLGB, but under 3, more crack. Yeah, block mac and cheese. Unless the block is with the blah blah blah. Oh my god. Yeah. Anyway, but hey, we made some good mac and cheese. I don't. That's how she is though. She's like yesterday, because she had stuff. She's like, we have stuff to make. Should I do chocolate chip cookies or chocolate chip muffins? I was like, at first I said cookies. Well, your mom just made a lot of those for Christmas. I was like, well, what the hell would you ask me for then? Do the muffins. So earlier I'm in here doing my one-on blah blah blah, and so I'm thinking I hear her cooking. And I'm thinking she's doing the chocolate chip muffins. And I start smelling it. I'm like, no, she's making ramen. Nope, I go in there and she's trying to make mac and cheese. Here goes the move for NAMM. I would even watch for a bounce play back around 6. This play is moving really well. There is no news on it. It's just a squeeze, probably a short squeeze. It's been sitting in this wedge for a while, the last few days here out up top right with a little bit, not a flat top, but you can see there's a lot of resistance from this 550 area sitting up out to the right. And just waiting for the squeeze or the crack back down to 3. Well, it squeezed, and now here we go. We have room 650, and really I like that 7 the most. Those old floors I've just noticed so often have been really good resistance areas up top. So nice, good pop from NAMM. Feed's not done either. All right, cool. So feed will have a resistance up top. You see the level 290. 245 is kind of a back and forth line, and then we have down below. I figured to get down to 205, but it's holding 220. So we are kind of flip-flopping back through levels now, not working too perfectly, but it's still on watch. Now here goes SLGB down for more. SLGB. There she goes down for more. It's just that you have that channel out to the right. Sailing early when we trade in futures. Anyone that's out there still listening right now, when you have this channel out to the right and we have this nice consolidation uptrend channel and we crack the trend line and we come back on down, when we bounce, we're sitting here, I call it like hammerheading, bear flagging, H-shaped pattern on that support line. Watch for it. Now, there's not a lot of room to run on this. Again, volume's low. It might find its way possibly down into to the right here in the 575 mark at most for the time being. Very rarely it goes any lower. Here and there you see, oh my god, it's at 250.40. Oh my, you got to be kidding me! I should have shorted it. There's not a lot of room to run here is my point, but there's a little bit on the tape right here. Now let's go to large cap plays, and there's your 650 mark on NAM. So we have 650 to begin with, and then again 7 up top. Bounce plays down below. 6 add into the 575 area. 575 would be safest. Of course, 6 there may not get lower than that. Now these large cap plays that do have earnings here in after hours, which I'm about to join these guys in 10 minutes. I'll get the stream link out there for you. Let's just go through them in Meta. Meta on the way up, on the way down. Let's go 2 at 4 hour time frame. Meta on the way up today. We can see here over this 675, 680 mark. It is a lock up to 690. I think we even see back up into the 700s again for Meta. Possibly up to 710. So I'd say minimum for Meta over 680. Watch for a pop up to around 690s, 695, 691, 692, 697, somewhere in the 690s. Ultimately, it could land in somewhere to around, let's just put this out there for you guys, Meta. Move over 680. Watch for move to, what was this play? What was that doing? 687. That breaks. We see 690s. For sure. Minimum. Max up over 700 to maybe 710. Under, we'll call it 664. Watch for move down to 654. Minimum with max move to sub 640. All right. There's round one. There's round one. Fight! Round one. Fight! All right, let's go next here to the Microsoftians. You'll have 15-day on this one for the downside. Downside. We'll go over 685 to 690. Microsoft over 685 to 485 to 490 minimum. Could see 500 maybe a tad over. Under. That's what I thought it was going to be. 475. 475. Watch for a move down to 470. Max move to low 460s. All right. One more to go here for you, ladies and gentlemen. Anything else, Saline Chick, you guys? Anyone Aussie, background, new traders? Anyone else out there that wants some love? Let me know, and I'll give it to you. This one's going to be crazy, I think. I say crazy, but this will be harder. Under 430, watch for a move down to 420, man. We'll go, actually, we'll go 417. 417, max move to I'm gonna go 405. This is gonna be a little chilling now. What's up, Aussie? Been lurking a tad busy today. She says I'm a tad busy. 454 or 554, 54, yeah. Minimum with max move to we'll call it 465. All right, sweet, sweet, sweet. All right, just want to come in and do that for you guys. I want to take a small little breather. I do have an hour or so with Trade the. I think we just go live for an hour, if I'm not mistaken. And then boom, woof woof. Oh yeah, she's. What you doing there, Maxi Margot? Maxi Margot. I know, I see you. So pretty. All right, all good. No trades today because Ninja Trader was down during the good burst movement, but good trade on. Oh, they're good. Cool. All right. Well, there are your levels, team. There are your levels for after hours, and of course, you have 7 here. We'll do this real quickly. Over 7. Where are we going to? Over 7 to 770. We'll call it 760 to. We'll call it 750 to 7. You'll call it 750 to 770. So SLGB over 7 to 7. And then we'll say support. Boy, that uptrend channel the other day was gorgeous. Boy, I put a lot of lines in on this mofo. Support back down at 620 into 6. All right, cool. Take a quick little breather. See you guys back here. I should see you guys back here. I'll be over on the TTP stream, so look for that link here in just a minute. Look for that link in just a minute. All right, team, look for that link in just a minute. Join us for after hours. It'll be me and Steve. We'll be going over, of course, Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta after hours earnings plays and what they're doing. So we'll be going over those plays here in just a minute. So get ready for that as we head into after hours. So I'll put that link out here in just a minute. All right, team? Let's go back to this real quickly. Tesla, where is my watch list at? Boom. Watch list. So it's still in there. You're kidding me. Let's pull this out too as well. Let's go back to full screen here. We'll go to large. You got Meta. There's Tesla. Let's add Microsoft to it. Boom. And got it. All right, baby boys and baby girls. Let's go to a 15-minute time frame. Zoom out on this mofo. Go back a month here, minimum. All right, here we go. All right. Attach that. We'll go on top. Awesome. We'll be there. All right, cool. I'll put the link out in just a minute. I'll put the audio on in here too as well. So you guys will have the charts for me over here as we roll around in after hours. And of course, once I get Tesla and Meta, etc., all those up, we'll see exactly how those play out. See you guys back here tomorrow morning. If you're out for the rest of the day, of course, then come over and just join me on the TTP live stream right now. I'll get the link out in just a minute. Boom, team. There you go. Call the reversal at 7. There it comes all the way down to 620 area. Hopefully you got the short there on NAMM. Talked about that floor at 7.
There it is.
Steve
And let's get our beautiful faces, beautiful shining faces up there too. Whoa, that's a little intense.
All right, Tesla down for the, okay, I guess reports out already. No, I haven't seen the, at least on Thinkorswim, not seeing anything on Tesla so far here. We are down, though, out of the gate.
All right, we'll pull that up and we're going to get the grid going so we can follow all this. Yeah, Tesla in the bottom middle. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of air letting out of this name. We have downward move in Qs, downward move, I'm assuming in SPY as well. Let's see if this is off of Meta by chance or Microsoft. Meanwhile, VXX is spiking up there. Looks like Meta, first move up, second move down. I'm going to get the report in just a second. Microsoft down as well. They are flushing us here.
Yeah, wow. I had low as 460s, maybe the 450s. This is all the way down to 451 so far. Let's see here. For Meta, I thought Meta could get down to around the 640 area at most, maybe a tad below it. So we're off there to the normal races there on Meta. But boy, oh. Yeah, Microsoft dragging everything down right now.
Yeah, so we got the 650 handle on Meta that is going to try to find a bid there, as well as potentially the 450 on Microsoft. Still not seeing any bid there yet. I would like to see on Meta this thing find some life. It's trying. So a little bit spooky. I want to see what the other names are doing in the mega caps. See if there's some rotation. I'm seeing strength in Nvidia. That's interesting. Tesla trying to find buyers off. It couldn't get to the 420, so I don't know. That's where I'd like to see a trade too. Meanwhile, Microsoft fighting for that 450 handle. Meta could not reclaim over the 650, and SPY through the low a day there. Decent little flush out.
Do you ever really look into like what the actual earnings are and if that means too much? Because I've always been one where it's just, you just never know. Could be good and it goes down. Could be bad, it goes up.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So I think that there's definitely a lot to be gleaned from these earnings reports. I think what matters most in terms of what we care about, the actual price action and the reaction to it, it's going to be heavily contingent on positioning and on overall market sentiment and other factors that are a little outside of the scope of the actual earnings. So right now I'm seeing a decent amount of bidding up on that Meta there. That's a pretty sharp shake and bake wick there. So I want to see if we can see buyers pushing it back up over this 650 handle. Meanwhile, we did see a big spike on Tesla. That one got sold off much harder. I like the look of Meta here. I think that it's a decent place to entertain a little dip buy if that 650 can find that traction, which it is so far. We're trading the 654, 653, 654 handle, somewhere around there, shaking and baking. We found buyers. Maybe the algos just read something good in the report. Really quick, the headlines here. Looks like Meta fourth quarter. Really quick, the headlines Let's here. see. Looks like Meta revenue. Quarter, 59.89 billion. Estimate 58.42. Small beat there, and Meta sees first quarter revenue 53.5 billion to 56.5 billion. Estimated 51.27 billion. So why are we selling? Is the question. So I'm going to keep an eye out and look for anything else that my Twitter feed is shouting out there. We are seeing a bit of stabilization though, and meanwhile, SPY they're not doing anything too crazy. I wonder if we stabilize and we can turn the corner potentially on these earnings calls.
Do you ever trade earnings?
You know, I gotta really like a level, and then usually I'll just be picking my spot. So for example, this Microsoft 450. This would be an area where long term I might be considering an ad. It is a level for me, but besides that, I don't want to wait and get involved too fast before the dust settles. That's kind of my philosophy. What about you?
Same here. And there are times too, when I read the trend, like the 2023 to 2024, it was crazy to see this trend of, and I traded actually. I would get in an hour before the closing bell because the trend from it was Q3 results, Q1, Q2 results, Q3, Q4, Q1, Q2 from 23 to 24, where if the play was up above the VWAP and was just rolling up and bullish for the day, it didn't matter what the earnings was. That play was going to go up that day after the earnings report came out. Same thing for the bottom side. And so I started noticing this trend. And I was like, I'm going to start hopping in on these plays. And so I started going small at first and slowly working my way getting in bigger. And then when that trend stopped, I noticed what I'd always do would be I'd let the first set of big dogs come out. Once
sorry to interrupt you here, but look at, you see this candle on Tesla?
Yes.
We are cooking with gas. All right, so just keep an eye on this, guys. It looks like we might get some red to greens on earnings. I'm seeing the Meta, beautiful dip by there at 650. If you did get in, I did not. Do I chase the Microsoft U? I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to get just a few shares here. I have some Microsoft U already. I'm going to add to that because I did miss this Meta, but holy moly, do we got the market looking saved on these guys here.
Yeah. And this is what happens now where you're getting a lot of this whippy action where it's down, down, down. Oh, we're back. That's what you get a lot of earnings I've noticed throughout the years. But there for a while, it was if it was down, it goes down. If it was up, it goes. I traded SMCI earnings just to let you know how you're like, what? Yeah. When that play was going, it was in the 800s. It was down one day, blah, blah, blah. It was during this stretch. I'm like, guys, it's going down. And it went down like in this, it went down to the 700s the next. It was like 100, like that was back when, if you remember, earnings reports were given us with like Meta and Tesla and Microsoft. Sometimes I say Microsoft, but Tesla, Metas of the world, SMCI, NVDAs of the world, $80, $100 moves. They were huge moves there for a while. And now, same thing with, which I'm sure you noticed with the FOMC or the CPI or PPI data in pre-market even, where, we'd release PPI, we'd go up, or CPI core, right? We'd go up $7, $8 and then come down 4, 5, 6, or maybe all the way back to where we came from. It was very volatile there for a little while.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's so important to just be aware of where you kind of are in those kind of meta games, so to speak.
Right,
like how is the market overall reacting to these kinds of news releases, whether it's an IPO or whether it's, data releases, earnings, of course.
Right.
So, man, I got to say, though, Josh, this just warms my heart to see these undercut and reclaims on so many important names, because that is exactly what you want to see. You really want to see the scared hands, the weak hands get shaken out.
Yeah.
And then you want to see those shares go to people who are sitting there going, hey, I've been waiting for this 450 handle.
Yes.
Let's rock and roll, baby.
Or like we say, let's stock and roll.
Oh, I like that one. Very, very punny. You got me there. I'm watching the meta. It's looking for the engulf. You saw what Tesla did when it engulfed. Obviously, more short interest on that. But these guys, this is the bread and butter move, right? It's the fake out into the let's see how far we can go.
Tesla, and I'll say Tesla, SPY not reacted too much from these guys. How much Tesla and Meta have gone red to green here, along with Microsoft. Microsoft, of course, still down in red. But I'm surprised SPY has just not moved that much so far.
Yeah, we call this violently flat. It was a little spooky for a second, but here we are right back where we started. And to me, that's very bullish. That's just showing, hey, nothing burger. Those cheap hedges were cheap for a reason. I'm glad they were cheap. I think they're going to die. That's what I'm liking. That's what I want.
Hey, come join me and Steve. Earnings report here. Come join us on the TTP live stream. That's right. Putting the link out right now. That's right. This is going on social media. Come join us. So I forgot to put the teaser out there. I was like, I got to put this out on the Instagram, the Facebooks, the hey, come join us right now. I need to get on X. I noticed today I did the little podcast, helped out. I did Wolf Trading, did a little podcast thing with him, and I was like, man, I just realized how big really being on X is. That's where, especially even us, we get a lot of followers from there, a lot of viewers from X, and how big stock trading and investing is on X. I need to get more on the X platform. What platform is you heavy on?
I'm a big Discord head. It's so nice just getting all of my stuff just beamed live to one place. So I have a lot of channels that I've set up for like tweets to come in or to aggregate information. Right. That's my home base. I'm trying to use Twitter more because it's such a gift. I always have it up on the corner, and whenever I'm able to look through it consistently, there's always alpha there. And I'm getting so much alpha. I started going through my follow list and following you guys back. So give me a follow, I will follow back. And there's a lot of alpha.
It's kind of that like you follow me, I follow you, and then you build this kind of like community or camaraderie with other traders essentially. And I love it.
Absolutely. yeah, we are seeing, oh baby, that expansion off of this meta, because we got to get the word out because people need to know. We said it here first. Hey, don't get too scared if there's a little shake and bake. As long as we find those buyers at these pivots, it's not the end of the world. So we're up $5 on the Microsoft there. That's the one I did take, the least explosive of the look back and goes. But hey, I believe this is the one that I want to hold or own long term the most, I think.
Yep.
So that's kind of my thoughts there. Good stuff. Tesla marching or flagging out nicely while Meta just surging higher. I want to pull this up to a higher time frame as well and see where we're kind of engaging with. Boom, what a beautiful candle.
Yeah, so like days like today, I'm back to trading them. I don't trade them anymore. I used to love to get into these knowing the levels, but this is it. It almost becomes like a day trade, which like here I said, Meta, move over 680, watch for move to 687. If that breaks, we see 690's minimum. Max move up to around 700, maybe 710. So I said over 680, essentially go long, we'll see 686, 687, and then we'll get up into 690s, maybe 710. Then I said under 644, watch for move down to 654 minimum with a max move to sub 640. What is Meta's low? 637. So
Beautiful.
My levels are on the dot, but you better be in and you better be out before you can blink an eye, and you've got to trade shares that fast, which, oh my gosh, with having to do limit orders and after hours, good luck. But yeah, it's just you get so much of that whipsaw action and not continuation anymore. And yeah, I just set it out. I sit it out, watch it. It's more popcorn medicine for me. And we are still getting these big moves. What's up, Tac? Too, by the way, everyone in the house. Joe, how we doing? All the lovely people. Yes, we're the D-Gens. Larry Boyd, how we doing? And everyone else earlier. And Larry, you talked about NAM, NAMM, what's going on? Just a minerals play. We see gold hot today. It finally got that squeeze over 556, which has been the resistance over the past week or so. And yeah, we're all over it. Talked about the move up. We said there'd be resistance at 650, so we had some traders taking along to 650. And I said, hey, 7 to me is really strong resistance, which ended up coming into play. If you go look at NAM's high of day, right at 7. And of course, the reversal from it. So man, come join the Discord. Joe's over there. Joe's got he knows all about the Discord that I'm running. It's free. So if you're a small cap trader or you like to trade small caps, you will not miss or skip a beat over on my Discord. Got great traders like CR Trader. There's Love Chip. There's Tay. I could go through the list of all the different traders we have over that are alerting all day, even through here into the after hours. So absolutely love it.
Well, man, you that's a good little pitch. You sold me. There's 8 billion things that I'm trying to pay attention to, but now there's 8 billion in one because now I'm going to go. So I love it. By the way, the Tesla numbers, I don't think we actually mentioned them. So EPS beat plus rev beat, double beat there. EPS 50 cents, estimated 40 cents. Revenue 24.9 billion, estimated 24.5. So relatively modest beats. I figure there's something in the something else the algos are picking up on. Apparently, Tesla to invest $2 billion to buy Series E preferred shares of XAI. Okay, so that might be what's driving this. I'm not sure what XAI is. I'm a little bit behind the curve. I just found Claudebot, Claude Code. So, whatever XAI is, apparently they're buying some.
I'll put this in chat. Hopefully this can come through here. I think this may come through. We'll see here. But Discord link, come join. So there's my Discord link right there. I don't know if that pops up for you guys and populates. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. But there it is. Anywho. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I just like to help out as many traders, and I love that. So, it's you can try to get in from $1, $2 plays to $5 plays to $20 plays, and we get into $30 plays. And so, yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, Joe, you are the wizard. Joe's helps out. Even with One-Eyed Joe. One-Eyed Joe still killing it, One-Eyed Joe still killing it over there.
It's a pirate's life for him. What can you say?
Well, it's funny because I met him in Florida, so yeah, then I think about him, that he actually lives in Florida. I know he doesn't actually lives in Ohio, so I always like, and it's funny, they actually have a couple of traders that have moved from Ohio to Florida, and so then there's that, unfortunately. So then, and I always put them there, and like, Ohio is it Florida, and so, yeah, Pirate Joe, One-Eyed Joe, got the Florida Joe as I call him, helps out a lot, my man.
The nice thing is that it seems like your Discord tends to cover like the area that I am the least good at covering myself. So this is perfect for me. I'm gonna pop in there and start poking around, probably start hanging out, because that's what I need. I need to get my bearings on these small caps, because for me, I think we're kind of doing this for the same reason, right? Because it feels so good to have like just a little community to call your own and to share what you've learned with. And then it's just like a very personal thing where you can learn and grow with these people. And I've learned so much. So I'm trying to invade yours now and learn about the small caps, because I'm sticking to these large caps and mid caps for the most part.
Yeah.
And they're fun, but I want the juice. Show me the juice, Josh, you know?
I want the juice. Well, I'm kind of like opposite of you, where I love the small caps, but I'll dabble in and love my large caps. It's not unfortunately that often that I'm diving into the large caps, unfortunately, anymore. It's just the movement of it. What I'm seeing here in after hours is kind of like what I see a lot of the time in the large caps. We're flying up, and if you don't take profit, we're reversing and flying down red and now negative in red for the day. Oh, no, actually we're back on up and we're back to open. No, we're new high of day. Seeing a little too much of that. SPY today, actually, throughout the day was more of a day I like. Staircasing down. I love that. One bear flag on another, you can find. It's very easy to trade that, which obviously, you think about it, those are easy days. They're a little easier days to trade. I like that setup in there. And when I really started getting into large caps 22 into 23, into 2024, I could trade anything, and still to this day, I don't care if it's AMD, Apple, all the way through the Ringer, the Mag 7 to Tesla, look at NVA, look at Meta, did look at SMCI there for a while, PLTR, I've traded Circle in the past, I've traded, you name it, I say name it, but there's a lot of those large cap plays that I've traded, and it's all about the chart. If that chart setup is there that I like to trade, then I trade that chart setup. If it's not there, then I'm not trading that ticker. And so I've literally just moved what I've done in the small cap sector up to large caps, and I just don't see a lot of those setups, unfortunately, as much as I did see. But yeah, there were times where I would trade large cap and small cap every day. I'd be small caps mostly, pre-market and the opening bell, wait for a large cap play. Sometimes you'd get those opening bell and breaks where it was opening bell, break of high, pre-market low, and you would just get that continuation and beautiful move down. Now, like I'm talking about, you get that crazy reversal. But yeah, back in the day, I'd be 4 trades in, 10 minutes after the opening bell, and have traded, a large cap in a small cap, within 10 minutes of the opening bell from pre-market into that. And I'm just not getting that as much right now. So I do love to trade them, and I'm right there with you. I'm like, God, like you in the small caps, where I'm like, I want that large cap back in my life. You're like, I want some small cap in my life.
I feel you. And, it's this actually, my next point ties perfectly in with what Todd's saying here. The best advice Todd can give, he's saying, is repetition. That's the best thing for a new trader, just running the same setup, that same pattern, and really being able to identify what works for you very fast and not kind of stray from other things.
Yeah.
So for me, that's these failed breakdowns. That's the bread and butter. That's the money there. And we're seeing that on SPY here. We get the flush out. Now we're starting to reclaim this VWAP area that we were basing while Powell talked. I'm pretty confident that we are moving on and up. So I might not be buying a ton of stuff. I bought a little Microsoft there, but in general, I'm kind of already there. I'm in the IRENs and the APLDs. We're positioned for this move up, and I think that if you kind of have an anchor for your port in these larger cap names, like the Microsofts, like these, the higher quality ones, you can let them cook and use the brain power to catch some of these fun ones that you're looking at, where you can really juice returns. So I'm trying to strike the balance, but
love it.
So many ways to skin a cat here.
Hey, but we still have to have the time. Obviously, these plays now seem to finally get the big move down, big move up. Now we kind of, I feel like we're at the top of the roller coaster. Wherever we kind of do the, whoa, we're gonna go down again. Yeah, right. Yeah, everyone's got their hands up right now. We're like, are we gonna go up again? Or are we gonna go down? What do you think about the Trump? I say Trump, but let's go just to JP today. JP, no rate changes, staying the same. How do you feel about that?
I think that it was just about as uneventful as you want. I'm always like, it always seems like he's talking on a day where I'm like having trouble staying awake anyway. And it's like, all right, no touching the indices at the FOMC day.
Yeah.
And then I'm just sitting there like eyes are rolling back in my head, just waiting for something exciting to happen. And basically I heard Goldilocks zone, we're threading the needle, no worries, economy's good, don't freak out. I don't care that silver is going crazy. You guys are degens. That's not my business.
Yeah.
We're data dependent. We're going to keep on doing what we need to as the data comes in. Oh, you don't trust our models? Give us better models then. Basically saying just I'm not a clown like Trump's saying. We're fine. Yeah. Everything's fine. Relax. That's kind of how I read it. Anything that I missed there?
No, yeah, no, that's about 93% of JP talk.
Oh, and purple tie. There's the other.
Yeah, exactly. Always purple tie. Always for sure. Which I love purple, but yeah, it's like I remember there for a while. I was like, which tie is he gonna wear? I'm like, yeah, it's always gonna be purple. We know that now. But yeah, it's funny how long that discussion came in, because I had him up on my live stream, like, okay, I'll go, I'm going to talk about it, and I'll go live once he's done. And I came back in, kept coming. I'm like, top of the hour, power hour. He's still talking, and they're asking questions. I'm like, like, all this is got just end this already, So yeah, it was about it, like you said, usually uneventful as possibly can be. But that I think once which I've heard from a lot of traders, once he's done with his term, we'll start seeing some different movement, maybe some different rate changes possibly too as well at that point. I wish what I'd love to see, you know what would really move the SPY? Did you ever watch back in the day on MTV? Did you ever watch Celebrity Deathmatch?
Oh, that's like ringing a bell deep
They were
in
like
my
clay,
like,
like
high school
animated
brain.
clay figures. It was really fun, goofy stuff. I would love to see Celebrity Deathmatch or Celebrity Boxing. Really, let's keep it real, not Deathmatch. Celebrity Boxing. Donald Trump versus Jerome Powell.
Oh man, I gotta put my money on J Powell though. He's a fit boy. I don't know.
Yeah,
He
right.
looks
Yeah,
like
I could see him being like a little Irish boxer, and he comes in like this, and Trump doesn't know what to do, and get Trump, underneath the chin. And you're like, oh no, Trump, no, Trump's a bigger
I don't know if
guy,
you can
but
say
JP's
that. I think that might be treason. Oh well. All right, Trump is the strongest president of all time, and he could take Tyson down. But hypothetically, Powell's probably got some hands. He's got to deal with a lot of. you heard him. Shut the door.
Yeah.
He can take care of business when he needs to.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So speaking of taking care of business, bulls have taken care of business, and they have gone engulfing on Qs and now SPY as well. We are through the neckline where we were bumping up against when we were talking, when Powell was running his mouth there, and it seems to me like, I don't know why I can't drag this shape. I'm trying to draw it out there for it. Anyway, seems to me like we've broken through that resistance. It is now hopefully going to be flipping to support if we back test it. That is our 696-ish level on SPY and the 635-ish on Qs, 634-ish on Qs. So keep those zones in place.
You think with no rate change we see 700? You think that's a positive thing? We pop back on up and finally push through 700? What do you think there?
I think that I'm probably out of my wheelhouse, and it comes down to whether it is a dovish one or a hawkish one, depending on how it is inferred, depending on the context in which it comes, So that's where the nuance comes in terms of potentially being a market regime that I haven't had the experience of trading, Right. So I wasn't around for, the stagflation regime, for example. Everything. I always like to say there's a new first time ever happening in the market every couple minutes, right? So we gotta move with the data, and I don't know how the market would react because I don't know what might cause it. That's my cop out answer.
Back to Chappelle's show, plead the fifth there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I get you. And what I would say the only caveat to be if we do get that is earnings, which we've seen in the past where earnings lifts the SPY. These plays do get green. That you see Meta here. We see Tesla now going red to green. Does Microsoft work its way back up? And tomorrow it's back at 490, maybe even to 500, but through the rest of after hours and pre-market, or even at least back to where it came from. And then the rest of the earnings as it pushed it through 700. I think that could maybe be the caveat, but I'm right there with you. I don't think it's going to be this full explosive. And again, back to, I just don't think we get there yet. I don't think it's going to be this 700 push to 720, 750. Oh boy, here we go again. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think that we've been playing like footsies with so much giant positioning too. Like I feel like I've been talking just nonstop almost every day for like 2 months about like that giant gamma node up at 700, and we finally it's kind of like mission accomplished. We got did we actually tag it? 699.98.
Yeah.
Say we tagged it, close enough for government work. So now the real name of the game for me is like, okay, it's kind of like we're resetting the board, we're resetting the momentum. We mission accomplished. We're George W. Bush on the aircraft carrier, and now we got to reassess and think: did we really accomplish the mission, or can we go higher?
Yeah.
Was that the liquidity draw just up to 700, and now we can have some geopolitical craziness that might shake the boat? I don't know. I do know that now's the time to watch, and what I'm seeing on my screens is not bearish. I'm liking these reactions.
Yeah, and
the come down just a little. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's the reversals too recently, which we just had that 1 to 75 boom down right back on up, and I keep seeing that lower high pattern through the last. I mean, we've had these since like July. It seems like every month we have these quick liquidation sweeps back down, boom, we're right back on up. I'm sure the big boys and the institutions be adding in on those little drawback on downs. And yeah, I'm right there with you. If you think it's a bullish sentiment, I think even Airplane, what's her name? Airplane Jane, you know, Miss Takeoff Jane is on the show. She's in a bullish mentality as well. Oh, that's so funny. And I mentioned Jane, and then one of the last alerts here a few minutes ago, even Jane traded a small cap today. That's so funny. I missed that. I'm kind of catching back up. I'm behind here on the Fmoc. And thank you to Trade the Pool putting out our links out there. Your links, my links for my website, and of course your Twitter and Discord. I need to get my Twitter going. Dang it.
I know it's hard, man. It's so hard. I'm working on actually figuring out an AI solution to pull stuff from my Discord and post it there. Because
we need that. We need like an all-in-one app where you see those commercials all the time. Oh, you've got a Netflix bill and you want to cancel this bill, but we'll get this app and we keep track of all your bills on. Can I just post something on Instagram? It goes to Facebook, it goes to Twitter, it goes to Discord, it goes to TikTok.
Right.
That's
exactly. Like I was promised flying cars by now. At least give me a streamlined social media experience. Come on.
Give me my Back to the Future already. I mean, I should be flying around, going to different. Oh man, but yeah, no.
Right, I want my Jetsons nutrient bills.
Right. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Essentially, where that's what makes it hard. It's like a job, which I didn't do as much one-on-ones and the live streaming. This is back before that, and I first started trading, and I had a lot more of open free time, and so we did like a Jeep account, a cool Jeep. It's purple. It's got a lot of stuff done to it, and that was back in 2016, 17, 18. You saw a lot of accounts like that, those influencer accounts with Jeeps actually, and a lot of different, obviously throughout the years you've seen that. So let's do one, and it grew, and we got a few thousand, 10,000. We got 10,000, but it was just so much work, and we only got to like 10,000 followers, and I'm like, man, do these people pay for it really? Are they paying? Like, what's going on? How do these people get to 50 and 100K and then they're just doing stuff nonstop? It's videos of them Jeep and then this and that, and there's pictures of this, and it's just like, man, I'm like, man, and then they're doing that on other social media platforms, like on X, Twitter, right, or whatever, and I just was like, man, it wore me out. I did it for about 2-3 years, and it was just like, wow. This is a whole job in itself, and you've got to have the cameras, and you want to edit the stuff, or maybe if you do have enough money, then you're paying money, which is you could do, but then have someone do it for you and create your own content. Yeah, it is a job, and or paying someone to do a job to grow all that.
The other aspect, I don't have as much experience as you, but what kind of puts me off is that it's like what brings the most engagement isn't necessarily the best content, like it's like I don't know, I bet you could get more engagement parking those Jeeps up on on high curbs and stuff and pissing people off than you could like showing off all the awesome stuff that you can go and do in a Jeep that isn't taking 2 parking spots or whatever.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I've noticed that too before, like when you see the ones like whether it's TikTok or whatever it is, and like, this is what's getting views. This is what's getting likes.
Yeah, it's the sad state of affairs. But hey, maybe that just means we should be long Reddit or something. I don't know.
I like it. Yeah, maybe, right? Those dang Reddit turds. Speaking of finally SPY here, it's starting to make that move now, getting through, like you were saying, that key area of the 96 mark and starting to pop up. They got 97. I have lines here for Meta. I think Meta can get up to maybe possibly 710, but what a move for Meta, all the way down to the 637 to 707 essentially. So you're talking a $70 move right there.
It's pretty wild, yeah. And on this chart, it didn't even look that crazy. For reference, I'm pulling it up on my trading view here just to get these indicators as well. Yeah, it flew through my ATR targets, as you can expect. Because you're going to get a bigger move than average on earnings. Who'd have thunk, right?
Yeah.
In terms of real higher time frame levels, I mean, heck, the big wick is going to be 710. Did we tag 710?
Not yet.
Not
almost.
yet.
Yeah, 688.
Let's reach for it, and I'll bet you dollars to donuts there will be sellers there. Doesn't mean that we won't go higher, but that's the place where somebody's going to step in. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking for there. Tesla looking nice and holding that flag nice and constructively. I'm also keeping a little eye on my APLD here. It had a cooling off day today after going crazy yesterday, but starting to look like a higher low after hours. I'm also looking at the IREN. I hold a little bit of that, and that's looking real darn constructive to me. So I think these data center plays, I think that probably they're waiting on the guide to really rip it. But I think that this is looking pretty good. This Meta, by the way, just absolutely bidding up like crazy.
Crazy.
How much are you up? if you did.
Yeah, you brought up Irene, I was like, I've traded that in the past, and I go back and I've got literally a downtrend line on it from back right around earnings from last August, and I was like, this was like a penny stock like last year, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, good night, Irene. It's not so penny anymore.
Yes, this is when I look back at some of these plays, and I'm like, God, I should have looked more into these type of companies and invested, 100 shares, 50 shares, even 5 something, 500 or something. Because, you look back now going, oh, wow, what did I miss? Missed the whole move.
It's rough. It's rough. That's me looking back every time talk saying, I told you about Carvana. Like, it's just an icy knife into my heart.
Yes, that's another one.
Like a year later, because I got stopped out at $8. Like,
that's another one. That was like, what was another one? That's definitely another great example of, because I used to do that in my morning alerts there for a while. It was on my morning alerts where I would alert it to traders daily. Let's go back in time here. How far back can I go to when I was alerting that? Yeah, where my line, let's say edit property, COS. Yeah. July of 2023. Where do you think it was in July of 2023? It was around the 50. That was when I was alerting it last, in the 50s. And I know you talk about in the 8s. So I'm like, I look back even in the 50s when I was alerting it now. I look back, because it had that huge move down. After the, a couple of years ago, was it 2022, whatever it was? Yeah, 22. Yeah, that huge move from 21 to 22. And now I'm like, oh, down in the gutter. Yeah, now I look back at that. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man, that hurts a little bit right there, Steve.
It stings. What can you say? I mean, speaking of, one of the ones that always got me is a meta earnings from a few years ago when it was like under 200. And I was going, this is egregious. We should just full port this, right? And of course, none of us did because it looked like crap. And then, here we are a couple years later, it's trading at 700, going what in tarnation. And also the other thing is when you do that, you take it off your mental focus list, your mental watch list, because it hurts you. And you can miss it when it sets up strongly. Because when you miss the bottom, if it was the bottom, it's going to tighten up at some point on that right wall. It's going to give you another look and it's going to go higher. If you take yourself out of the race just by being tilted, that's like one of the worst feelings ever. Because then, for example, you talked about you missed Carvana at 50. Well, I didn't. I felt sick looking at Carvana at 50. That gutted me at 50. It was a 4-bag higher. Yeah. Well, it was gonna 4-bag again if I just watched. So it's always.
Yeah, and if someone would have told you that, then you're like, yeah, no, I feel like I'm chasing, and then you look back now like I do and go, oh yeah, that's where I was looking at it really last, So yeah.
Always two sides to a trade. It's always funny when you and your buddy do the baton pass. He's taking my shares, I'm taking his. Yeah, we can all make money, but I'm gonna do the Nvidia earnings like congratulations, I'm happy for you, all pouting, it'll be one of those if you take my shares and it doubles.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, need a hoverboard. Love that. Joe, need a hoverboard for sure. Steve, Joe, awesome. I'm just going the feedback there for a second. Want to learn how to trade? Here's your source. Trade the pool. Exactly. Love it, Tack. You guys in chat, Joe. And boy, I bet you're about to mention Meta. Holy Meta sauce.
It's insane, right? I mean, we talked about sellers stepping in at 710. They said, Steve, you don't know what the heck you're talking about.
I said the same thing. I thought 710 would be about max for it. And boy, here it just is ripping right now.
Well, this is crazy. This is a good example of how those pivot points where we all have that level, right? But what did it do? It squeezed straight through. Well, shorts just got liquidated right there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a narrative breaker, right? Or like a clear turning point where it's like, okay, maybe this was a mean reversion pop. Not if we're powering through the 710. Now we're cooking. Now we're in buy the dip mode, not sell the rip mode.
Yeah. I mean, just kind of looking at chart back and what it could possibly go to, and I would say right now, which again we've already kind of named a level. I've got another line in right here at the 720 mark. So let's see if we see some sellers finally coming in here at 720, or they just step up and just completely annihilate more shorts. But 720, I've got a line in there, so we'll see if we kind of fail here at 720. We're trying to see a little resistance here at that 720 mark, but wowzers, brother, we're seeing a barn burner right here. I feel like I'm watching a sports game and that team is just on fire. I mean, they just can't miss a shot at this point. It just blows.
Oh yeah. And now we're also kind of seeing Tesla potentially setting up for another push here this past 5 minutes, looking really constructive for this VWAP retap into this flag breakout. So we'll see if we can find traction. I think we mentioned that 445 being the very key level. And I want to show you that, guys, on the trigger system. This makes it really easy to take the thinking out of it to some degree, because let's see. Whoops. When we look, we know exactly where each cohort of sellers are. And see, we tag the daily trigger, and now we are finding sellers. It's just like clockwork, just about. If we're finding the sellers over here, we need to wait until we can confirm that this is support. So now we are seeing the retest, and it's on earnings. So this is a decent place to consider, hey, maybe we are going to digest and flip this daily trigger. But it's so nice just being able to really quickly look through charts and be like, oh, this is my barometer. This is my signpost on a daily time frame. Oh, still under it. Okay, I don't need to worry about getting in for the swing trade. It'll give me an opportunity to get in.
Yeah.
So helps with the FOMO. Helps just knowing where I'm at in the market. And Tesla at this very key point of interest here at the 445. We'll see if it can digest and push on through.
Yeah, I think tomorrow too, just watch for, I will say what I've noticed a lot of the time when you made these huge moves up, I would say watch for some profit taking tomorrow. Depends on how much more we get. At least at the bell is my point for Meta. So if you do like the day trade tomorrow at the bell, depends on how much more we move and what pre-market looks like as well. And we have the rest of after hours still to move around. I've seen after hours, we come back down, we're back below 700. So then there is the profit taking. We stay up in the 7, 10, 20, 30 range or go for more. I would imagine tomorrow, if we're at that area at open bell, we'll see some sort of pullback in this tomorrow. Now that it's moved this much, I would imagine see some good size chunks tomorrow as well. This is definitely going to open up a lot of traders' eyes. I mean, for day traders, when you see this, like myself and Meta, you're licking the chops knowing that you didn't trade the earnings. You're sit back and watch it, but boy, you're licking your chops for tomorrow because in there you haven't been in for a while. Creates a lot of good open movement, in my opinion. And it looks like it's about to do another pop to go to Rip land right here.
It ain't done. It's got unfinished business apparently somewhere up in heaven.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you guys, I'm knocking you out. I am mad.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know.
That's
somebody
nasty.
Got too short.
I can imagine that too. I mean, yeah, imagine how many people. I can't imagine just being that thought process. And again, if you have huge accounts, you're used to this possible, that's fine. But man, those traders that aren't trading this earnings and right now they're in it. And especially imagine traders that for whatever reason, I don't know why you would, but did options. And so right now you're stuck in this trade till tomorrow morning until opening bell. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, if you're short, oh my. So
yeah, imagine selling those 700 calls and just watching this locked in until tomorrow.
Yeah.
No fun. There are a few other earnings I wanted to talk about real quick here.
Yeah, we have others for sure, yeah.
There are, these were the big ones for sure. And, like when you have three big ones like that in the top 10 market cap, it's hard to pay attention to some of the others. But like LRCX, on another day, this would be a big deal. I mean, it still is a big deal. We got a nice pop here. It did mean revert back down to the price it's basically been trading at all day. Zooming out a little bit, it has had a crazy pop yesterday, or overnight, actually, off of the ASML earnings, I believe. I believe it was ASML.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So ASML crushed, whole sector ripped, our beautiful Micron swing trade, our leveraged Micron longs. That's so degen, but it keeps working. So we keep raising our stop and and thanking the Lord. Anyways, so those needed a little bit of a pullback there. We did see the pop and a little bit of a drop. We'll see if this is the start of a little bit of distribution on this LRCX and some of these semi-caps. In general, though, earnings were good. They beat earnings per share by 9% and revenue beat by 2%. EPS up 1% year over year, revenue up 20%, 22% year over year. And so nothing bad that I'm seeing. We'll see how the call goes, of course. What else? Let me see. There's a few others here.
Check out IBM. Check out IBM real quick. Just go straight to IBM. Look at this move.
Okay, something crazy.
Oh, it's a big daddy.
All right. So that's a ripper right here. Let's go to a higher time frame as well. This is the 1 minute here. Absolute ripper. Wowee. Boy, howdy. Yeah, it's very strong. So what are we seeing? We're seeing it trade all the way up here at the top of the flag. This looks like it's going to break out of this high time frame pattern now. We've got basically a big old pennant. You can see the spread, the bid and ask dancing around there. And you can call this a flag. You can call it a pennant. Either way, it kind of faked breaking down here. This looked like it was pretty weak and then just absolutely ripped back up at the top of the range now. So we are negotiating. The last seller is holding us back. Once it gets through this 325, I don't see what's stopping it from moving on higher. Really, really nice move. And so this is going to be just giving what we need for this AI trade to continue, I think, the narrative at least.
Right.
Just marching on upwards. I love to see that. So congratulations, IBM boys. This is a kind of a boring one. It's not a glamorous one, but nothing boring about a $30 move.
yeah, it was definitely more of a bore, like you said, the AI movement over the last 2 years. And you just going back and look how it was flat there from 16, 17 all the way to 24, and then 24 we take off from the 150s, and here we are at 320s now, all the way up into the 320 land. So another one of those ones you look back and go, boy, would have loved to invest in another one of those companies. That's why I tell a lot of traders, when you see these trends, get in early on, because that's what I did with NVDA and SMCI before it made major moves. You could just see the momentum was there, and it's a good long-term investment play too. And I think at this point you're a little bit chasey, but I still think overall, we look back next year, IBM could be at 450, maybe even 500.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we just get into the repricing mode. And Josh, this is actually a good example of a company that I have an idea. I'm gonna be building something over the weekend, because I keep seeing setups like this, and it makes me think, I think there's something to it. So the setup is names that are essentially breaking back over their .com bubble highs and entering that crazy blue sky territory. I think that there's going to be some really nice setups that we can take off of those, basically playing the surge through, and then also playing the kind of, maybe Kevin would refer to this as some type of hangover play too, right? Because after you get that move, often once it finishes, you'll get a couple day sell, which is really nice, and very, very replicable. And so I don't know, I want to scan and see if there's anything I can glean, from some back testing off of that type of setup.
Yeah.
I think there's something there.
Oh, Meta's at 730 now.
It's my eyes are glazing over. It's like a screensaver. It just keeps going up to the right. I don't even know
right.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like one of those 1990s Windows 95. Speaking of Microsoft, Windows 95, like screens.
Yeah, the irony being Microsoft itself sitting right next to it doing absolutely nothing. So I picked the wrong one, didn't I, to buy the dip on? That smarts a little bit. But hey.
Yeah,
congratulations.
I'm happy for you. Yeah, we got that asked in the chat too. Kurt Pierre asked, did Meta do well? And the earnings were well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they beat earnings, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and look at it again. Yeah, Meta shares link on higher than expected Q1. Yeah, so better than expected. Did good right there overall for Meta. Going back, we have C's Q1 sales over and anticipated, says estimated was 51.3 bill. They did anywhere from 53.5 to 56.5. That's a big 3 bill area, but still multiple bill over what they anticipated. So regardless, definitely beat earnings. Doesn't mean they're always going to do good, but we did here. And my gosh, you're seeing Meta now rip from a quick dip down to 637. We are now a 100-point move, 637 to 737.
That is wild. So I just found a really great tweet by Zero Hedge. Q3 2025, Meta crashes on surging CapEx forecast. Q4 2025, Meta soars on surging CapEx forecast. So, make it make sense, I guess. That's why you got to know the meta, right? It's like, what is being rewarded at this time in the market cycle? We got to watch at the first of each of these mega caps, in the earning cycles. That's going to really set the stage. So today is the first day that I think is really impactful, with the multiple earnings hitting. And essentially, what I think is most important for the AI trade overall is this CapEx spend going up. So Microsoft said it's the Simpsons, is everybody in the class is saying, say the word, say the line, Bart, just say it. CapEx spend is going up. Yay! Now we can all party for another quarter. That's what I would like. I don't know if it'll be that straightforward, but that's the narrative we can play with for the next day or two, I think.
640 now, or 740, I should say. Now 740. It reminds me of like a small cap play where I just want to jump in because I just know it's just going to keep going to 750 at this point. It's like, here it goes. It's going to 750. I've gone way too far from you when to jump in any kind of shares right there. But boy, oh boy, what a great momentum move. And really, I think that too is what, like we talked about, you're saying kind of stole the mob away. I always talk about in the small caps. It took the majority of buyers away from Microsoft. It took the majority of buyers away from Tesla. Seeing this move, everyone, once that thing ripped up to 700, you can tell about that same time frame. I'm looking at my, I have them all in the same time frame. Right when it was making that rip up, but about 15 to 30 after in this hour, that's when all the other plays went like this. We're just going to watch Meta.
Man, I mean, what else can you do? It's like a Renko chart. It's like this thing does not go down.
Yeah.
So where could you have gotten involved? There was no clean entry really if you didn't recognize early. Well, that's what guts me because we did recognize early that this was an undercut and rally, a fake breakdown. But I was hoping for maybe a really clean flag right into the highs of the day. It was extended there too, but you just gotta trust your moving averages and hitch a ride because this thing is algorithmically
and that's
riding.
it. And that's it. Because I try to trade these and this reminds me again those small cap plays in pre-market. Trying to again, if you're doing shares, obviously, right? Trying to get in limit orders when a play's moving that fast. Get me in, no, just get me in, And then you just got to go well above it, and you're going to take, just say, hey, I anticipate that my levels are right, and I'm going to get a bad entry. I might even be a little red at first, but I anticipate this, and it's a little risk, but yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where. And trying to get in is so hard on those plays. So it's definitely, you see people doing it. Obviously, that's what made this move go up even more. But it's fun to watch for sure. 100%. Wish I bought Meta when it hit 649. Oh, yeah. Well, even looking at it there in after hours, it's one of those things, yeah, you wish you go back and see these plays. Hindsight's 2020. That's why I was just looking the next day. Joe talked about it too. Hey, this was fun. Yes, you could have made lots of money. You could see it rip $30, $40, $50, $100. But that's what I'm telling you right now. Tomorrow will be big moves for Meta, so you can anticipate tomorrow, even the next day, getting good day trades out of Meta, and even looking for long-term investments. Now that we've gone this far back up, moving back down to that 700 area would be a good dip buy, or that old resistance that we couldn't break out of if we somehow get back in the 670s. And that's what makes this. For the traders that do last so long, that's what they're so good at, the patience, just waiting for your setup and your trade to form and come to you.
Josh, you summoned it. It's going to 750 right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, babe. Yeah, that's why you're. Well, okay, let's go back to my trade we took on Friday, my BNAI trade. If you look at BNAI, if you want to pull that up for traders in chat, BNAI on Friday went from $10 to almost $70 on Friday and after hours. And so it was one of those things where momentum starts to kick in there. And you can see, is that not today? Oh, that's on Friday, right? Last
this
week.
is Friday.
Yeah, Friday of last week.
I believe. Wait.
Yeah, and that's just one of those momentum plays. I got in at the break of 35 for the move to 50. Yeah, and you're like, you traded that at 35? Yeah, I got in at 35 because, again, it's that momentumous play that comes into that play, and you can bank on certain runners. It depends on where you get in at and knowing and understanding the ticker and the trade. So that's like right here, I'm going, God, this is just magnet written all over it at 750. It just comes back to, I'm sure you watch this long enough, you build in the tape from your eyes, so that builds in that gut, so to speak. And you can trade even on extended levels just from what you've seen in the past. Yeah, BNAI was a great move today too, yeah.
The BNAI is crazy for sure. And what's crazy to me is that, like you said, I think that we should just be in buy the dip mode. And like, it feels crazy like 20 minutes ago saying, hey, I'd love to buy Meta at 700. It's like, what, when we're $50 below and we want to buy it up there? It's like, well, yeah, I do want to buy it up there. Because this is basically a W base that we just surged back way up above. Oh my goodness, we just completed the gap. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so yeah, that's what we surged up to, and that's where we're going to probably find some sellers here.
I love that, yeah. And those W's are great. I talked about that. Joe, you just saw that. Joe, I think you commented on my small cap video. Joe, tell me right now, what does the W pattern mean? What does W pattern mean, Joe, when you see that on a stock trading chart? Let Joe answer. No one answer. Anyone else can chime in, but Steve, don't answer. Don't give him the answer.
I'm going to get some water real quick.
You're good. Get some agua. Yeah, I got some right before we started. But yeah, Joe, what does the W pattern, the W shape mean when you see that on a stock trading chart? Let's see if Joe can answer that one. I think Joe knows. But what's that time of the day? I have a window with it kind of has that little arch at the top of it. And it's hit me right in the eye, right? It's like right that time of the day when the sun's going down. It's like, blinding me. So if I start sitting really close to the camera, that's the reason why, all right? Great moves today, though, honestly, team. Go back to IBM. Great move from IBM today. Meta, I think those moves have stolen the mob, as they call the majority of buyers, away from Tesla. From Microsoft, SPY with a good little red to green move. It's kind of lulling out right now. Typically with these large caps, as I watch them, I'd say since 23 is when I first started watching earnings reports. So I've seen about 12 of them or so. I'd say somewhere in there over the years, 12 to 15, 22 and 23 is when I started watching them. When you get those red to green moves like we're seeing across the board, a lot of the time when we get to this space, you get an hour in after you get this again, like I talk about. there will be a little bit more movement, but Meta and IBM are the ones like, Steve was talking about. Watch for that to clear out and go to new highs. Same thing for Meta. That could still go. Could see some pullback. Could see bounce. Tesla and Microsoft have well, I'm about done. I think that's going to be it for the They may see some more moves, but they're definitely going to see a little less volume, a little less movement. I think IBM and especially Meta are the ones that will give you more movement here in after hours, just for fun if you're looking at it. But just what I've noticed over the years. But we got
totally. You start to kind of recognize these archetypes, right, of like earnings reaction.
Yeah.
And it becomes a probabilistic thing, like where you recognize, sometimes they do this. This is not the typical reaction. This is like really catching the street by surprise, at least on one metric, enough to really get some yeehaw. This Tesla is much more common, where sure, it is a big move, don't get me wrong, but it's not a crazy move.
Yeah.
And it's basically an undercut and rally, and then it consolidates into the earnings call, and then likely it won't actually have the volume even on that earnings call after hours, and it'll wait for the pre-market tomorrow and really the cash session tomorrow to really see the continuation off of what is likely a flag into a key level. Because for Tesla, we got the volume in, we surged on the volume after clearing out stops, and we surged right into the resistance. We're just hanging out right at the resistance, but we're not rejecting.
Yeah.
So to me, that's just saying, hey, we're good here. Tomorrow, if all goes as planned, up onwards and upwards. So I'm thinking I'm on Tesla long now, but we got to see the price action confirm.
I like it. Love the process there too. Real quickly, back to some chat. Death God 1411. Love BNI made Bentley money at Friday aftermarket. Yeah, the same thing here, Death God. That was a good run in there in after hours. I stopped out 10 minutes before BNI. Oh, that's Larry Boyd. Larry had a lot of traders do that. They come back in. I kept my live stream up on Friday, and so I'm telling you, Larry, you got to come over and join the Discord. Come over and join when I have my live stream up and free. We're all over every small cap play. You won't miss it. I alerted the 35 to 50 rule had traders banking on the way up. So I'm still live, right? I'm just freaking out. This is awesome. This is crazy. Guys coming back in. Well, oh my God, Josh, AK, what happened? Where did this come from? How'd this happen? So you weren't the only one, and it won't be the last time, Larry. So there will be many more of those. And Joe, W pattern, W. Let's see, double bottom and looking for a move toward the upside. Exactly. Bullish. Always bullish. Exactly.
Oh yeah.
And Vin, thank you coming over, guys. Everyone that came over here and after hours joined us. We'll be doing this more going again tomorrow afternoon. I think, is it Kevin joining you tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Yeah, me and Kevin. That's the one duo that I haven't had as much screen time with, so I'm looking forward to getting to know Kevin just a little bit better. But it's always such a blast getting to hang out with you, man. We got a some good chemistry going on here. I like the back and forth.
Yes, sir. That Cali, Arkansas connection.
There you go. We get a little of the city folk, a little of the inner country. We get the whole perspective here. We're not missing anything.
And I appreciate the love too, Joe. Yeah, Tag. Yeah, you know what he says. He's our large cap guy. He comes in power hour, gets you guys some good some good love, good alerts and lessons for you guys every single Monday through Thursday. And so yeah, no one better in my opinion, maybe other than Michael Noss. But boy, he's busy in all the stuff that he does. And I think it's about nap time for Noss at this point with the kids and everything.
He needs beauty rest.
Yes,
he needs it.
Yes, and you're on the West Coast too. You still got plenty of daylight left. So it just makes the perfect sense for Steve to do these, and he's such a good job. Honestly, do such a good job with these. So, and I love to just help him. Like I said, I've traded these here and there, and being in the large cap sector for a while now, so it's nothing too foreign for me. So yeah, any way to help out, and of course, love streaming live with you, like you're saying, got that chemistry rolling. So yeah, best job ever it is. Yeah, I would say I've always said this. I said because I love going fast and love my car, so I'd say the only other thing that would be just as sweet as this job, but then I'd have to travel, and so. But would be F1 cars. But then I'd get to drive fast cars all day. That's my job, right? And so like, oh man, if I could be an F1 driver, because you gotta think about the money those guys make. They make some crazy money. And then the traveling too, I'd hate it because I'm so used to being homebound because all the dogs, and the wife. But imagine if I did that already, out of the gate instead of being a stock trader. So we don't get as many dogs. I get to travel and she comes with me to Miami, to Morocco, to doing, Las Vegas, that crazy one. That would be. That's my other favorite one. If there's anything else, favorite job in the world would be, because you can do that for so long too if you're really good at it. I think golf would be cool. Another one that it'd be a fun job if you like golf, but it's something you could do for a long time. I think that's why everyone loves this so much, because it's a job that is kind of performance based, right? And you hold yourself accountable like an athlete would, but you can do it for so long. You can do this to when you're 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70. It's not like, well, I'm 50 now. I can't be an F1 driver anymore. I'll have to do it on my own, but I just don't have the reaction and the speed of those 20 and 30-year-olds anymore, and I'm just not as good, right? You can't be as good as you were. You can be better at 50 than you were at 20 or 30 in stock trading. So that's what makes this so awesome.
Yeah, that's such a great way to tie it all together here as we start to wrap up, because I mean that's really, it's the crux of it. You get all of the competition, all of the, because sure, it's always fun to compare to your friends, but really this is you against you every single day, just like an athlete, and you, like you said, you just get better and better. There's nothing that can stop you from achieving the life you want using this. I mean, to be honest, if you just stick with it. So I don't know, it's always super inspiring just hearing your success, everybody's success, people who have been doing this longer than me. And that's what keeps me in it. And that's what I hear from people. Those are the best messages I get, where they're like, hey, you help me see things clearer because you've been doing this for a longer time. And I'm like, oh, well, I feel like I'm just barely getting there, So just the future is bright for all you guys. You're in the right place. You're fishing in the right pools here. Just stick with it.
Mosh Doc says, are you guys going to do a Microsoft call? I think, what was your thought process on Microsoft too as well? So we give your analysts on it. Now, you were thinking about going long, or did you go long on it?
I just added a little bit just because it came to my level. I really try not to overthink it. So I will, is the earnings call, I figured it was going to be later. I should have checked that. I'm sorry. Tomorrow we'll be checking on, and if there are any earnings calls, we can go over them. I'm not primarily a fundamental analyst, so the best news I can give you, or the best information I can give you, will be on the technical side.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my best to be a tourist in the space. But so far, we talked about the Tesla and the the Meta earnings a little more. Let me pull up a bit more information on the Microsoft beat.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, when is that? I was going to say I have the news, and I don't have it on my thing where it says the actual what time the call is, but you can look what time the call is. But I'm right there with you when it comes to that, just because we just talked about earlier. If you go back to the fundamental side of things and you try to be, and I never want to be in stock trading for small caps. I didn't want to be the CFO, so to speak, of a company and have to break down their financials. That just was going to be too much work for me, where if I could just stuck to the technicals, how often the chart worked out really well. And so that's where I just stuck with my trading. Myself, for the most part, anymore, when I see these earnings, there are certain times, like I talked about earlier, Mosh, I'll trade some earnings. But right now, it's what we're seeing from Microsoft. It's what we're seeing a lot of the time from Tesla. Definitely what we saw on Meta, where if you could be down a lot, then you're back up in green, or you could be green a lot and then you're back in red. Same thing for, like, my point being Meta with that red to green move. And we saw that today. We see that quite a bit with these earnings plays, and so you have to take those sweeps down. Go ahead, boss. What do you got here?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to pull up just a quick, nice summary from courtesy of CMG Venture Group on Twitter here. So just a summary of the Microsoft earnings results. So it was a beat on EPS, 4.14 versus 3.91 estimated. On revenue, they beat 81.27 billion versus 80.31, so small beat there. The key takeaways are going to be that their intelligent cloud revenue year on year is up 30%, 29% there. So big beat on the cloud, and that's what we want to basically. That's what we're kind of looking for this data center and AI narrative, in my opinion. So productivity rev plus 16% year on year, computing rev -3 year on year, Microsoft Cloud up 26% year on year, and Azure Cloud up 39% year on year. So it doesn't seem like the CapEx spend narrative is over. It seems like we are still shaking and baking, cooking here, and in the middle innings of the AI narrative, which is all we really need to see some money kind of slosh back into these names, because the mega caps, they have not been outperforming. I think that we were just basically holding on until these earnings to make sure that everything was still intact. And it seems to me like there's nothing in this that is too worrisome. And that being said, we are still down on it. So clearly that I need to look in a little closer and see what the biggest difference is between this and the Meta beat. So tomorrow we are going to also be kind of doing a post-mortem on these ones, or I will be, so to kind of give you some more perspective, because like I said, I'm the technicals guy first and foremost, and learning on the fly to do this more fundamental, deep analysis where you really have to, have a strong understanding to make trades off of this in real time, right? Because often these first moves can be picked up by the algos and then faded, like you can see on this Meta, little sweep down before the big move up. And so you got to be really confident that when you're reading these reports very fast, you know what you're looking for, know what matters, and know what can kind of fool the algorithms.
Reminds
So
me,
that's
it reminds me of trading small caps in pre-market when that PR first pops up. You got to find those keywords with key things and find those in there. Does it make sense or not? You know, is it going to pop, or is it going to be a pop and fade right back on down, or is it going to have the momentum to carry? Yeah, and that's what makes trading those versus just being a technical trader throughout the day where you trade the chart. If you're trying to trade that initial move when a PR essentially is released, like an earnings report or a small cap in pre-market, you got to be quick, you got to be fast, you got to figure out what the keywords are that traders are looking for.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, it seems like I'm seeing a whole lot of people basically a little bit confused, just like me. Like, hey, this seems pretty good. Why are we down? So we can see tomorrow if this is the potential formings of a higher low. On let me pull up a daily chart here. Do an hourly.
Do it.
And essentially, although it might not have all of the shine of the meta right now, we could be still in constructive structure on a higher time frame and just kind of carving out a higher low after making the push down to the 438 previously. So what we could be considering seeing here is kind of speed running the W pattern, where we come down, then we come up for the middle of the W, instead of taking our sweet time to come down on the second leg of the W for the higher low. If we just speed run it like this, we can V-shape and really explode out of this potential W base. That's the bull case from a technical perspective. I'm looking for that kind of technical perspective bull case, because to me, the fundamentals look pretty good on this, because it's confirming the narrative that I would personally like to see. So we will see if we get that. So this area up at the 480 is going to be a big area of interest if we can trade back up to it. We're about halfway back up there from the lows. Besides that, it's your guess is as good as mine as why this is down, and the earnings call will probably be pretty important. The earnings call isn't for half an hour though, so I don't think we're going to be sticking around for that. Unless you're around, Josh. I think we should probably be wrapping it up before then.
Yeah.
But
sounds
okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we can wrap it up here in the next 5 minutes or whatever. Whenever I didn't know, I forgot how long we were working. I was like, how long were we supposed to do this? Is it an hour? Is it 2 hours?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was half an hour or an hour, so I figured, hey, we
hour's
had stuff
good.
to talk about for an hour, so that seems good.
Yeah, half hour wouldn't be enough. We'd keep telling like I would want to just do half hour. So yeah, and then trade the pool. We talked about that earlier. Get ready. Earnings challenge coming up. Starts on February the 2nd. Runs through the month, the 27th. Live earnings coverage challenges. Awesome rewards. Be sure to register. I put that up there. Of course, that's on the live stream right now. Tag that up there for us. I forgot that they put that out there. I want you guys to remember that. So yes, 100%. We'll be doing these in after hours for you guys to keep you up to date on what is moving, why it's moving, where it can go, and the fun runs we'll see, or maybe some slower moves from some of these earnings reports. But don't forget, starting next week, challenges galore. Come join Trade the Pool and get ready for these challenges. I look forward to them, and I will definitely be joining them as well for sure.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to have a little friendly competition in the office. I think that'd be fun.
All right, I'm down, yeah.
I need to quantify how hard I'm going to get smoked playing these small caps, because I'm going to trade the small caps with you guys.
Yeah,
but I'll learn a lot. It's going to be fun.
They're fun. I mean, I would say the main thing, you just keep it simple at first, and you just do what you typically do in large caps. They'll most likely work in the small cap sector as well for the most part.
Yeah.
Just trade your technicals, trade your chart, and I can't wait. Good. We'll be fun. We'll be fun.
The biggest difference I have noticed is that you can't get cute. You can't get cute. Like sometimes I'll get cute and I'll be like, well, I know how unlikely a big outsized move will be on this mega cap, so I can play a little faster and looser. You do not have that backboard with a small cap that could just keep on going in either direction. So it's kept me humble, and it's taught me some lessons pretty fast. So I want to keep doing it, because you guys are just trading on jet fuel. It's like high octane.
Well, very recently. I hope that carries over, because speaking of challenge, Trade the Pool says office challenge shirt. Okay, Trade the Pool. How about this? How about for March Madness? I love college basketball. My Hogs, my Woo Pig Suey. I was going to rep them today, but I love you guys, so I didn't rep my Arkansas Razorbacks. I repped you guys because I love you so much. But they won last night. How about we do a tournament come March Madness? I know you guys hopefully have heard of it. Trade the Pool, of course, maybe Steve. I know you know college basketball and March Madness. I would love we just break it down, Sweet 16. Me versus Michael Katz in round 1. He's a 1 seed. I'm the, if we have 16 teams, so I'd be a 4 seed, right? And then there'd be 1 through 4 seeds in each bracket. There's a north bracket, a south bracket, an east bracket, and a west bracket, right? And it'll be 1 seed Michael Katz versus 4 seed Josh Smith, 2 seed Michael Noss versus 3 seed Money Mitch. And then in the South bracket, we've got number 1 seed, and then that would be pretty cool if we did that and talk about an office challenge, or we could figure out something like that. I think that would be pretty cool if we could do that like on the live stream each day. Like, all right, each trader gets 30 minutes here to trade, and kind of like what we did at the Money Show, which was a trade challenge, and every trader got 3 minutes to trade, make as much profit as possible, and whoever had the most profit, which funny because a lot of them were newer kids, they were younger. Actually, the strategy would be just don't trade. Watch them lose. If they start losing, stay even, because even wins.
Do nothing, win.
Yeah,
sometimes that's the best move.
Yeah, at the end of the tournament, because I'm kind of hosting it, essentially, that way we did that for about an hour or so, and I started noticing, I'm like, hey, so the trend is like, just wait to see, because he'd be like, so what should I do? What should I do? I'm like, well, let's just see what he does. If he starts losing, give him 2 minutes, just trade the last minute, we'll decide to get in something then, but let's just see how negative he gets, and you could win being even, so.
You went Art of War on him. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Love
it. And shout out TB Holdings, by the way. Good to see you in here, bro. We got nicknames now: Josh the Boss and Steve that Achieve. I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Steve that Achieve. That's going on my tombstone.
Yeah. I love it. Yes, that would be great. I love it. Yeah, TB, Joe, everyone else, all the guys that were in here. They're in After Hours, Death God, Mosh, and I know I always say this all the time. We've got I call them wallflowers, right? That's what they are. You used to go to the dance back in the day. I'm Mr. Outgoing, and I see people on the wall. Like, usually you'd see a dorky girl or a dorky girl. I'm like, oh, no, come on. I'm a dork, too. Look at my Transformers. Hello. Get over here and dance with me. So all of you that joined and that were wallflowers and just soaking in this knowledge, I appreciate each and every one of you joining, whether it's from X, Twitter, right? If it's from YouTube, if it's from Facebook, wherever you're watching us right now across the globe. Appreciate you so much. Come back over tomorrow. Got the live stream going all day tomorrow. We'll have Money Mitch, myself. I don't know if Airplane Jane joins. I think she might tomorrow. Kevin Avery. We got the call-in show tomorrow as well. Need to come up with a topic for it. We got Steve in Power Hour, which then leads you into After Hours with Kevin Avery for more earnings reports. We got you loaded and covered here at Trade the Pool. You need to be here, and if you're not, tell your friends about it. Tell your family, tell your mother, tell your brother, tell your friend. Tell them all. Tell your dogs and you tell your dogs and your cats about it while you're sleeping at night. All right, tell everybody about it.
I love it. I can't follow that. So I think we wrap it up there, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And like you said, we'll be back for all that and more. Take care, y'all.
Later.
Have a good one.
Scanners go up now?
Scanner, it will go up, yes.
Cool.
I'll pop that up right now. Take care, guys.
See ya. We may have to get someone to get it up for us. Let's see if Joe's backup scanners are going. Oh, no. We got to get someone to get scanners up.
That's okay. I'm not actually sure if we need it at this point.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, because we could just close it down if you want to. Yeah, and end the broadcast.
I just close it down.
Yeah, because is that what you do when you're done with your show and Power Hour?
Usually yes, unless there's anything special going on. I didn't know if maybe the earnings week was different, but yeah, we're
all right.
Shutting down here. We're all off. Awesome. Thanks for filling in, man. This was fun.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, you have fun tomorrow, of course, with Kevin. Man, I appreciate you so much. Yeah, you're definitely. We got even like me and Kevin always say, we definitely they're building a good squad. They're putting. It felt like it's like the CEO or a manager or a head coach of a football team putting a squad together, or it's a casting director for a movie and they're putting the right cast together, or that yeah. So it's really cool. I love it.
No, 100%. Yeah, it's I'm just happy to be here, man. It's fun. I'm learning so much from you guys.
Yeah.
I am like, man, I'm fighting off something this week though, so I think I'm gonna go take a nap here. But I've had a good time, man. So take it easy.
Get some rest, brother. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good.
We get spicy up in this bitch anyway. I'm at the Fiji. Hey, I'm at the Fiji. Murdoch, chill out. Sorry, I was just getting so hot back here. Well, get the fucking gate up there, honey boo boo pants. All right, sorry guys. Back on the live stream. Me and Avery, she's trying to make muffins, and the dogs are getting in there bothering her. I love it. All right. Back, I know, on that, on my quick recap. I love you so much. All right, I'm gonna feed my pack and chill here and turn this TV off. So many screens on in this room. Sun comes in the afternoon. It is 38 degrees outside, and this room is probably like 78 degrees with all the screens on. I had the TMNT arcade on, TV on. It just gets really warm with the sun coming in over there. Great moves there. In after hours from these large cap tickers. I know El Cabelli. NAMM. After hours runners really didn't do anything. XPON's holding up a little bit, but really I think what stole the show was that Meta took off like a bat out of hell on its way up today, and then even more so after the call. I'm almost done, Ellie. I'm almost done, Moo. And after that race through 700, I thought 710 would hold it. And I think, like he was talking about, when it broke to that level that a lot of people had in, it's just going to surge even more and squeeze more shorts out. It tried to fail actually a little bit more at 720, more so than I thought it would. It didn't. Cool. Got people loving that. That was good. That was good stuff there in after hours for TTP. Now I think we're going to chop around. I think we could see one more leg up. SPY's about done. I will put IBM over here. It has some good after hours movement to it as well. I think it could still squeeze and go for more. Kind of has that Meta look to it. Went straight up versus Meta having the red to green move, but they're very similar from the high of day look, as you can tell there. Tesla, keep it on watch. I like it a little bit more than I think Microsoft's done for after hours. I'll keep SPY on watch over here as well as XPON. I'll get rid of IBM, and Sir was your other after hours mover. That was a good short from CR Trader over on the Discord. So let's get some of those links out there quickly for you guys. I'm about to feed the pack, and then I'm going to get to working out. I'll keep my eye on after hours movers. I'm coming, Margot. I'm coming. There is my Instagram and YouTube. Take advantage. You want morning alerts? Take advantage of this right here. We'll go boom, bam, and then we'll go with boom and. I know, honey boo boo fans. This girl is like, well, obsessed with me and her mom. This girl right here, though. I know, Moosey Kaboosie. It's my Moosey Kaboosies. I can't see. Your eyes are about to go into the sun like mine did. Yeah, your eyes are about to go into the sun like mine did. I got you. I know. Got all the dogs on me in here. Aussie chick, you're yeah, like these dogs are always around Aussie chick. Sorry. Let me finish this. I'm almost done. Hopefully you like that, Aussie chick. That was good stuff, huh? Pretty darn good stuff. This girl is ridiculous. She is stubborn. She'll keep coming. She'll keep on coming. There's some good. All right, there we go. Any questions you guys have? Anything at all? Hopefully you liked that and enjoyed it. Got to spread the word about that. Everyone seemed to have liked it. Oh my gosh, but yeah, she's obsessed with me. And then we got Mama down here. We got these two, so they're back here. Let's see here. Boop. Look at these two playing. Oh no, you were supposed to keep playing. Oh, he's that big old Moosey Kaboosie. And here comes Petey. Oh, look comes Ellie. Oh my god, and Petey tries to get up on me. It's ridiculous. Boop. See, now they're playing again. Look. Where are they at? There they go. There, I can't show them off. There we go. Oh my god, Petey. She's like, every time I show her off, she's like, no, you don't, Dad. No, you don't. I attack you. All right. Anyway, yeah, this is what I deal with Meta once more. Yeah, I think Meta does want more. Like I said, I think Meta gets 750, and if it gets 750, it might even get a touch higher than that in after hours. I think IBM has a really good chance to go even more as well. Really good moves today. Meta and IBM, your after hour winners more so. Yeah, crazy moves in after hours. Meta, IBM after hour winners today on earnings. Sweet. Ooh, it's getting spicy in here. I hate this trade the pool hat. It just looks so... I have a big head. Okay, I got a big head. I'll admit it. My head's pretty fucking... It's not a small noggin. All right. It's a pretty noggin. You know, I got a pretty good jawline, pretty nose-ish, you know, ear. It's a fat. It's got a big head. It's got a big head. This hat looks little on my head. It's just my normal hats, you know, that I wear. Look, it just looks little. I have to like pull it all the way down for it to look decent on me. I just feel like this makes me have like a fat head. Remember fat heads? What happened to those fat head commercials? I think they still sell fat heads. Get your fat heads now. I just never really thought that was cool. I like posters more. I guess it was like the new form of posters, you know, like the athletes, and then they had more. I think I don't know what all, but and they weren't fat heads. They were just truly like big fat heads. Y'all remember these? No, fat heads. Fat heads. That's crazy that when you bring up fat heads, this is what comes up. I thought it was called fat heads. For your wall. For your wall. I thought they were called fat head. Yeah, these guys. Fat head. So it's one word. Fat head. These guys. Right here. Yeah, I've got a full athlete on my wall. This is really cool. Check it out, man. He's over here. He's about to swing. I just never got into that. I just... Give me posters. Posters are so much cooler. Yeah, I got the Avengers above me. I mean, I guess if you're really young, 4, 5, 6, I get it, I guess. Gee golly. All right, any questions you guys have? I'm going to end the day here. Go feed the pack. Go smell Avery's muffins. Chocolate chip muffins. Oh, and her homemade mac and cheese. Oh, my God. What's funny, I went out there for like a quick second when I got done going live with you guys for Power Hour. I had 2 minutes. I walked out there, refilled my water, and I was like, where's the mac and cheese at? It's in the microwave, cooling down. If you want to have, you know, I go in there and you can tell, like, oh, you already had some? And she had a decent amount of it. Not a lot. I say a decent amount. Anyway, I just want to take a bite. She comes around the corner. I'm like Shrek shoveling it into my mouth. She's like, I thought you were just taking to take a bite. And there's like crumbs, cheese coming. It's like, sorry, I went full Shrek mode. I can turn to Shrek real quick. Yeah, I'll take a picture. Let's see if I can. Let's see here. She says I did real good. Yes, I did. Yeah, move. Oh, yeah. Check out that. Oh, crumbs are falling. Panko's falling. Look at all the dogs come in here, though. There she is. And look at the noodles she used. I forgot what those noodles are called. They're like little round guys. It actually is really cool to make mac and cheese with those little noodles. Some good stuff, though. Look at them all. Look at all the dogs. Let me go put it back up real quick. And put this back up. Watch out. Come on. Let's go. 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 Out. 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 Go. 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 Out. 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 All right. All right. Delicious. Oh, yeah. Dude. Those noodles. She wanted to do like chili with those or something recently. She's like, oh, let's get these noodles. I was like, those little dudes? Those little round guys? They're really good. And so it's not so noodly, too. Because, you know, you sometimes... Sorry, I'm eating the panko crumbs. Yes, literally off my desk. I'm being a guy. Anyway. You know, some like you have some pasta and it's just too noodly. And too much noodle. You know what I mean? This makes it to where... Oh, not... Yeah, it's perfect. So yeah, so tonight, the rest, chili dogs, homemade french fries, and some homemade mac and cheese. And she's making some homemade chocolate chip muffins. Yeah, too starchy, yeah. That's perfect. So you actually taste the cheese and the crunch, and there's just enough noodle in there. You want just enough. You don't want to oversteer. All right, cool. Any questions you guys have? We good? I think you guys are good. After hours movers are as is. Maybe, and what I'll do is let these run a little bit longer. Guys, you have water out there. I'm coming in here and drinking water in here for whatever reason. Anyway, I guess they can, but I usually leave it in here for Rue. Rue, our shepherd, stays in here like all the time. So that's why I always have water in here. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to do any... actually, you know what? I can put it up here. I can put a little mini lessons up here. So I'll put some lessons on for you guys up here in this little sector right here in this little box area. So you have something to watch in after hours. Maybe put a podcast on for you guys. These are your better after hours runners. Microsoft, in my opinion, is not going to do a lot. Tesla has that pop continuation look to it. IBM, and so does Meta. Right now, for after hours runners and small caps, we really don't have any. We did it first with XPON and SER. This stole the mob. These after hours large cap runners stole the mob. So I really highly doubt we get any after hours runners and small caps. And it might even suck a little bit of the mob out tomorrow in pre-market. We'll see. I would still say we see action tomorrow in pre-market, some good spikes. But don't be surprised if it is a little bit slower. I know. These are my blueberry, or my jelly beans. So I have an Oreo jelly bean, and then I have a blueberry jelly bean. And these two, like if I'm giving her love, she comes over. And if I'm giving her love, she comes over. Like these two. Fight over daddy's love, which I love. Two ladies fighting over me. I'll see you guys back here in the morning. I'll be in and out of the office, so, chatting with you guys if you're sticking around for the day learning charting. Hopefully, students, you're going to chart right now and go over some key levels you may have missed for the day. Otherwise, I'll see you guys back in the morning. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day tomorrow. Live with you guys, and I have that Trade the Pool elongated session with going live with them, then the call-in show. So if you have any needs for me, I'll be around all day tomorrow as well. I'll be around in after hours here in a little bit. I usually feed the pack, and then I work out in and out of the office while I'm doing that stuff. So if you need you have any questions, you need anything, like always, reach out here, chat with me later. If you see me in chat, I usually don't get back to you guys right away as I'm kind of going in and out of chat. Like yesterday when I was talking with you girls, I was working out, and then after I worked out, took a shower, watched the Razorback game, go Hogs. Nice good win last night. I don't know if Tammy, you're into college basketball, but we beat Oklahoma, baby. We were at Oklahoma. It was a great game. Great game. Let's just show you the finish here. Oh, I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can. I love this. Great game last night. We got one of the better. Let's go Darius Acuff Jr. Winner versus Oklahoma. Let's see if we get this right here. Let's see if we can find it. Where is it at? Here we go. Check it out. Here we go. How's this gonna be bad? Why is this bad quality here? Why do we got bad quality? Why do we got bad quality here? Oh, come on. Let me see something better than that. Let's see something a little better than that. A little better than that. Where is the... Come on here. Let's do this. Arkansas versus Oklahoma. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Now we get down... Let me see here. Where is it at? Later in the first half? Yeah, here it comes. Where does it come? I think we get down like 15. We get down 12. We're down a good amount. Yeah, 10 here. Whatever it is. Let's just go fast forward in here. Go into the second half. Now it's a tight game. It's back and forth. Check out the game winner right here. Down. They come down. We play some good defense right here, which I'm worried about. I'm like, boy, we can't let him get up more than one goal. And oh, thank gosh he missed that. And watch the stud here, Darius Acuff here. Look at this. Oh, wow, that was a terrible edit. Why wouldn't they? How they show this and then immediately it's like he's driving the lane. Anyway, he had the ball. He kind of set back up, waited, drives the lane, goes the hole, gets the foul, and one. Makes the free throws there as well. I mean, yeah, look at the drive here. Check the drive. Look at this. He's a freshman. He's a baller. Dude's a baller. Just crazy to think that at his age, coming in at like 18 and balling like that. It's because I was there once. I'm like, damn, I was 18. But I can't imagine being that good on the basketball court, and you were just the shit. I think he would have won for 2, but we won anyway. Crazy, real quickly, little side note. This guy used to coach at UALR, so where I graduated college from. University of Arkansas is like side school. There's Little Rock, University of Arkansas, this place, U of Arkansas. Anyway, there's University of Arkansas, Little Rock. And that was the head coach there forever ago. And it's just crazy. Now he's made it, a good journey and up in the ranks of a college basketball coach, and now is, coaching for Oklahoma. What happened? I hope you guys get to hear that. Didn't watch the game. It's a lot. Well, he probably drank too much too fast. That's what they had. Just use a towel. Okay, I'm coming. I get to clean up water throw up now. So Petey, our pit bull, drank way too much water too fast. The pit bull that was just standing on me, or one of the dogs that was just standing on me. Anyway, you guys, there goes Tesla. There goes that new. Steve was even calling it that new high of day pop. I don't know that IBM's going to get it now. It usually happens right there after the call, and that ramp up typically is when you'll get it. Call came. Now it's back down. Hey! Guys! Avery, why'd you put him outside? The chaotic movement when you do that, I know. When you have that fast chaotic movement, that's where it comes from, though. That's why I'm like, don't do that. Just wait for this King Kong in here. Sorry, guys. Off the live stream. Yeah. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you guys in the morning. Going to feed the pack and work out. Meta, Tesla, and IBM are going to be on high watch tomorrow. I don't ever trade IBM, but IBM. Just go ahead and put Domino in the put Domino up. Just go ahead and put Domino up too. I'm about to feed him. Anyway, I have to control the pack. Avery cannot control the dogs. They just get a little more anxious around her, and they get a little more over the top. Right then, Petey, when she makes real quick movements, you just hear the dogs go chaotic. Where I'm out there, I'm like, you can at least put a towel on it. But yeah, great game last night. Back and forth there, loved it. We were down early, came back. Big win last night, big win. Pack leader over here has to go feed the pack, and then I want to work out. I'll be in and out of chat for the next hour or two, again, as I work out and feed the pack, and then back here fully. Here comes Petey. Petey's just fine. Anyway, I'll see you guys back here in the morning. I'll put on a lesson right now for you guys here in after hours. Like I said, on the Tesla did get that pop. You might get one more move, but this is what I'm talking about with earnings reports. As I said on the TTP stream, you'll get big moves to start off with, and usually it settles out for about an hour or two. And then I'll come in here literally about 3 hours after the closing bell. Maybe even it's 4. It's my time, 4, 5, 6 o'clock at night. Well, I'll say 4. It's 6 o'clock at night usually. It'll be out of nowhere, and then boom, a big move. And so right now it's probably going to be slow and steady. I know you guys aren't trading these anyway, but just know that and remember this from now on. If anything, just to take that of note, big moves will start off with earnings reports. Then after we make the move, you really start to settle out and don't really move too much the rest of after hours. Now you will again in pre-market tomorrow. And you might one more time here in after hours the rest of the day. But guarantee you the plays I have down here at the bottom will get some good movement in pre-market tomorrow. Now we'll have to wait to see what that pre-market movement is like. Does it provide for good setups for good trades tomorrow? Because as of right now, these plays have moved so much. Well, especially IBM and Meta have moved so much so far and haven't been in these areas in quite a while. And much charting is there. So when there's not a lot of charting there, you can provide for possibly big, good movement for the next day. Small caps looking rather slow, and you're not going to see anything in small caps for the rest of after hours. See you guys back here in the morning. I'll be in and out of the office here, like I said, over the next 2 or 3 hours, and I will alert, post, chat back to you guys. If you have any questions, ask me. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. It might be 15, 20 minutes after you ask it, but I promise I'll get back to you. But you guys have a good, great, safe, blessed, fulfilled night. Time to take care of the house duties. See you guys in the morning. kind of want to tease this. I feel like, you know, when I broadcast journalism major, and I was like, man, and I thought about that. I was like, this is probably maybe the richest person I've interviewed since I was interviewing those Dallas Cowboys. And I almost kind of started getting tingly and sweating a little bit. Like, oh no, this dude's a monster. But no, dude, thank you so much for coming here and doing this today, giving you the time and chat. So let's get into it. Didn't see the first one that you went in with Deck. Tell me a little bit about yourself. How did you get into stock trading? What age were you? And of course, tell us how old you are now, because I know, but maybe some traders don't know. But tell us how young you were when you got into stock trading. Tell us how old you are now, and just that little journey of how it all came about into where you are now.
So I'll keep it, quite simple because there's not too much. But I was 13 and a half, and my dad had started a new restaurant here in Florida as a first business year. And this trader here, I don't know if he was a hedge fund trader, but he had made his first $1 million. Sorry, my nose is kind of stuffy, so But he
You're good. We talked about that, and they kind of figured out what was going on there. So
okay, that's good. That's good. So he had made his first $1 million, and then my dad told me hey, you should start researching this. A lot of people get rich, and it's a hard process, but once you learn it, he said I could really succeed in it. I had to have the mindset for it. So at first, as I say the story, I hopped in on Timothy Sykes and that big whole thing. I don't want to get too much into there. But
we know about the Sykes story. I think I would like 20 or 30% in chat. I bet started at Sykes. I'd love to put that little chat poll. How many of us started over at the Timothy Sykes terrible where we should not have started area? But yeah, I think
I have a picture of it with him. I have a picture with him too, just to make it even better.
Dude, you need to take a picture one day. Be like, hey, who's made more money now?
That's funny. I love that. But yeah, so I went through Sykes mess a little bit. And then straight up to YouTube, a lot of great stuff on YouTube and Twitter. I still follow some of the people that I used to follow back then on Twitter and learning from there. And then actually my dad was the guy that came across Deck. He told me about how he saw Deck. I think it was like a YouTube video he saw Deck, and he told me that he would pay the course for me just so I can learn. He said he would help me out here. So that's what he did. And then I started learning from Deck on YouTube, and then sim trading. He opened up the first brokerage, which was E-Trade. He opened it up under his name and everything and said, work on sim here. I'd like to see how you would do on sim. I want to make sure you're understanding.
So you did paper trade it to start with?
Very little. It was like a couple months, yes, but very little.
At least we can add you to the list, though. Hey, when we preach it.
Yes, you can. It's because my dad, he pushed this mindset in on me that paper trading is good, but he said you don't get those real emotions. That's what he was saying, because he's saying that he was explaining to me, because you're not trading with real money. He was saying, I'd rather you trade small with real money to know how to, because before this, my dad, he never really traded, but he was like, those wannabe traders type of guys. They'll put money into account, buy it when it gets good news and stuff. So he understood a little bit about it. But so yeah, I started there paper trading a little bit, and then after a while, we pulled out of my college fund, which was going to be my college fund, which was $30,000, and then I would start from there. I was trading small, and since I was still in high school, through my whole first year, I ended up the year minus $6,000.
That's not bad. I mean, it's not. But I love the thought process, which I tell every trader when I do my sessions. If you go live, which you do, if you want to paper trade for just short, because you don't get that emotional effect. Totally understand.
Yeah,
but when you go live, just go small. You will get there. Trust me. But just go small, and that way you don't kill your account.
Exactly. And I started like this. This is what I would do: 100 shares for a couple weeks. And then I'd bump it up 250 shares for a couple of weeks and 500 shares, and I'd just play with it. And let's say I had a bad day or a bad week, I'd pop it back down. And I just fluctuate with the shares level of how I felt I was doing when trading. And then, so after that, second year of trading came around, and then I was trading a little better. I took some days off school, so it was still there. And I see AD Trader here. So yeah, I had minus the 6K. I was with 24K. So I was under PDT, but that didn't affect me too much since I had school. So then after that, the next year came around. My dad was a little more pushy on the stocks. So he let me miss school a couple of days of the week, or even miss school for a week just to focus. And I was able to bring it up there over PDT and up to around that almost 50,000 mark. I don't know exactly what it was. It was like 46 something. And then
that's nice. I mean,
yeah.
And that's the thing. I tell a lot of traders, everyone's gonna be different. I mean, it took me, and that's the thing too. Starting over the PDT was very crucial, helps you out a lot. Versus a lot of traders that I tell them, you start with like me, 3 to 5K, it's going to take you a minute to get to P. It's going to take a minute. Even if you do start over the PDT, I'm telling you, it's just every trader is different. It may take you 6 months, may take you 2 years. It's just all about what your brain mindset, how much time you put in. Everyone's a little bit different. I mean, we all get cut the same cut. Do you think we all hit at the same rate? No, we're all a little different, and that's what I try to tell most people.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm just lucky that he trusted me and took out of what was supposed to go to college and put into my trading account in there. And like I said, after that, I hit almost 50K on the year on my second year trading live. And then on my third year, that's when things started to pick up, and I made 150,000 that year. And then third year, yes.
And that's me. I made 100K in my third year. So there we go.
See, yeah, that's how it works. And then fourth year, which was last year, that's when the big numbers came in there, and then that's when I broke it, because at that time, first couple days of the month, I was trading, and then I got a tick in my head. I'm like, I've been shooting for small goals. Let's shoot for something huge here. And then that's when I just started, I started going crazy. I started playing with more size. I started because most people base their risk off, let's say their time frame chart, like the 3 minute. At that time, I was starting to base my risk off the daily chart. So my stop loss would be based off the daily chart.
That's nice. And, that's awesome. I mean, I just love how, and that's what we'll get into more. Because
of course,
how we kind of see things a lot similar, very similar, and that's why I can't wait to get into more of this and see. I'm like, man. Okay, I'm getting there, because I could be like your dad essentially, but I feel like you're like 3 years ahead of me, or whatever it might be. So that's why I'm like, so that's why like you said, when you made, it was just over 100K. I made my third year, but as soon as you said that, that's why I love the relations. So relations at other traders, relations for me. I mean, that's why I love getting you guys on. You're like, oh, okay, you feel like as if sometimes with a lot of traders, you're not doing as well as you should be, or you could be doing better. But then you realize, hey, I am doing good. I just need to keep pushing forward. I am going to get even better and do better, over time. But traders it's a hard game early on, because the mental essentially hurdles, it seems like, for a lot of traders to get over.
Yeah, no, 100%. And so continuing on here, but yeah, you're right. What I would say is my dad, if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have done as good as I have, because he was really motivating me and telling me about risk, how, he's kind of harsh too. So he'd be like, you're not going to be anything if you don't want to take the risk and stuff. So, that really woke me up as well. But yeah, like I was saying here, that's when I had that big break. And then I was like, let's start playing with more size. Let's start being more patient and really trying to catch us close to the top. So I was trading more what I've learned from now is front side and backside trading. At first I was trading a lot more front side, and then stop out. And then I'd catch the backside, and then I had like a flick, in those first couple of days of the year that I said of last year, where I was like, okay, let's stop doing that. Let's start waiting for the stock to really just stop this momentum bull run. And then let's really try and catch it either right at the top or when we start.
All right, here, Josh Smith, AK-47, with another little small breakdown in a trade I took on MNTS earlier here on Trade the Pool. When I see this move to new high of day, I find this old resistance area already in at. But where and why do I want to get out? The main thing for me is when I'm getting into old resistance support areas yet again. Right, exactly. That's what's going to happen to me. I think about that early on. This area right through here is going to be tough. A lot of the time when you form these nice, massive, lower shadows, lower wicks, almost the exact same size, I know that this area right through here, and you can see here, this is almost the same size. And this one's almost the same size as that. I just call it evening each other out. So when I see that evening out from traders, that's that demand supply zone that's coming into play again here. So not only do we have a good dip buy, but then we're going to have a good resistance area. Now, honestly, should have, as you can see here, as I'm scaling out into this resistance area, look for that short, knowing that if there's going to be a lot of volume and buying in this area, there's going to be a lot of volume and selling in this area. Selling is also what? If I sold here right out of the gate without being in the trade, it's also shorting. So you have not only sellers for myself, see here where I'm selling my long that I was in, but then there's traders are then going and flipping over to the short side.
Last year I also did get lucky.
What am I looking for? Old resistance areas that becomes new support. Now I know that next time down to that area, I need to look to go long and surround it with limit orders to go long for a buy. Where am I taking it back up to? This demand supply zone above it. Now, if I'm lucky enough and we get a single that turns into a double and a triple, then my next target's here, with my last target being
so why not? They play both ways and make double the money, which is what I had done with DWAC there. But yeah, after that, I closed off the year with the
on today's episode,
and I decided, when I turned 18, I was still under my dad's name for a while.
Stop it already. When I turned 18.
And then I was done. I was like, you know what? Maybe it's time, because I had the idea of like, I wanted to start helping people instead of staying anonymous for that long. And then that's when the interview came out, and I told Dak, and we talked and everything.
Love it.
What broker?
I was gonna say, and so
I asked a lot of questions.
You're good. Yeah. Anytime you see questions, trust me, you go right on over there. Real quickly though, have you graduated high school yet?
So that's a big question. I've never told anyone that, but the real answer to that is I never did graduate, because as bad as it sounds, is
you're good. You can graduate whenever you want. That's what I was asking, because I was like, hold on, is he graduating today? Because you haven't mentioned that. I'm like, hell, he's making so much money. I'm really maybe worried about, you know what I mean? Because hey, you're a smart little cookie. I'm sure you're probably making all these anyway. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I just was wondering, because he even finished yet? Because I don't even know if you were even. When would you graduate? When were you like? Was it supposed to be this May, or when was it?
It was supposed to be last year, so
okay. That's awesome.
I was going to. I was
awesome,
so close too.
Because I know Deck to ask you. That's one of the questions I asked. If you're going to college, I'm like, is this kid going to Deck? That is a terrible question to ask. This kid going to college? He gonna buy college. He's gonna donate to college. Is what he's gonna do. He's gonna say, open up a trading sector, okay?
Yeah, but I didn't graduate. But I plan to. Maybe it makes my mom happy. For her, she just really wants me to graduate, so I might just go over there and finish it up.
Are you the only son?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I was for a while, but it's like, since I was her first son, her goal was, high school, college, and then go from there. But I've kind of changed her mind now with the little ones, because I do have a little brother and two little sisters.
Good.
So she's more lenient, but she still wants me to graduate.
I was gonna say, regardless as how moms are, I know my mom right now, she'd be saying the same thing. Like, she'd be peeking over the shoulder. Now, Matthew, let me tell you right now, you go get
That is true.
So one last question before you can get to dive in. What's written on that wall back there, Mr. Smarty Pants? What do you got going on back there? Me and the broadcast journalism major and all the stuff I've done in the past, I always have questions. So what do you got? Is it stuff for stock trading, or is it?
That's my whiteboard. I didn't think you'd see that, actually.
It just comes back to the whole sports analyst in me, and I kind of see stuff, and so I've got to analyze, and I'm like, so what is this back here?
So you can't see it from here, but I have my goals for the year, which is I have a small account challenge that I started. Not a small account challenge, let's be honest. It's not a small account. I started the account at 30,000 because I wanted to try to redo what I did before, but faster, and see if, what I've learned so far, in a sense. And, so that account actually right now is at 78,000. So I also have daily affirmations that I like to read. I have goals for the account, which short-term goal for the year is 100, mid goal is 250,000. And then at the end of the year, I want to shoot for that million again or more, which now I think I could easily, because I'm almost at 100,000 already. And with more size, more shares, I have goals I've achieved, and just that's pretty much it. I want to put more stuff on it.
Exactly. I figured it was stock related, and so that's why I just wanted to ask that question. That's that sports analyst coming back into me. I'm like, to let other traders know what you're even still doing daily, so that you're still putting those goals. It's not like hey, I'm making money now and I can just do what I want to do. You're still setting that precedent and still setting goal. I love Michael Jordan. Back to my Michael Jordan. Or hey, we love Transformers. Back to Optimus Primes of the world.
Yes,
you get my point. You're always there's always room to grow. You're always so on. I'm not going to get into it all, but I just love. I figured that's what it was, so I wanted to ask real quick. All right, so let's get into it now. Secondly, now I get this question a lot. So now we know your background, where you're from, how you got into stock trading. Tell me more about really about yourself as far as what you're looking for. As you talked about, you're up earlier and earlier now, and I kind of agree with you. If you want to get short locates, especially at a cheaper price, you got to get up earlier. So what are we looking for each and every morning? What setups are we kind of looking for before the day even starts? And are we trading pre-market? Essentially, give me your kind of pre-market to opening bell analysis of what you're doing every day.
So I almost never trade pre-market because I have horrible luck with pre-market. Never trade it. I just don't. I can't get a win off pre-market. It's so weird. But
I'm right there. Don't worry. I'm right there with you. And everyone asks me that. I am not a pre-market trader. 99.9% of my trade, I don't even trade after hours. It's like 99.9% of my trades are in market hours. That's just when I get my trades.
But okay. So first things first here. Let's get straight to it. So I have my home monitor set up, so I'm always looking around here. But main broker I use is E-Trade because I've had great luck with their customer service, and two, I've never had problems going long. I've had a lot of problems trying to go short, so I keep E-Trade more for the long. Sometimes I'll short if I can catch, but main shorting broker has been Lightspeed, but I'm slowly transferring either to Centerpoint Cobra Trading or Speed Trader. I was researching a couple of them just to see. But first thing in the morning is I have trade ideas up here on the left. I have volume leaders, biggest gainers percentage, unusual activity scanner, and a up gap scanner. And then I'm just looking at those. I don't really look at, let's say, news that comes out really, because I found that before. I just have one email made for news, which is a old video of Jack. I don't even know if that still exists now, where he said, make an email that you don't care about and just sign up for a bunch of these things that'll send you press releases in the morning. I would go through that, and then over time, I just found out.
I know. I still
usually
get
those
some that
just
I'm
end
like,
up-
I got to unsubscribe to this. Why am I getting
right?
this
Yeah,
thing?
exactly. Yeah, but it's like now I just look at the scanners that I have, and I also look on Twitter a lot because whatever people are talking about pumping on Twitter is what I want to short at the top. So yeah, I'll look at the volume leaders here, and then I'll pull it up on my chart. And first thing I'll check is, are we above the previous day high? Or are we below the previous day high? If we're above the previous day high, that tells me that we should still have momentum to continue higher before going down, or we can just close high as well. So we may not even have a short. The easiest shorts are when you're below the previous day high. So if you find a short below previous day high, try to find the top, and then of the intraday on that ticker, and then your risk essentially would be to look for anything that is below the previous day high. That's just the biggest key for me. I just want to emphasize that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good job there. That's exactly. So yeah, previous day high. That's the key, because that tells you more that, okay, momentum's dead, so let's go down. They said they can't hear you, AK.
Oh, okay. You heard me though, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard.
That's weird. Sorry, my bad, team. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, every once in a while, that was my bad. Yeah, sorry, my bad. You're good. So what
No worries.
what I was saying though, team, because we were teasing beforehand. You may have heard the conversation we had, but he told me he can't wait to go over short with AGRI. Then he just explained that strategy, and instantly in my head, as the whole the whole analyst in me, and then what you're doing, and now stock trader, and I'm like, that's probably how we shorted AGRI today, and so that's awesome.
Yeah,
go ahead,
so,
go ahead, boss.
So yeah, like I said, that's the key for shorting for me. I look for. There was another example here, but I threw that ticker away because I didn't like it too much. I even forgot about it. But yeah, ARGI, that was that example of we are below the previous day high, which is key for me, which tells us that we're on the backside of trading. So easier, it's just a lot easier to short. Previous day high or previous day close. It's a previous day high, not previous day close. That could be support or resistance depending on where you are, but previous day high. And so my strategy consists of SMAs, which I use the 8, 20, and the 50. I do also use VWAP, and on the daily, I have a daily chart. I have 60, 30, 15-minute charts, which I'll like go in and out of. I'll observe all timeframes on that chart, which sits on my right. And then my main big old chart here, I'll have 3-minute and 5-minute. I don't use 1 minute and 2 minute anymore because I just feel like a lot of people that try to short, they'll short way too early thinking it's a top, but really it's just exhaustion, pullback, breakout, which screws up a lot of people. But let's say on the 15-minute, we were still squeezing shorts because my strategy focus on, I want to go short when other shorters are getting squeezed.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
So
right.
when they're getting squeezed, that's when I get in, because that's when they're stopping out and then buyers are taking profit. And then that's when I try to get in. But I also wait for a little bit of confirmation. And sorry.
Oh, you're good, boss.
I
Yeah, no,
trade
that's what's
more,
funny. I got to get good at what you're good at there. Yeah,
water here.
Get some liquid in, yeah. Because I was gonna say that I need to learn that because I that happens to me, and that's why I don't short tops. And I know a lot of the shorts already been had, but you see when I short, I know you know the shorts already been had. Shelf cracks,
Exactly.
trend line cracks, a lot of shorts already been
Yeah,
had. But I know then it's
exactly.
confirmation that more short is going to be had, and I go, hey, at least I know I'm gonna get part of some of the short. So
Exactly.
I just want to get. I need to get the top part now, like you do.
Yeah. Do you want to hop into the explanation here? Because I feel like this, I can really explain a lot better.
Go right into it. Yeah, pulling on up.
Okay, how do I share here? It doesn't. Oh yeah. Okay, let me do it.
Yeah, you're the host now. You should be able to share. Let me know if you can't.
Okay, I got it now. Boom. Oh, let's just use. I still can't. Host disabled. That's what it says.
Let me get it up. Yeah, hold on. Let me buy participants. Make host. Yes.
Okay, there you go. Okay, let me find what screen here. But this one, I'm pretty sure. Okay, can you see the screen here? Just to make sure.
We are rocking and rolling. Yep, that's so pretty. Is that E-Trade?
Yeah, that's why I love E-Trade. I love their.
I do like E-Trade. Of course, you know I'm biased in my Thinkorswim, but I that's why I like E-Trade to start with because it is very pretty as well.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Like, it's so easy. So this short, let's get straight into it. This short is just awesome. So we have the previous day here, which I also marked on the daily chart. I marked the previous day high, and we were trading below it. And then I look for pre-market structures as well because I noticed they hold pretty good. So I was looking at pre-market structures here, and I was looking to see how it would react here. This was my main level here. I had a small level here that I only had because price, in a sense, on these last couple of candles before the open, couldn't close above it, only traded. But in the open here, we pushed up a lot. And I was waiting to see the confirmation, which I wait for a little bit of a pullback off these levels. And I once we touched this 430 level, I saw the bid start to get smashed. And once the bid started getting smashed, I hopped in with them short, which my short was around 425. I shorted more at around 417 as well. And then price popped back down, and then price again ended up closing higher. And then essentially after that, where my risk would be, I would have right now my stop loss right above this high of this candle here, because then I know once we broke this high, we should push higher. So with the stop loss at the high here, let me have another trick here.
Yeah, you're good, boss. Take your time.
Yeah, so with the stop loss at the high here, and my cost average around 422, because I shorted 425 and 417. I saw that we were making a reversal here. We're starting to push up green. We closed green, but we closed it at the middle range of this candle, which for me means buyers and sellers don't know what they want to do. And then I see a gap up here from candle to candle here. We see a gap up. We push up, and then we test this 20 SMA, and then the 20 SMA actually starts crossing under the 50 here, which tells me confirmation that we want to start pushing down. And then as we start pushing down here, I just leave my trade on, and that's when the big selling starts to happen. And mind you, that I'm looking at this on the 10-minute, but still observing it here from my 3-minute chart. But that's why I'm always looking at all charts, because I always want to see everything from different pictures. And then, yeah.
Hard, making sure they can hear me. But that's what I tell a lot of traders. If you want to do whatever time frame you want to go with, whether you want to go with 1 and a 5, a 3, and whatever floats your boat and floats it right and keeps that money coming in, use it. I mean, and me was always a 1 and a 3 or 1 and a 5 when I want to use them. And the same thing for you. What you use those for is because it's going to fake a lot of time in that 1 minute time frame. You're going to get faked out a lot early on, and so that 5-minute, 10 or 15-minute time frame is going to keep you in a trade a lot longer most of the time.
Exactly.
And it's not going to fake you out a lot more.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, you're right. 100%. So like I was saying, and then we're trending under the 20 here, so that's confirmation that we're trading the backside here, and then we're also trading under the 8. That's more confirmation that the short term, the midterm, and the longer term trend is pushing down now. People are asking where I covered. I essentially covered in this 375, 371, and also some at 380, because this is a demand zone to me, which is a big drop, consolidation, a big pop. I call it a demand zone because I feel that there's orders left over from the big pop, or, so then after that, we pop back into here. I see how we respected it once. I covered a little bit, come in twice, and then I see here that these two candles couldn't close, and then we had a huge drop down. And then once this huge drop down, I was looking at it, see how it started reacting. It started to pull back. It pulled back too quickly, so I market and order out the rest. And this demand zone was where this pop-up came back from. And from this pop-up, you really could have caught another short here off the 50 SMA with also a candlestick pattern here, which would be I call it the inverted hammer, which would be this hammer here. You know how you use a hammer, there's a top, there's a stick on the bottom.
Right,
Just the inverted hammer. We had an inverted hammer. We couldn't break above the high of the inverted hammer. You could short when the candle went green, I mean. Or red, I'm sorry, with the candle went red with a stop loss above the hammer candle. Just knowing that this day has obviously been downtrending here. You could put a trend line, but we obviously
I was gonna say that's like me and my double triple whammies. I mean, you could put the downtrend line. I mean, there's so many like resistance areas that it hit right there. That would have been a great short again, even right there. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But I saw someone saying here, how did I decide to cover? Was this demand zone here? This demand zone, I knew we'd have trouble around it, and I saw price start to react So I just covered it. I usually market order out. I never limit order out. But continuing here. I'm trying to read some of the questions here. I understand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, if you want to go ahead and answer Harry Potter's, and I think there was one right above it with Schniz. Schniz was asking about the high pre-market. So if you want to go up to Schniz, you can answer Schniz if you want to.
So what I mean is just overall. So pre-market or just not pre-market. I want to see that the stock is trading below the previous day high. So it doesn't matter if it's pre-market or during the session. Anytime during the session that it crosses the previous day high, I just don't look to short more. I wait for it to exhaust a little bit, and then maybe I'll look for a short.
So that's what, and so just to reconfirm, all he's saying is if it's below the opening day, we don't want, and like me too, I don't want this, and I'll put my, I don't know if you can see my cursor, I don't know if you can actually, yeah, you can. I don't want this over this area, right? We get over this high of day or get over this, that's bullish. That's going to continue to run.
Exactly.
I'm going to wait to get a short in, wait for me and my, wait for something to form and something to set up and wait for it to exhaust, like Matt's talking about, whether it's noon or 1, 2, it's power hour, because it's bullish. So we want it to be below the high of right here from yesterday, essentially.
Of course, yes. And the 50 SMA I only added is, I used to use it in the past a lot, but I took it off for a while and then I added it back because I see that it's almost like support resistance, really. I've noticed it more like that. It is also trending, but it just takes so long. So it's more of a longer term trend. But it also, for me, mostly I use it for just bounces, really. As you can see here, we bounce, we pop down, we bounce, we bounce. Here we traded sideways. But I use it for a lot for bounces because I feel like I see a lot of orders come in when I see that 50 SMA touch, and I also know that a lot of traders use it. So if they're using it,
yeah, I used to use it as well. 100%. That was one of the ones. I can go back to my old recaps on Instagram, and I have that was one of the ones. Because another thing is because Thinkorswim put it on for you. If you open up they kind of want, because main reason why a lot of traders use it, so they want you using what traders are using.
Exactly, 100%. Let me get here to the next. Okay, demand zone. So demand zone is super simple to overcomplicate it a lot, but it's a big move down. Big move down, doesn't matter how many candles. But all you want to capture in this box are the basic candles, which is just sideways candles like this. And then you mark that, and then a big move out. I don't look at too much at volume here, but if you look here from the basic candles, low volume, low volume, low volume, and then we have a volume spike up to almost 2 million just off this one candle here. So that's what the demand zone is for me right there. I use it with supply, which is the top, the opposite as well, which is the same exact concept. You want to see the volume out and you want to see the volume in. So the volume in here was high volume, which is 1 million, which is what I like to look at, above 1 million or around that 1 million mark. And then the volume out, which is leaving, was a lot more than the volume inside, which shows that a lot of buyers really came in here. So there has to be orders here, which could be either stop out orders or shorts covering close to their entries or whatever it is. There's just a lot of buy orders, so I know that there could be a bounce. And something about demand is it doesn't work, or it does work, and it can work more than one time. So demand, it bounced off. So really, I could expect it to pierce in a little deeper and maybe go up again.
Right, and then that comes back to me where I'd be going, boy, crack that bottom of that area, you know, and it's going down some more, and I'm gonna get a good short in.
100%. This platform is E-Trade, and how many shares are you typically trading? Do you scale it? I always scale it to scale out, always. It's awesome. I just love how it is because I don't care about the perfect entry. I just care about how far down I can take it, and it depends on shares here. For a $4. I'd say I don't trade anything under like $3 because I don't like it too much. But from anywhere $4 and above, it could be up to 100,000 shares. Like it's just, or it could be 50,000, 25,000, but it could be anywhere in that range there. So yes, I do get in trouble when volume starts to sink a little because then I start getting out, the market starts to pump. But yeah, anything over 1 million in volume that is still trading over 1 million, I'm not too worried about that because I won't trade too many. But yeah, scaling in, scaling out. That's the best way for me to do it because of how many shares. And I want to show you guys another trade here actually as well, Netflix, because I also did play with this a little. Oh yeah, that's scary here. Just a bunch of lines on here. All my lines disappeared, but that's okay.
It's all right. We that used to be a guy in chat. I don't think he was right before maybe. I don't know if he was around. It was Jeff Acito Pop is Short King, and then it was Jeff Forex when he first showed up. But it was right around when you were on. I think you were on Arnold Trader. You were here because you were on Arnold Trader. But he was just like that. He would have line, and then when I went live on Fridays, like, all right, let's see how many lines you got in today. But it definitely helps out, especially over time. And I can't wait to go into one. I forgot to bring up actually KAVL that popped up earlier. I was in my session earlier, and I see it literally KAVL came down to 130, 3-ish, 135 earlier this morning, or I should say yesterday into this morning. Then that's where it popped back up. I had a green line in all the way back. It was set in on February the 7th that I've kept in, and it literally came down to that green line. Kind of forgot all about it, and boom, off that green line today, up to $2+ I'm like, oh my god, how crazy is that? That's why I say keep your lines in.
Exactly. I believe that a lot. Keep your lines in until they're invalid in the sense of prices start to just do this around it. So then I take it off. But if it's still doing like a little bit of up and downs around it, then I'll keep it on because there's still some reaction off there. So yeah, I 100% believe in that. But let's get to this one here. So first things first here, I noticed here we're in a downtrend, but we've been red and we've been pushing down for way too long. I expected a bounce. We had a gap up also. When we gap up, essentially what we're going to do is fill the gap and then push up higher, which is what we did. So we gapped up, we pushed down. We didn't fill the gap. We pushed down to try and fill the gap, and then we pushed up higher. And then I have my 3-minute chart here. The initial push up here, this was when I had it in my radar or on my eyes. Just was keeping an eye out on it. And then I marked 2 types of support resistance. I marked the top, which would be here, and I also marked places, an area, or just a general area where price couldn't close above, which we traded above, couldn't close, traded above, couldn't close, open, couldn't close, traded above, couldn't close, couldn't close, couldn't close, or couldn't even trade above. So I know, that's resistance. And then,
and when I want to go back to candle or guys, my candle confirmation lesson. I know Matt, you're not around. You do, but the same kind of thing, right? It's the same thing I always say. Put it with the top of the candle. If those wicks are, whatever you call them, are large enough. Put it with where you couldn't close at and open over at, and that is going to be the other area that you have to deal with.
Exactly, 100%. So yeah, my bias here was a long and then end of the day short, which is pretty much what I did because I know we're still in a downtrend. So whether the hedge funds or big bankers, they're just going to push it up to try and get a short to push it down. That's my mindset. And then we made a higher low here, and then SMA started to curl up. They started to curl up. We crossed above the VWAP. We're trading above the 8. I gave it a chance here on this big green candle. I bought before the breakout. I always buy before, a little bit before. It gives me that space just in case it's a fake out to get out. I bought before the breakout, which I think was like 335.06, something like that. I don't remember too well. And then it started to trade above, and then this candle here. So because Netflix is a little weird. It's not really. It's like this. It's not like 1, and then it starts pushing up. It's weird. It'll jump like 30 cents, and then jump down 30 cents, and then jump up $1. So it's like super crazy because the spread is just insane. But
and that's what I tell traders when they see that movement where it's like boom. I was like, that's the spread. That's why. Like if you instantaneously see a stock go say 31.10, 31.30, 31.10, 31.30.
It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. And then we started to break out. I left the trade in. And I wasn't too worried about this resistance, just recent beat. If you look at the past, let me take this off. There. If you look at the past, it didn't really, it didn't resist too much at that area here. But what I did mark at resistance was a little bit above it, which was an area up here where we could have closed above. And I also marked again, which is that same concept, the high and the area where it could have closed above. So I had this almost as a zone here. And I was long. I exited half my position. Once this green candle started to pull back hard, which I saw the bid start to get crushed again, I exited. And then I left the rest of my trade with the stop under the parabolic move, which would be this green candle, under this low here, which is where I would leave the stop because that's where everyone else would usually leave their stop if they were buying. And we never traded below. We had another leg on up here. And then my next target-ish area was these wicks area. Let me move this, delete this here real quick. And then that's the VWAP going crazy, never mind. But we had a low here that we broke below, and then we pushed up. We couldn't go above, couldn't go above. So I just knew this was a key level here. So I just put a limit order. Yeah. No, no worries, no worries, no
Yes,
worries.
but that's what it is. I mean, all it is like, and Deck always taught it, old resistance equals new support, or vice versa.
Exactly.
Whatever it is,
It's the key.
Right. It's a quick little sandwich.
Yeah, and I did get out early, but so I put that order in. I just put a limit order to get out. I ran to the bathroom because I had to blow my nose, and I got out, and then I saw how much higher it went.
Got to keep those tissues on the desk now. We got to keep those tissues on the desk now.
Right. So I usually wait to see how it reacts. It, as you can see here, it just blew through that. So and then I came back to the desk a little bit later, and then I saw it start to consolidate here, which were more levels here. Let me actually see if I could mark them here, because my levels deleted. So I had this marked, I had that marked, I had that area marked here.
Just want to let you know, I love seeing this on Auto Trader, but team, does this not remind you, this is what I'm doing all day, every day, right? And this is what top traders are doing. So I love seeing this. I get to see the first interview. So now I see this, I'm like, yes, all right, okay. I'm not the only one doing this here, dang it. I love it, So it's using that daily is huge.
Exactly, 100%. It just gives you the bias for the whole day. And it's good to guess. I like guessing a little bit on the daily chart. For example, previous day here, right when it opened, I would look at it and I'd be like, okay, where's the downtrend? I'm guessing that price is going to push up a little bit and sink down and maybe pull back a little bit at the end of the day, because sellers are obviously in control because we have an overall downtrend, which I have a whole thing for that, which I'll actually go over another day because that's a whole other thing. I call it my DPAUs. I'll go over that later.
I like that. See, you come up with your own little things like sandwich and all the little things I come up with. There you go.
Yeah, which is like I try to guess the next daily candle the night before. And
let me tell you this. Let me ask you, because I've been just real quick little interview on my question. Is that mostly because I ask a lot of people get this from me? Does that most likely come from you just doing this from year in, year out now for so long?
Yeah, pretty much.
Seeing all the other tickers do what they've done before, and you just kind of remember what this setup's most likely going to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what it is. Pretty much just experience. That's like people ask, how do you read level 2? How do you read the tape? It's like, it's just experience, honestly. It's YouTube videos help. A lot of have helped me, but it's really just experience. It just over time you start seeing the little clues that they leave behind.
And overall, what that experience, which I tell traders over time, that builds confidence, your discipline,
exactly.
All those keywords you lack, patience, all these keywords we talk about. Getting that experience in, getting out in the field and actually getting the work in, whatever job you want to talk about, but it's actually getting the, like you said, getting in there and getting the work done. That's when you get the experience in.
100%.
It grows over time.
Yeah. So continue on with this trade here real quick, because this is the juicy part here. So I had these levels up here. I actually had shorted, not right at this level. I shorted a little bit lower at around 342.05, 0.06, something like that. So I shorted when it started pulling back from the level. Price rose again. My stop loss was just a little bit above this level, because I knew that if we just continued, the bulls obviously took over. But the next candle, it showed weakness up here. It just pushed up. Hold on one second.
You're good.
It was every time it just tried to push up and break 334 or 344.17. Push up, try to break, push up, try to break, push up. And then eventually I was like, okay, there's obviously big sellers there headed. So I just let it go. And we saw this big gap candle that I was like, oh, that's crazy. And we gapped out, trying to push. And then again, looking at the times and sales, I saw this area right here where price just traded below, couldn't break, traded below, couldn't break, which I don't know if this is a shelf, but
that's my shelf, baby. That's the shelf, baby. That's exactly. My shelf. I'm like, there's my shelf. I'm like, oh, I'm reeking for that short right there.
And you could add more stuff to it, which I saw higher low or lower highs. Lower high, lower high, lower high. So, and then every pop up, I just averaged it more. And once that breakout came, I kept holding. And then on this green candle here, it scared me a little bit because it pushed up really quick. So it pushed up quick. And then I was like, okay, let's get out with 25%. So I got out 25% of my size. And then I got out and I let the rest go. And I said, okay, I will risk break even, but I'll let the rest go. I let the rest go. And again, going over 820 SMA here. As you can see, once we started to push below here, the 8 was above. We pulled back. The 8 started to start crossing in a sense. So these pullbacks is just, it's weird to explain, but that pullback, all it was the 20 pull it a little bit higher, 8 pull it a little bit lower, and then this next pullback or this next red candle here from the pullback, all it did was just push that SMA 8 down, confirmation of a downtrend, and then we started to trade below it. I held it on. I keep holding my trades until the 20 gets blown through. If I'm looking for a big old like catch the whole move type of trade, and I kept holding on it because as you can see here, we pushed above the 8. Holding on it. I exited some at VWAP because the VWAP actually had a big bounce, and then eventually just straight through it. I exited 50% of my position there at the VWAP. I let the rest go here, and then, oh wait, who would have figured that the level that we played for the breakout is literally the bottom of
what we talking about? Old resistance equals what? New support.
Exactly, support. Yeah, exactly. And then I just exited my full position in the 386 or not 336.74 area, which, like I said, I always wait for the reaction. I want to see price really bounce off it a little bit. Level 2, I use level 2 every day. Like that's the key factor for me. Level 2 tape reading. If you don't know how to read tape, how to read level 2, it's just gonna make it so much harder because that gives you a huge edge. How much room do you give? So it's not necessarily how much room, it's just when the trade doesn't look like it should work anymore, in the sense of this short here, we started pushing up this green candle here with momentum here, and then I told myself above here 344.42, which was a resistance area, if we push above that, I'm just going to get out, and I'll short much higher, but we couldn't even push above 344.18, which tells me sellers are strong there. And then this candle turned red very quickly. I believe in reversals of candles, reversed really quickly, pushed down, and the next candle opened gap down. So I was like, okay, yeah, we obviously have sellers here. I started to see the consolidation form, and I'm like, okay, let's see what happens here. I saw that we had support here, strong support, because really, price tried, but it couldn't. You can see that in the tape. Every time it dipped a little bit below, orders came in quick, pushing the ask above. And we pushed up here. We had a gap candle up here, up. And on this gap candle up, that did scare me here a little bit because I was like, okay, maybe we're just going to push the breakout above. But then I waited for the reaction, which the gap candle, once it pushed up, it had a little wick above it, boom, straight down. I was like, okay, straight down. Okay, yeah, no, sellers are definitely in control here. I shorted some more, came back down. This area still couldn't break, pushed up, this big quick spike again, big quick spike. Once it started to retrace a little bit, I shorted more, and boom, which usually happens, third touch breakout. 1, 2, 3, breakout. And that's how that happened pretty much.
And I'd say a lot of the thing, like it sounds like me, you pretty much well, anyway, I guess you do, but pretty much, of course, the level 2, but you just say, instead of like, what's your room, what's your stop loss, the chart tells you the stop loss.
Exactly. It does. You know, I don't like putting limit order stop losses or stop limits, or, I don't like putting that because I feel like you could really you can tell kind of. So it's like you wanted to give it the extra wiggle room, still having discipline, of course. But like sometimes I'll notice that it would have, if I had a limit order, it would have hit my limit order. It took me out, but it would have hit my limit order, took me out of the trade. But if I had waited that 1 extra 2 cents, it would have came back. So that, also looking at the level 2 here, because if it hits my stop loss area, but level 2 is still like, we're still crushing that ass, still orders coming in fast, then I'll get out of it, take the loss.
Speak to you at a time,
no worries.
But yeah,
no worries.
that's what I tell a lot of traders. That's where you really want to look at the level 2. It's not like you're in the middle of a trade and it's you're heading in your direction. Oh, I gotta look at the level 2 still. The crucial times look at your level 2. The most crucial times your entry area and then your stop loss area. That's, and of course your exits you want to kind of check it there. But that stop loss is huge. Like you were saying, I mean, you can go to your stop loss area and then look at the level 2 and go, yeah, we're good here. You know?
Yeah, exactly. 100%. No, I agree with that. And yeah, that was pretty much that trade for me. And then after that, I just called it a day. It's a little sick, so I just like.
Do you do that a lot of the day? Like that's me a lot of the time too. And I don't know how often do you get trades, and that's another question, and we'll get to a few more. But how
Usually
many trades do you average, or kind of like me?
lot.
Does the day tell it really how many trades you're going to get? Some days it may be 2, some days it could be 10.
Yeah, so it really tells me. It depends on the day, but if the day's hot, I like 5-10 trades. And what I mean 5-10 is without the ads and stuff, because I usually add as it pops up and keeps trending down. So yeah, like 5-10 trades on a really, really crazy day. But if not, like 1 to 2, 1 to 3 trades, and like that one trade will just be enough for me because the day's kind of slow. But yeah.
And so overall, you would probably say, do you think you're maybe wrapping it up most days by noon to 1 or even earlier? Or what? I mean, are you trading all day? I mean, what's the average day, honestly, for you for trading?
It's kind of crazy, but if I'm like not sick at all, I'll go from 7 to 4. I just stay here the whole day.
I love it.
Because a lot of people don't know, but lunch hours has opportunities too. Like I've noticed the past couple of weeks that lunch hours stocks have been going up. You know, they have, and you can either catch the short.
Commentary. It's like as soon as I go live, I'm like, man, I thought it'd be slow today, and I get into a lesson maybe, and here we, it's almost like we're off the races again at lunch hours. Yeah. So that's why I don't want to tell a lot of traders, and I'm sure you agree as well. Don't ever limit like, oh, it's lunch hours, oh, it's Friday. There's always going to be plays to be had. You just got to find 100%, them and attack your setup.
How you find Netflix short? I didn't really find it. It was almost I just out of all the fags, Netflix is my favorite. That's pretty much it with it. I love Netflix. It's so easy just to read. For me personally, like POV Joshua, I know his is Tesla, mine is Netflix. You know,
I was gonna say, and mine lately has been AMD. But yeah, literally, it's like you find one that you just this moves so beautifully. I can just see the pattern so pretty. Right? It's like you're in the Matrix almost.
Exactly. That's literally what it is for me. I was like, let's check out Netflix real quick. And it was like, so the day was slow. I was like, let's check out Netflix real quick.
How do you think overall, for the most part, how many setups? Now I know, because honestly for me, I'd say there's probably, because bounce plays can come in a array of different ways. So bounce plays, and I've got my shelves, my trend line cracks. Those are what I go for. Those are probably the 3 setups I know I go for and attack daily. And of course, kind of like I said, the bounce plays, that can come in an array of different ways. What are the 3 or 4 you're always looking for daily to attack? It looks like you use that 8 and 20 a lot. I used to use a 50 with it. But what are the 2 or 3, 4 setups you're looking for daily to kind of use and attack?
It's weird to explain, but it's not really like a setup in a sense. It's more like I know that the momentum is dying. When it's a short, I know like momentum's about to die here. Like it's got to be over here. Large cap. A quick question here. Large cap is easier than penny stocks. It really depends. Large cap has been easier, but penny stocks you can make more a lot easier. So so it's like it depends on what you're trying to do. And another example here that I want to show, HYMC. I didn't take this trade, but it was in my list. I totally forgot about it. But as you can see here, we obviously, traded above the previous day high, which I say, you could, I'll put this pre-market on here. Boom. There you go. So in pre-market here, it was just a sideways action here and doing what people call accumulation, which I actually learned on Twitter, but or just a wedge pattern, whatever you want to call it here. And I just totally missed it. I totally forgot about it, I was just dumb. I just totally forgot about it. I was focused on AGRI so much, which was a beautiful short. I didn't look at it at all. It's like, because I figured I just figured this would happen because we were just struggling so much in pre-market to hold above 282. And then right as market opened here, we just had a little tick up and then straight down action. So I was like, okay, that's the trend for the day. It's over.
Yeah, and that's what I got. That was my only trade of the day, and that was what I learned was early on was that crack right there, the trend line crack, and then the crack of that kind of 250-ish area. When it cracked both of those together at the same time, if they did, it was going to completely collapse, and it did pretty much right off the bat. I was like, okay, here we go. So that was
it was a really good trade. That was a really good trade. That was a really good trade. And like I said, which shorted the pops here, had a pop on up, short the pop. Had a pop on up, short the pop. So I'm always shorting recovery, but I'm keeping my initial position still. But I'm just always getting that realized gain.
Right, so you get the initial entry, and then it's scale out some, add a little bit more. Scale out some, add a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. No worries.
And I didn't. My bad. Thank you, Sean. I'm always muting myself so I don't start talking over him. All right, so you got the next 5 to 10 minutes. He's already been talking for an hour. I don't want to keep Matt forever because, of course, the throat. He's not feeling. He's feeling pretty good because he's banking today. But next 5 to 10 minutes here, open the floor up, teams, and he'll read the questions, and so I don't have to read them out. I know Matt, you can see them. So if you have anything for living like Matt, go ahead and shoot the questions out right now.
I'll answer them
5 to 10 minutes, and I'll close up shop after that.
Help you guys out here. Have you ever? I enter usually market orders. But I do enter a lot of limit orders for both long and short because I scale in. Let's see, I'm mostly trading. I trade every stock, small, mid caps, large caps. I trade everything. So basically a core position, Kung Fu. I didn't understand that one 100%. This is a big question here. when you run 8 and 20 SMA, what time frames are your favorite for shorting? It's like, so 8 and 20 SMA, forget time frames because that's, that doesn't matter at all. Time frame is just going to tell you how long your trade is going to last. That's all. But 8 and 20 SMA, I use on every time frame except the daily because I used the daily in the past. I might bring it back a little bit, but it's just I'll take it off a little bit, take it out. It's like a refresher type of thing. What favorite time frames for shorting would be the 15-minute, 10-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute, 3-minute, 5-minute. I'm looking at everything. Researching before I don't really do any research after market close unless there's a stock that's been going crazy for the for the week. But I usually research the morning of, and I'll look through Twitter. I have my scanners here. I'm looking through everything and just doing my analysis on it, which would be where's the stock today? Where was the stock yesterday? What are the levels? All that stuff. Explain accumulation conditions. Okay, here's a good question here. So can they still see my screen or no? AK, can they still see my screen?
Yeah, oh yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're
Okay.
still rocking and rolling, but yeah, still same screen. Yes, sir.
Okay, so for me, I consider exhaustion. This is exhaustion here. So push up, push up, push up. No basic candles. Push up, push up. First red candle. That's telling me that the stock's getting exhausted. So I like to look for big green candles with either closes at like their top third. So I look for closes more than top third, which is telling me that there's bullish, 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 bullish. And it's like I'm losing breath, so I gotta breathe, which is what happened here. So it's like bullish, 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 bullish. No really basic candle. This is a little candle that closed in the middle third is just basic.
So essentially, that first red candle is what you're talking about. That's where it's starting to get exhausted, right?
Exactly. Right. So you could have shorted either here or waited until it breaks below. But anywhere where I see this candle after a huge move up like that, I'm shorting that area. And where does your stop go? Honestly, it really just depends a little bit of how the stock is, which in this sense, as you can see, it pushed above that. But then you saw again another big bearish candle here, which then led to the short. So that's what exhaustion is to me, just big green candle. Not even huge, just candles that are close to their high of candle that are just pushing higher and higher and higher with no basic candles at all. Why, when you were saying you kept shorting covering, but you still keep your first entry? So holding your first entry to get the big move, but you trade around it. So what I'm doing is, let's use this as an example, even though I didn't trade it. If I were to go short on this, let's leave it conservative, not make me look crazy good. But let's say I shorted at 260 for some reason, right? This thing's popping on down. I would have covered a little bit on here, being realistic, and would have let it go down. I would have covered more here, close to this 210 area, push down, push down. After this green candle, this big bullish green candle, I would have shorted on the touch of the 8 SMA. Short. I would have probably covered this big candle right here with this big old wick. I would have covered as it pulled back, showing that the asp was getting blown through. And that's what I mean, Again, big bullish candle here, basing. I would have shorted on the basing area, and then covered on the bottoms. Let's see here. Do you use deck pre-market newsletter? I don't use any of that. I've never really used it. Not because I just never really got it. I never really signed up for it. I have my own scanner, yes. I used to use a scanner. I'd hop in the morning and just stare at it. But yeah, now I have my own scanner here. And how do you scan market? I don't know what you mean exactly by that, but I'm looking more for news. I want to see what type of news it has. I'm looking for what the stock did in the past. I'm looking for levels. I'm looking for the trend. I'm looking for, is it above or below the previous day high? Stuff like that.
I was gonna say, because I get that a lot. Because they're like, where do you find your plays? Essentially, for the most part, do you use the scanners quite often? Like something's popping up,
yeah.
At, say 10:30, all of a sudden something's popping up. Oh, what do you use? Before I know, which I know you're looking at stuff that's already been moving. Your favorite runners, kind of like, of course, you just went over with Netflix. But what else are we looking at? Also, like where are we finding our plays?
A big thing also is like this. So let's say stock ABC on Monday spiked up 100%. Tuesday spiked up another 100% or another 50%. Wednesday, I still have that stock in mind because I know eventually it's got to go down. So I have stocks from last week that popped up a lot, but still haven't gone down to an area where I think is where it should stay. I'm still looking at that stock, looking for, let's say, big volume push to come in, to push it up and short it back down. So I'm looking at stocks that have already happened to short it now, to short the backside.
Last couple of questions here. We got one from Paula there. A couple more though, Matt, that they want to take there. Give it a couple more minutes on the questions, guys. So go with Paula's there if you want to, Matt.
Okay. What is the perfect volume? Oof, that's a hard question. I'd say depends on your size, really. Because if you're playing small, you can play with less volume, But for me, I try to look over 1 million. I try my best to do over 1 million. Yeah. Sometimes maybe I'll play with that 700,000, 800,000, 100,000 range, but I just get stuck in those sometimes. But yeah, that's the word. That's the perfect word for them. That's what they're called, multi-day runners. That's I look for day 2 gappers, day 1 gappers, multi-day runners. Just I put my eggs around that basket of things. So volume, yeah, I keep it over 1 million. I'd say on average. You're an Apple short. I'll do a quick analysis on it. Let's see here. So we have a hammer, inverted hammer pattern. We're after a big exhaustion down, which is a big push down. So being bullish today was obvious. If we look to the left here, it looks like we couldn't trade below the previous day close, and we are at an area of where I would call demand because there's a basic candle here, and after this basic candle, there's just huge momentum up. So I call this demand, and then that explains the bull move here. But you said you are short, depending on if you're short between that 154 to 154.50 area. I'd say you're good to go until the 3-minute 50 SMA, which we're about to hit. This low here, you should have some problems breaking below 153.20-ish area. And then the VWAP, of course. Let's look at the 10-minute here. Because right now we're making lower highs of the 3-minute. So yeah, I'd say you should struggle around this area here. This 20 SMA is coming up top. But your short should be good to go for now. Yeah, it should be good to go for now. It should continue to move here. And we're breaking below that 50 like it's nothing. So yeah, we should continue to go to 153-ish area, I'd say. We should struggle a little bit here, yeah. But yeah, that does a good short there.
Matt, seriously, man, thank you so much. Team, I don't think there's any really last questions, but I appreciate you so much for coming over here. Like I said, I don't really have anything last for you for the most part. We'll get you on. I definitely would love to get round 3 on it. I guess it'd be the only thing. Are you going to start live streaming at some point in time? Is it going to be a daily thing, or what?
I'm shooting for April. Maybe I'm shooting for April, mid-April, middle of the month there. I'm shooting the stream there.
Sweet, and it's going to be all day, every day, kind of like with Deck, or just at certain times? What are you planning on doing?
Like 2 to 4.
Oh, nice.
2 to 4 type of thing. Yeah.
Sweet, yeah.
So,
I'm gonna start doing the whole because I've been wanting to do it for a while, so I'm gonna up the ante starting in April. So we'll have 2 live stream all day. I didn't know if you were gonna do the all day thing, but I'm gonna try to start doing all day every day for the most part. And that's what I would love. And I'm back for the weekly recap. It's AK47 over at Deckmar Trades via Tradecaster.com. Josh Smith Official, Prime Trading here on Instagram. And it's actually Tuesday, November the 2nd today. And let's recap because it has been super busy. Wasn't able to get to the recap. And we know what started all. Well, really, it was HX. But what really was the monster starter of it all was DWAC DWAC. Because we saw this crazy run. If you go back and do my last week's recap, this is the one I went over. DWAC ran. And it's kind of, if you can just see it's leveled off. You can see the price now. It's back in the 60s now. It's kind of 70s, but now it's kind of fallen off a little bit more. PHUN, this really didn't do much at all since then. But you can see here, remember PHUN was the other crazy runner that went from essentially gapping up from 150 and hit 24 the next day. Of course, doing the same thing where it's giving back. Now it's really giving back a lot of its gains back to 360. Now let's get into last week. And of course, last week, if you remember, you probably went back and did some of my, if you watched last week's recap, this hasn't quite run yet. BKKT did not think, if you go back and watch it, I don't think I'd quite seen it run to $60 yet in after hours, right? And so it was one of the ones last week. And now we have a few, and I mean a few stocks to go over. One of the first things I want to bring up, of course, is, and a lot of these, we'll see if each one is building a flag. I know it seems like if another one might be doing this, but I'm going to go through 3 different alerts. One Monday, it was this Monday, as in yesterday we saw one. This was Monday before last. This is Monday. See, this is the 25th. You're going to see 3 times this has happened where we get a gap up with a fill at the open that turns into a U shape, break above the open, hold that, or I should say, break above the open area plus that pre-market resistance. And when you can hold above that, as you can see, when we come U-shaping and flying above that and hold it, and there's our last opportunity, look what happens with the 3 plays I'm about to show you. And so there's a lot, and I missed most of this. I got out of chat. I forgot where I traded this somewhere early on, thinking, okay, cool, it's Monday. I tried to tell you, Thursday and Friday was a craziness. Monday we'd see some fun. I told you, here's the fun. I'm not going to, I had stuff to do. So this stayed in this wedge for the longest time, right? We remember DWAC it went up and further faster. This took a little while. Then all of a sudden I come back in chat and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Here we go. And so that's when I'm alerting traders here in chat right here in the essentially in power. I'm like, team, remember what happened last time we saw stock do this? Now it's not going as hard as DWAC, but don't be surprised. And so I'll leave, come back, and then sure enough, I miss more, miss another. Look at this long wedge, team, another long, beautiful wedge and flag that breaks out. And then finally my alerts come dropping in here in after hours, and I'm like, okay, I got to get a part of this. I'm not missing any more of this. And so I guess I didn't get my first target in, but it hit $40. That was my first target. I guess I couldn't go back far enough, but $40 was my first target. And I said, hey, this starts moving over 30 and over 35 in after hours. Essentially, what I was saying, as you can see right here, here's the first alert. After $35, next main target is $40, and of course in 50. That's how these move. When you have all day runners, they go from 35. When they get over 35, 40 of course is next. It's every $5, but really when it gets over 40, 50 is a magnet. I mean, I know it's 45 will run into some resistance, but I'll kind of zoom out just a tad bit more here so we can really see some movement here in after hours and when my alerts were going off. This is 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Now, this is a copy and paste because this is an hour later. This is an hour after the market closes. The market closes at 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. So 10 minutes after the market closed, I alerted $35 was the main target. So 10 minutes after, right here, essentially 10 minutes after, so we can see 10 minutes after. So right here, essentially, so we can see the price too. But 10 minutes after, the price was right around where? Right here, about $33-ish. You can see it hadn't gone up to 35 yet. And then instantly, boom, it's hitting the target. It's running on through the target. So there's target 1 right as it's hitting. That was literally, I'm alerting it right as it hit, right? And so $40 hit $40 target 1. I shouldn't say target 1. That's actually target 2. And I guess here's the reason why maybe I alerted that after $35. So this was I'm alerting this. I'm guessing while this is because I know $35 is about to hit. You can see if I zoom in there, this is essentially about to hit $35. So after $35, next main target is 40. And so as you can see, almost ran straight up to hit 40, as you can see. Took a little bit of time, came down here and almost bounced off this resistance. Old resistance equals new support. And then you can see eventually did hit $40 target. So boom, 10 after, so an hour later, so at 4:10, which would be about right here-ish, come back in chat and see that essentially it was hit. Boom, it hit the target. You can see the high there was hitting right at $40. Hit $39.67, $39.88. Essentially it was hitting it, then eventually did hit it. And you can see it continue to run up. And there you go. And then and maybe it was. Maybe at this time I just finished the weekly recap, so you get my point. I know we can go back. You can look at how far BKKT ran, and so you can see. There we go. So let's get rid of that alert. Let's get through some more of these alerts here. As you can see, alerts 2 hours after. So 2 hours afterwards. Let's go about a 5:23 my time. So that's 3. This was 4. So 5:23. Look how high up it's $50, and all my targets are getting hit. So at 5:23 my time, this would be 5:23 my time right here. Look where that's hitting up when this is spiking up. It's spiking up, and I'm just like, wow, there it goes. Every one of my targets hit. Boom. 2 hours later, all targets are hit. I mean, that's what I was saying. Called it last week with HX starting to party. BKK said it was like DWAC could start moving like it. And then there's just some more of my luck. I didn't get to 75, but here's what I'm. And then essentially was saying the same thing with that. Saying like, hey, BKKT. That like just kind of alerting what can happen, where this can move up to. Alert was working out so far. Okay, let's get to the next morning here. So that was let's get to the next morning though. So BKKT. Get out to the next morning. Didn't completely gap up, right? Hit 50, 57. I knew it hit higher in after hours. Hit 57 in after hours. Then in pre-market hit about 54. So it was really topping out in that 50s, showing, hey, that's some strength. We weren't able ever to stay above the $50 area. And so let's see here. Getting into the next morning here. I think that's going to be it for BKKT. 1026. Here we go. WBX is another one we got into. This is when we started seeing a lot of failing and a lot of pullbacks. So BKKT, let's see here, working out so far. Of course, was the shorts going on this way. Of course, 28 area, maybe a dip below, and then of course the shorts were taken over. But look, you can see the alert right here. At 2 after, I unfortunately can only scroll back so far, but 2 after, BKKT needs to hold the 28 area, may dip a tad bit below, but for a move back up. And then boom, hit $28 on the dot, as you can see here. Let's see if I can go back a little bit further here, where to get that bounce. And so $28 right here, see how that 20 at 28, this area, see the upper shadow? That was one of those crazy quick upper shadows here in power hour. And then there's that little block right here that you can see. So there's that quick upper shadow, there's that. And so I just kind of based it down below. That's why I said it may have a lower shadow below it, because I figured, hey, it may even go down. You may see something in the 27s right here. Then we go to pre-market the next morning, or I should say first 10, 20 minutes. What was it? First 10 minutes there, whammy, hit it perfectly. And look at the lower shadows. The low was 27.74, 27.6, 27.85, or no, 27.5 from a 27.6 again. So beautiful bounce area. Alerted that 2 minutes after the opening bell when it was halted down right here. I was saying, hey, that's the area it needs to hold. Beautiful bounce back up, and that's the beautiful bounce area right there that we saw from BKKT moving up that morning. Let's see what was the next area, and then that's where it failed, and we knew we couldn't push back above that. Over 35 was key. And, look right here. Over 35 is key for push to VWAP. That was at 44 after. So right here, we haven't quite got there yet. I'm letting everyone know in chat. Right here at 44 after, we're not even at $34 yet. Look what this hit. What was the high here? The high was 35.43. The high was 35.40. So right here, look at that. You can see what the high was right there in that area. And I alerted that a minute beforehand, saying, hey, team, this area is key. That area, scroll back a little bit more right here so you can see, though, super crucial. And then let's go over to WX. So that's kind of the end of BKKT. We've seen it run here and there, days afterward. We've seen it run. As you can see, it's now back up into the 30s. It did see a nice little bounce and actually movement back up, as you can see, over the past few days here. And really, some days it's been a little bit bigger than others. But BKT, my point being, look at the movement we've had. Look how much we've seen this stock continue to run. And this is, like I said, back to now back to Tuesday again here, when we were seeing a lot of failing. WBX, another one. I didn't catch this halt down. I wanted to, but this was one of the ones I think I caught RDBX, and that's another crazy short we're about to look into. But look at this, another one. This is where I saw this a lot happening at the open. We were getting the flag, but not the U-shape to fail, and everything's dumping off. So WBX, and you can see here, let's get into it, kind of scrolling just a little bit here, just a little bit more there. 21.5 area. That was a 21.5 area, was definitely, and you can see right here, look at this halted down right below it. And that's what I was saying, 21.5 is the support area, kind of getting it from, kind of right in this area. The 25, and then all the way down here, the 25 area. So 21.5 and 20, and you can see where it bounced right off the 21.5 area right there. And it just cracked right through that and halted down, and that was essentially the area it could never really regain. As you can see, it tried to get back above it, couldn't do it. Here's my play from last Tuesday, RDBX, besides going short, or I should say going long on the $28 bounce from BKKT, was the same thing. Look what we just saw, the same thing. We just saw this from WBX, and I'm like, boom, here, RDBX, this is the same thing. And I was like, here, I'm come over to learn to it. See if this can actually hold its spike now. 28.5 is the key. I'm saying fail. I'm seeing fail. Same thing. I'm saying fail. Like, I'm betting it's about to fail. And look, you can see what I'm getting it from here in pre-market. The spike up, the 28.5 area. Look at that. Got about $1.50, a little bit below it, about $1, a little $1.20, whatever. Same thing though. I saw that when it come flying up. I was like, oh, baby, come on back down now, and then we can get into some of these RDBX alerts. And whammy, geez, fell all day, fell so far all day. About to load up shorts, and so right there, I've already got some shorts going on, but I'm loading. I'm anywhere I can look, I'm loading up. And someone asks, which ones? What do you which one? I'm like, all things penny, laugh out loud. We were, to get my point. And I'll show you LIDR, kind of doing the same thing. We'll get back into that in a minute here. That was another one that was kind of spiking and falling. But 59 after. I thought maybe I got alert in here. Here we go. There's the alert. There it is. I was like, where is it at? 55 after. So you can see it 55 after, which is right here. So it's halted down. It's still halted down. And I'm already saying crack of VWAP headed south to $22 area for short. Fell. Let's see. That was RDBX. And where is it at? RDBX watching for another short opportunity as alerted. And so that's what I'm looking for. Crack of the VWAP headed south to $22 for short. So crack of the VWAP, it's headed to $22. And you can see where 22 is. I'll kind of move this down and out of the way. This area right here, this little sandwich, I can go back to pre-mark, same thing. I don't have to keep showing you. You just know when I say 22, I promise you, team, 22 is the area. And so I wanted the open crack of the VWAP down to the 22. That was my short. This thing opened up. And so I'm letting traders know, already on top of the fact, of course, because I don't know when and where it's going to open up, but I'm letting traders know I'm watching for another short opportunity as alerted. So let's get over to it right here. Where are we at? Oh, that was this one. Boom. And so RDBX, that was the next one. So at 59 after, I'll let traders know as soon as that was live. Of course, it went right into a halt. And here's what I was thinking. The fact that it went straight through 22, right? I wanted it from here to 22. This was the next support. So that's my lockup zone for it to bounce. The fact that it opened below that led me to believe what? You're open below it, so now you're below another support line. So I unfortunately, because of the gap down, unfortunately, it's like this never existed. This short, unfortunately, was never possible. And so, you know what? That's the next best thing. I know the crack of this area, this 22, it's down for another halt. And so, boom, that's why I was trying to let traders in ASAP, boom, short, and then, of course, I was in. And so I was letting traders know immediately to get in that area and where to essentially kind of maybe start locking up at. And so that's exactly what I was looking for on RDBX, and then I scaled out because I was in immediately. As soon as this opened up, and my entry wasn't that great, it was somewhere in between here, in the upper 21, the mid, I'd say mid 21s, because it opened up and I immediately kind of pressed the trigger. Spread was big, but I immediately scaled out in here. And I think that my last 100 shares, I wanted the 1875 crack, and I finally got it right here. Big red candle, 1875 crack. Scaled out somewhere I think it was really in the low 18s, and it wasn't many shares left at that point in time. But but look where it kept going. I should have known. I should have known that day that it was going to continue to go down and go down and go down and go down. And so you can see it's not that it's gone that much further down, but it went down. Well, to that day it went down further. Imagine holding down for another $3, $4, $5 more dollars. So I should have held a tad bit longer. Get into, let's see, like LIDR. That was another one last week. It did end up running a little bit. Let's see, get back to it real quick. There we go, LIDR. There you go. You can see here, though, LIDR, same kind of thing. Everything's fallen over. Has to hold VWAP. Like earlier on when it kind of breaks the VWAP, has to hold the VWAP. Has to hold the VWAP. Perfect short opportunity. VWAP crack, boom, and it shorts down, boom, it's done the rest of the day. It's just kind of we got into that mode on Tuesday. That was the one where Tuesday it got sketchy. You had to watch out what you're doing. You saw everything else failing. Everything else was falling over. There really wasn't a lot of things that held up. I just showed you so many stocks that started to fail. Now we can get into these where I kind of didn't get in because I thought, okay, cool, we're going to start seeing stocks fail left and right. Let's get into some of these other runners that we saw last week. Some of them held their gains too, which is crazy and I did not expect that to happen. This was a kind of mid-candle breakout fun that we had on Thursday when I went live for DEC. You saw this go from about 370 up to 640. But here's the main thing. Go back to the first day. Look what we saw. This was on Tuesday as well. So this was the one Tuesday. This was the other one on Tuesday that I left. See, I'm done alerting. I'm done trading. This halted up. It failed. See, right? And boom, it did this. I'm done. I'm like, okay, I've left chat somewhere in here. It holds this trend line, and since it's still hot, traders come back in and look at this run all the way to 950. We had SYTA. Here's another one. SYTA. Look at this stock. Here's this one. This was Wednesday's kind of all-day runner that held its gains till about the very end. And then this is when I noticed, okay, we're starting to get to that fail again. We got to be very careful holding up. And then Thursday, Friday, Thursday was just crazy. It was a roundabout day. We went all over the place, but we saw a lot of failing. And that's what showed me, okay, Thursday, we need to be careful because this was Wednesday, right? We saw IINN go all day long after all those stocks failed. I just show you, Tuesday fell, starting to get in that fail mode. Be careful. Everything's spiking, giving back. Now we have SYT, IINN, SYTA kind of hold its gains. Let's see what else was there. And this kind of led me into the next day, DBGI. Oh, AGRI. Yeah, AGRI. This is the other one, team. I can't forget about AGRI. This was the other one. As you can see, try to look at this big spike on Wednesday, but look at the fail later on in the day. And so that's what led me to go, okay, Friday, or Wednesday, I should say Thursday, when I was telling everyone when I went live for deck, we have to be careful. And so let's get into some of these stocks on Thursday. And you can see DBG, and there's just too many stocks because now we're looking at DWAC, we're looking at PHUN to spike with it, BKKT, IINN. We're looking at all these, just so many plays. So look, here we go. Look at DBGI. Let's show you another one. HWCB. Look at HWCB. Look what it does. Or is it H? Maybe it's HB. H. Oh, is it not HWCB? HCWB? HCWB. Maybe it's HCWB. I think it's HCWB. Yes, HCWB. Same thing. You can see, look, nice spike from the morning from 320 up to 875. It's a $5 spike. Squeezing all day long. Someone holding its gains. Doesn't do too much. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. It then cracks off at the end of the day. So there's HCWB. That was the other one. Then IFRX was the other one on Thursday that we were going over. Look what this does on Thursday. Same thing. Let's go back to it. It actually held its gains midway through the day. We're like, oh, geez, here we go. It actually is coming back up. Here we go. And then it flutters and falls off and kind of just falls back. You can see. So that, okay, we got to be careful there. BIMI. Here was another one. This one, actually, my bad. This was on, this one may have been Tuesday. This past week when things were still holding its gains. See, Tuesday was the last day when stocks were holding their gains, and this weird, wacky mover. Look how many halts. This team had so many halts. Look how many halts there are through here. So many halts. I don't want to go through and try to count them all. It just got, then it started doing it up here. And it was just such a weird mover until the next day, you're like, no, I'm done with that. You can see that's back down to 70 cents now. And so that's what showed me, because remember, IINN did the same thing. Held its gains all day, came back to nothing. We did see a mid-candle breakout from IINN and a little bit of BIMI, as you can see on Thursday, those mid-candle breakout forms. And I can show you what we were talking about mid-candle breakout. First day spike, come down middle way through the first day spike, and you're going to spike the next day. It's usually the third day is usually when you get that spike. So see, IIN, you get the spike the first day, come down. These went a little bit lower than what we like, but see, look at the fun on the third day. So fun first day, red second day, fun third day. That's how that usually works out. But you can kind of see end that day, things weren't holding their gains anymore. Wednesday, stuff was spiking, but then really giving back gains at the end of the day. And then Thursday, spike up, come right back on down, which led to Friday was all over the place. And then end of the day, look at ABVC. Same thing or I should say yesterday, Monday. Look at this. Look at AB. Of course, past chart history, but look what it did Monday morning in pre-market. Let's just go back to this real quick so you can see what it did yesterday in pre-market. Spiked all the way from $3 to $26 and right back on down. Is that not nuts? And then yesterday's all-day runner. Now we get into this. Remember the BKKT, the U-shape? Let's get back into yesterday's team. Same thing. Look at the U-shape at the open. Here, I'm going to get rid of this trend line. Here, remove the trend line. But look how the U-shape. See, we had the spike up, fell at the open. We have a U-shape past the open area and some of this pre-market resistance, although it was all over the place, all the way up to 29. So a monster mover from BTTX. And of course, if it would have held a little bit more of its gains, we could have looked at it tomorrow as being a mid-candle breakout. But you can see it's all the way back below where it even spiked from yesterday. With that crazy mover, oh, team, let's get into today's movers now. Now, again, here's the flag, just like BTT. I'll show you BKKT from last week. Same thing. Spike right before the bell, forms a flag, U-shapes back to the open resistance area and the pre-market resistance. This area, it's spiking and it's rolling. Took it a little bit to finally get there, and then whammy, and I'll show you why it took a little bit to get there. But OLB with a nice little mover so far today, but kind of like what we're seeing in the middle of last week. The heat's still there, but it's not staying around. But remember this open, take a screenshot of it. Remember, team, this is where you get runners that last for more than an hour or two, and sometimes you get your all-day runners. See this little open just like that with that U-shape? Remember this from last week, BKKT. Take that screenshot. Now take this screenshot real quick. Oh, I messed up there. Sorry. Let's go back to, I got to go back to 10-day here. Sorry, I got to go back. If I'm going to go back, right, I got to go back to, see, look at that. Hold on, right here. Here it was. Not too far. Sorry, team. It was right there. But there. See the spike at the open? Remember the 8 o'clock hour? And this will be easier doing it this way. So BK, and I'll take, or just take a video screenshot. BKT. Spike in the 8 o'clock hour, forming the flag, U-shape, back up above the open and pre-market resistance. Watch the run we get. whammy. Okay, see that? Boom, boom, right there. And now look at, of course, now we can go back to today's runner, doing the exact same thing right here. Get in today's chart. Look at that. Look at that. Does that not look very similar? It happens happened a little too quick, though. A little too quick, and then we didn't get as much out of it. And here's why. Let me just show you, team. Let me show you why. Let me show you the crazy mover. Look at the crazy mover. CAR. C-A-R-A. CAR. If you remember that movie from, I think it's, what is that movie called? Vince Vaughn. Anyway, be cool. Look at the run today from CAR. This is from Avis. Avis, yes, the rental car company. Q3 earnings come out, go from 176 the area at the, what was the open, like 170ish or so, up to 554. Are you kidding me? And here's what's so funny. And I was calling it. I've been waiting for it. I'm sure this will most definitely get a bounce. And then Thinkorswim has easy to borrow. It's easy to borrow, ETB. I'm like, I got to get some of these. And so literally, I'm looking for a quick short, a super quick short, super small share size, laugh out loud. Thinkorswim is, I'm getting ready. I am getting ready. It's 9 after. At 10:10, I'm out. As soon as it came live, I was, or I should say 10:10. I don't know why 10:10. I guess because I don't know why. These are timestamps. Super weird. But I was in right here. I don't know why. I guess because it happened at the same time. Oh, because it came live at 10:09. Duh. So this was right before it came live. I'm like, what's wrong here at the timestamp? You can see it came live at 10:09. It's halted down here. And that's my first alerts weren't till, that was obviously, I think it was when it was halted down right here. And it came live right at 10:09. So we're waiting for 10:09. So at before 10:09 comes, at 10:09 and like say 47 seconds. So 10:08 and 38 seconds, I'm like writing this. 10:09 and 3 seconds, right here at the beginning of 10:09, I'm saying, I'm letting people know, right, point being, right before it goes live, if you were in chat, you probably remember, right before this went live, I'm saying, traders, I am going to get short on this. I am telling you, I'm looking for a super quick short, small series size, but I know this is going to dump more, especially at the crack of that 480 area is what I was thinking. This right here came live, kind of spiked back up to 500, and then I just market ordered in. That's why I let traders know I was in short, and boom, you can see that I was in there. 430 here. I'll show you. Then I'll show you this. Look at the areas that I'm looking to cover at. Oh, I didn't take it. Was 430 and 430 and 400. This came down right through 430, which was great. Right to 400, bounced up, and I was out right here. These candles right here at the bottom, because it opened up. See, it closed down here, opened up, and before it started spiking back up to 440, and I thought I was going to go grind back up. That was that big bounce. I was told you that we would see a bounce out of this, and we saw a $40 bounce essentially, short-lived, and I should have held longer again too. But I got in for a quick little short there, just because they were free shorts. Quick little short right there. So. Crazy momentum. So that's what we've seen in the past week. Now, kind of the breather, recapped everything we've just seen. Now moving forward, the heat's still there. It's still here, obviously, big time. I don't think we're going to see. We'll see somewhat of a cool down. But this made, because I'll tell you, it was cool there it's been really relatively cooler overall this year, more so than hot. Last year, 2020 was a reason for that. 2020 was super duper flooper crooper crazy hot. Now this year hasn't been as hot, and there's a reason for that. It started off hot too, is another reason, because GameStop and all that stuff, and it was hot for a while. Then it finally started slowing off, and then we've seen spikes here and there. Of course, June was hot again this year, which was crazy. Into early July, it was still relatively hot for about a 4-week period from mid-June to mid-June to mid-July. And it's been relatively slow since then. We've seen spikes here and there, but it's been slow. I'll tell you, it's been relatively slow until now. And so now maybe that's why. And that's why the traders are ready to rock and roll. They've been around. It's been here for about 10 days now, or whenever the first spike was from DWAC. HX kind of let it off, almost 2 weeks ago now. But 2 weeks this Thursday will be when DWAC started its run, and then that Friday is when it went to 175, and that's what started the craze. And even a reason like this, why CAR went as crazy as it did today. We're seeing a stock go bananas and halt up and down that never did this before. I'll go to past chart history, and you can usually show you. Look at this. Imagine literally just a few months ago. Imagine back or a few months ago, a year ago, you're well below $50. Even if I said that earlier this year, and now look at this thing today. If you were holding long term, so of course not many would be doing that, but just for example. My point being, I think we're still going to see spikes. I think we may see a small little lull like I keep talking about, and we've kind of seen it here and there, a couple of days here and there. But again, don't be surprised if we see essentially continuation. It's been slower, so this may just continue to stay hot. We'll see some lulls here and there, but I'm thinking now if this continues up the way it has been, we may just see crazy heat for the rest of this month into December and into the new year essentially. So AK-47 signing off. Join me live over on my website. Hit me up. do the great sessions, have so many members in chat that are doing those. It's primetradinginvestments.com. That's primetradinginvestments.com. Of course, I go live over at tradecaster.com. Every Friday I go live for deck. Sometimes I'll jump on during the mic. You know, now that I have my own lobby, so I'll go live sometimes during the lunch hours as well. And eventually we'll go live all day long like deck. AK-47 though, signing off. I want to do a little recap. I know I had lots to go over right there. But yeah, like I said, don't forget the heat's coming. Or should the heat's staying? It's not. I don't think it's going anywhere. Is my point. Like I said, I thought it might kind of go back and forth. Those like lows, like kind of like a wave, like whoosh, wave. Okay, now it's kind of no wave, and now whoosh, wave. And I don't know. We're getting wave after wave. The waves are coming in real fast, nonstop. So it may stay that way. But yeah, catch me live over in chat. Get a session over on our website. See you guys soon. Oh yeah, hit that like button. Smash that like button and follow if you aren't doing that.
On this, the 111th episode of What the Ship, we look at the top 5 news stories as of October 21st, 2024. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So my apologies for not getting this video out sooner. Been a little bit under the weather, so I've been kind of coughing and hacking here a bit, so I didn't want to do a video with it. I still may do it here. But I want to go over the top 5 stories. I was going to put these together, some of them in the smaller separate videos. But with all of everything going on, it would be easier just to jam it together into one episode of What the Ship. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. Our first story takes us to the high north, and it deals with the Russian shadow fleet as it stalls, leaving 1 million cubic meters of liquefied natural gas undelivered. We'll be talking a lot about natural and liquefied petroleum gas in this episode. This story from Malt Humpert, as Russia's attempts to establish an LNG shadow fleet enters its 3rd month, undelivered cargoes continue to stack up aboard LNG carriers and floating storage units. What we're seeing here is mounting evidence that Russia is assembling all the pieces for a potential LNG dark fleet. Now, what do we mean by a dark fleet? Well, great piece over in Lloyd's List by good friend Greg Miller, who talks about the creation of a parallel fleet. So Greg mentions the Russia-Ukraine war, the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, and the extreme tensions between the US and China. It all adds up to a world where shipping routes are more inefficient. That's good news for rates for now, but there are major risks, according to speakers at the Capital Link New York Maritime Forum. I'm going to be doing a whole separate video on this because I think Greg hits on a key thing. What we're seeing is the bifurcation of global shipping into 2 elements. But the one we're talking about here right now is the Russians and the creation of this new LNG fleet. This other article by Malt Humpert, mounting evidence shows Russia assembling pieces for a potential LNG dark fleet. An increasing number of ship-to-ship transfers at the country's Kildin anchorage, a record amount of Arctic permits for LNG carriers, and recent activity on the new build and second-hand market supports speculation by industry insiders of an impending dark fleet on the LNG side, with the country's largest and latest LNG project, Arctic LNG 2, under sanctions by the United States, the European Union, and United Kingdom. Previous story goes on. At this time, it looks like they're still in the doldrums, says Eklund Energy founder Kjell Eklund. There are 1 million cubic meters of floating unsold LNG there. Most of the cargoes.
And I'm back for the weekly recap. It's AK-47 over at Deckmar Trades via Trade.
Gate. All right, we'll pull that up and we're going to get the grid going so we can follow all this. Yeah, Tesla in the bottom middle. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of air letting out of this name. We have downward move in Qs, downward move, I'm assuming in SPY as well. Let's see if this is off of Meta by chance or Microsoft? Meanwhile, VXX is spiking up there. Looks like Meta, first move up, second move down. I'm going to get the report in just a second. Microsoft down as well. They are flushing us here. Meanwhile,
Yeah. Wow. I had low as 460s, maybe the 450s. This is all the way down to 451 so far. Let's see here. For Meta, I thought Meta could get down to around the 640 area at most, maybe a tad below it. So we're off there to the normal races there on Meta. But boy, oh. Yeah, Microsoft dragging everything down right now.
Yeah, so we got the 650 handle on Meta that is going to try to find a bid there, as well as potentially the 450 on Microsoft. Still not seeing any bid there yet. I would like to see on Meta this thing find some life. It's trying. So a little bit spooky. I want to see what the other names are doing in the mega caps. See if there's some rotation. I'm seeing strength in Nvidia. That's interesting. Tesla trying to find buyers off. It couldn't get to the 420, so I don't know. That's where I'd like to see it trade to. Meanwhile, Microsoft fighting for that 450 handle. Meta could not reclaim over the 650, and SPY through the low a day there. Decent little flush out.
Do you ever really look into like what the actual earnings are and if that means too much? Because I've always been one where it's just you just never know. Could be good and it goes down. Could be bad, it goes up.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So I think that there's definitely a lot to be gleaned from these earnings reports. I think what matters most in terms of what we care about, the actual price action and the reaction to it, it's going to be heavily contingent on positioning and on overall market sentiment and other factors that are a little outside of the scope of the actual earnings. So right now I'm seeing a decent amount of bidding up on that Meta there. That's a pretty sharp shake and bake wick there. So I want to see if we can see buyers pushing it back up over this 650 handle. Meanwhile, we did see a big spike on Tesla. That one got sold off much harder. I like the look of Meta here. I think that it's a decent place to entertain a little dip buy if that 650 can find that traction, which it is so far. We're trading the 654, 653, 654 handle, somewhere around there, shaking and baking. We found buyers. Maybe the algos just read something good in the report. Really quick, the headlines here. Looks like Meta fourth quarter. Let's see. Revenue, 59.89 billion, estimate 58.42, small beat there. And Meta sees first quarter revenue 53.5 billion to 56.5 billion, estimated 51.27 billion. So why are we selling this question? So I'm going to keep an eye out and look for anything else that my Twitter feed is shouting out there. We are seeing a bit of stabilization though, and meanwhile, SPY they're not doing anything too crazy. I wonder if we stabilize and we can turn the corner potentially on these earnings calls.
Do you ever trade earnings?
I gotta really like a level, and then usually I'll just be picking my spot. So, for example, this Microsoft 450. This would be an area where long term I might be considering an ad. It is a level for me, but besides that, I don't want to wait and get involved too fast before the dust settles. That's kind of my philosophy. What about you? Do you like to get
Same here? And there are times too, when I read the trend, like in 2023 to 2024, it was crazy to see this trend of, and I traded actually. I would get in an hour before the closing bell because the trend it was Q3 results, Q1, Q2 results, Q3, Q4, Q1, Q2 from 23 to 24, where if the play was up above the VWAP and was just rolling up and bullish for the day, it didn't matter what the earnings was. That play was going to go up that day after the earnings report came out. Same thing for the bottom side. And so I started noticing this trend. And I was like, I'm going to start hopping in on these plays. And so I started going small at first and slowly working my way getting in bigger. And then when that trend stopped, I noticed what I'd always do would be I'd let the first set of big dogs come out.
Sorry to interrupt you here, but you see this candle on Tesla?
Yes.
We are cooking with gas. All right, so just keep an eye on this, guys. It looks like we might get some red to greens on earnings. I'm seeing the Meta, beautiful dip by there at 650. If you did get in, I did not. Do I chase the Microsoft U? I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to get just a few shares here. I have some Microsoft U already. I'm going to add to that because I did miss this Meta, but holy moly, do we got the market looking saved on these guys here.
Yeah. And this is what happens now where you're getting a lot of this whippy action where it's down, down, down. Oh, we're back. That's what you get a lot of earnings I've noticed throughout the years. But there for a while, It was, if it was down, it goes down. If it was up, it goes. I was trading. Hey, I traded SMCI earnings just to let you know how you. What? Yeah, when that play was going, it was in the 800s. It was down one day. Blah blah blah. It was during this stretch. I'm like, guys, it's going down, and it went down. It went down like in this. It went down to the 700s. The next, it was like 100. You know, like those. That was back when, if you remember, earnings reports were giving us with like Meta and Tesla and Microsoft. Sometimes I say Microsoft, but Tesla, Metas of the world, SMCI, NVDAs of the world. $80, $100 moves. You know, they were huge moves there for a while. And now, same thing with, which I'm sure you noticed with the FOMC or the CPI or PPI data in pre-market, even where, you know, we'd release PPI, we'd go up, or CPI core, right? We'd go up $7, $8 and then come down 4, 5, 6, or maybe even all the way back to where we came from. It was very volatile there for a little while.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's so important to just be aware of where you kind of are in those kind of meta games, so to speak. Like how is the market overall reacting to these kinds of news releases, whether it's an IPO or whether it's, you know, it's data releases, earnings, of course.
Right.
So, man, I got to say, though, Josh, this just warms my heart to see these undercut and reclaims on so many important names, because that is exactly what you want to see. You really want to see the scared hands, the weak hands get shaken out. And then you want to see those shares go to people who are sitting there going, hey, I've been waiting for this 450 handle.
Yes.
Let's rock and roll, baby. You know,
let's hey, or like we say, let's stock and roll.
Oh, I like that one. Very, very punny. You got me there. I'm watching the meta. It's looking for the engulf. You saw what Tesla did when it engulfed. Obviously, more short interest on that. But these guys, this is the bread and butter move, right? It's the fake out into the let's see how far we can go.
Tesla, and I'll say Tesla, SPY not reacted too much from these guys. You know, how much Tesla and Meta have gone red to green here, along with Microsoft. Microsoft, of course, still down in red, but I'm surprised SPY has just not moved that much so far.
Yeah, we call this violently flat. You know, I mean, it was a little spooky for a second, but here we are right back where we started. And to me, that's very bullish. That's just showing, hey, nothing burger. Those cheap hedges were cheap for a reason. I'm glad they were cheap. I think they're going to die. That's what I'm liking. That's what I want.
Hey, so come join me and Steve, earnings report here. Come join us on the TTP live stream. That's right. Putting the link out right now. That's right. This is going on social media. Come join us. So yeah, I forgot to put the teaser out there. Yeah, I was like, I got to put this out on, you know, the Instagram, the Facebooks, the hey, come join us right now. I need to get on X. I noticed today I did the little podcast, helped out. I did Wolf Trading, did a little podcast thing with him. And yeah, I was like, man, I just realized how big really being on X is. You know, it's where, especially even us, we get a lot of followers from there, a lot of viewers from X, and how big stock trading and investing is on X. So yeah, I need to get more on the X platform. What platform is you heavy on?
You know, I'm a big Discord head. You know, it's so nice just getting all of my stuff just beamed live to one place. You know, so I have a lot of channels that I've set up for like tweets to come in or, you know, to aggregate information. Right. That's my home base. I'm trying to use Twitter more because it's such a gift. I always have it up on the corner. And, you know, whenever I'm able to look through it consistently, there's always alpha there. And I'm getting so much alpha. I started going through my follow list and following you guys back. So give me a follow, I will follow back. And there's a lot of alpha.
It's kind of, that like you follow me, I follow you. And then you build this kind of like community or, you know, camaraderie with other traders essentially. And yeah, I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are seeing, oh baby, that expansion off of this meta, because you know we got to get the word out because people need to know. We said it here first. Hey, don't get too scared if there's a little shake and bake. As long as we find those buyers at these pivots, it's not the end of the world. You know. So we're up $5 on the Microsoft there. That's the one I did take, the least explosive of the look back and goes. But hey, I believe this is the one that I want to hold or own long term the most. I think.
Yep.
So that's kind of my thoughts there. Good stuff. Tesla marching or flagging out nicely while Meta just surging higher. I want to pull this up to a higher time frame as well and see where we're kind of engaging with. Boom, what a beautiful candle.
Yeah, so like days like today, I'm back to trading them. I don't trade them anymore. I used to love to get into these knowing the levels, but this is it. It almost becomes like a day trade, which like here I said, Meta, move over 680, watch for move to 687. If that breaks, we see 690s minimum. Max move up to around 700, maybe 710. So I said over 680, essentially go long. We'll see 686, 687, and then we'll get up into 690s, maybe 710. Then I said under 644, watch her move down to 654 minimum with a max move to sub 640. What is Meta's low? 637. So my levels are on the dot, but you better be in and you better be out before you can blink an eye, and you've got to trade shares that fast, which, oh my gosh, with having to do limit orders and after hours, good luck. But yeah, it's just you get so much of that whipsaw action and not continuation anymore. And yeah, I just set it out. I sit it out, watch it. It's more popcorn medicine for me. And we are still getting these big moves. What's up, Tac2, by the way, everyone in the house? Joe, how we doing? All the lovely people. Yes, we're the D-Gens. Larry Boyd, how we doing? And everyone else earlier. And Larry, you talked about NAM, NAMM, what's going on? Just a minerals play. We see gold hot today. It finally got that squeeze over 556, which has been the resistance over the past week or so. And yeah, we're all over it. Talked about the move up. We said there'd be resistance at 650. So we had some traders taking along to 650. And I said, hey, 7 to me is really strong resistance, which ended up coming into play. If you go look at NAM's high of day, right at 7. And of course, the reversal from it. So man, come join the Discord. Joe's over there. Joe's got he knows all about the Discord that I'm running. It's free. So if you're a small cap trader, or you like to trade small caps, you will not miss or skip a beat over on my Discord. Got great traders like CR Trader. There's Love Chip. There's Tay. I can go through the list of all the different traders we have that are alerting all day, even through here into the after hours. So absolutely love it.
Well, man, you that's a good little pitch. You sold me. There's 8 billion things that I'm trying to pay attention to, but now there's 8 billion in one because now I'm going. So I love it. By the way, the Tesla numbers, I don't think we actually mentioned them. So EPS beat plus rev beat, double beat there. EPS 50 cents, estimated 40 cents. Revenue 24.9 billion, estimated 24.5. So relatively modest beats. I figure there's something in the something else the algos are picking up on. Apparently, Tesla to invest $2 billion to buy Series E preferred shares of XAI. Okay, so that might be what's driving this. I'm not sure what XAI is. I'm a little bit behind the curve. I just found Claudebot, Claude Code. So, whatever XAI is, apparently they're buying some.
I'll put this in chat. Hopefully this can come through here. I think this may come through. We'll see here. But Discord link, come join. So there's my Discord link right there. I don't know if that pops up for you guys and populates. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. But there it is. Anywho, it's just one of those things where I just like to help out as many traders, and I love that. So it's you try to get in from $1, $2 plays to $5 plays to $20 plays, and we get into $30 plays. And so it's one of those things. Yeah, Joe, you are the wizard. Joe's helps out. Even with One-Eyed Joe. One-Eyed Joe still killing it. One-Eyed Joe still killing it over there.
It's a pirate's life for him. What can you say?
What's funny because I met him in Florida, so yeah. Then I think about him. That he actually lives in Florida. I know he doesn't actually lives in Ohio, so I always like. And it's funny. They actually have a couple of traders that have moved from Ohio to Florida, and so then there's that. Unfortunately, so then and I always put them that like, where do you Ohio? Is it Florida? And so yeah, Pirate Joe, One-Eyed Joe, got the Florida Joe as I call him. Helps out a lot, my man.
The nice thing is that it seems like your Discord tends to cover like the area that I am the least good at covering myself. So this is perfect for me. I'm gonna pop in there and start poking around, probably start hanging out, because that's what I need. I need to get my bearings on these small caps. Because for me, I think we're kind of doing this for the same reason, right? Because it feels so good to have like just a little community to call your own and to share what you've learned with. And then it's just like a very personal thing where you can learn and grow with these people. And I've learned so much. So I'm trying to invade yours now and learn about the small caps, because I'm sticking to these large caps and mid caps for the most part. And they're fun, but I want the juice. Show me the juice, Josh, I
want the juice. Well, I'm kind of like opposite of you, where I love the small caps, but I'll dabble in and love my large caps. It's not unfortunately that often that I'm diving into the large caps, unfortunately, anymore. It's just the movement of it. What I'm seeing here in after hours is kind of like what I see a lot of the time in the large caps. We're flying up. And if you don't take profit, we're reversing and flying down red and now negative in red for the day. Oh, no, actually, we're back on up and we're back to open. No, we're new high of day. Seeing a little too much of that. SPY today, actually, throughout the day was more of a day I like. Staircasing down. I love that. One bear flag on another. You can find it's very easy to trade that, which obviously, you think about it, those are easy days. They're a little easier days to trade. I like that setup in there. And when I really started getting into large caps 22 into 23 into 2024, I could trade anything, and still this day, I don't care if it's AMD, Apple, all the way through the Ringer and the Mag 7 to Tesla. Look at NVA, look at Meta, did look at SMCI there for a while. PLTR I've traded. I've traded Circle in the past. I've traded, you name it. I say name it, but there's a lot of those large cap plays that I've traded. And it's all about the chart. If that chart setup is there that I like to trade, then I trade that chart setup. If it's not there, then I'm not trading that ticker. And so I've literally just moved what I've done in the small cap sector up to large caps. And I just don't see a lot of those setups, unfortunately, as much as I did see. But yeah, there were times where I would trade, large cap and small cap every day. I'd be small caps mostly, pre-market and the opening bell, wait for a large cap play. Sometimes you'd get those. It was opening bell, break of high, pre-market low, and you would just get that continuation and beautiful move down. Now, like I'm talking about, you get that crazy reversal. Yeah, back in the day, I'd be 4 trades in, 10 minutes after the opening bell, and have traded, a large cap in a small cap, within 10 minutes of the opening bell from pre-market into that. And I'm just not getting that as much right now. So I do love to trade them. And I'm right there with you. I'm like, God, what, like you in the small caps. Where I'm like, I want that large cap back in my life. You're like, I want some small cap in my life.
I feel you. And, it's this actually, my next point ties perfectly in with what Talk's saying here. The best advice Todd can give, he's saying, is repetition. That's the best thing for a new trader. Just running the same setup, that same pattern, and really, really being able to identify what works for you very fast and not kind of stray from other things. So for me, that's these failed breakdowns. That's the bread and butter. That's the money there. And we're seeing that on SPY here. We get the flush out. Now we're starting to reclaim this VWAP area that we were basing while Powell talked. I'm pretty confident that we are moving on and up. So I might not be buying a ton of stuff. I bought a little Microsoft there, but in general, I'm kind of already there. I'm in the IRMs and the APLDs. We're positioned for this move up, and I think that if you kind of have an anchor for your port in these larger cap names, like the Microsofts, like these, the higher quality ones, you can let them cook and use the brain power to catch some of these fun ones that you're looking at where you can really juice returns. So I'm trying to strike the balance, but so many ways to skin a cat here.
Hey, but we still have have the time, obviously, of these plays now seem to finally get the big move down, big move up. Now we kind of, I feel like we're at the top of the roller coaster wherever we kind of do the, whoa, we're going to go down again? Yeah, right. Yeah, everyone's got their hands up right now. We're like, are we going to go up again or are we going to go down? What do you think about the Trump? I say Trump, but let's go just to JP today. JP, no rate changes, staying the same. How do you feel about that?
I think that it was just about as uneventful as you want. I'm always like, it always seems like he's talking on a day where I'm like having trouble staying awake anyway. And it's like, all right, no touching the indices. It's a FOMC day. And then I'm just sitting there like eyes are rolling back in my head, just waiting for something exciting to happen. And basically I heard Goldilocks zone. We're threading the needle. No worries. Economy's good. Don't freak out. I don't care that silver is going crazy. You guys are degens. That's not my business. We're data dependent. We're going to keep on doing what we need to as the data comes in. Oh, you don't trust our models? Give us better models then. Basically saying just I'm not a clown like Trump's saying. We're fine. Everything's fine. Relax. That's kind of how I read it. Anything that I missed there?
No, that's about 93% of JP talk.
Oh, and purple tie. There's the other.
Yeah, exactly. Always purple tie. Always for sure. Which I love purple, but yeah, it's like I remember there for a while. I was like, which tie is he gonna wear? I'm like, yeah, it's always gonna be purple. We know that now. But yeah, it's funny how long that discussion came in because I had him up on my live stream. Like, okay, I'll go. I'm gonna talk about it. And I'll go live once he's done. And I came back in, kept coming. I'm like top of the hour, power hour. He's still talking. They're asking questions. I'm like, like all this is got just end this already. So yeah, it was about it like you said, usually uneventful as possibly can be, but. That I think once which I've heard from a lot of traders, once he's done with his term, we'll start seeing some different movement, maybe some different rate changes possibly too as well at that point. I wish what I'd love to see, what really moved the SPY. Did you ever watch back in the day on MTV? Did you ever watch Celebrity Deathmatch?
Oh, that's like ringing a bell deep in my.
They were like clay, like animated clay figures. It was really fun, goofy. So I would love to see Celebrity Deathmatch or Celebrity Boxing. Really, let's keep it real, not Deathmatch. Celebrity Boxing. Donald Trump versus Jerome Powell.
Oh man, I gotta put my money on J Powell though. He's a fit boy. I don't know.
I could see him being like a little Irish boxer, and he comes in like this, and Trump doesn't know what to do, and you get Trump, underneath the chin. And you're like, oh no, Trump, no. Trump's
I don't know if you can say that. I think that might be treason. Oh well. Trump is the strongest president of all time, and he could take Tyson down. But hypothetically, Powell's probably got some hands. he's got to deal with a lot of. You heard him. Shut the door.
Yeah.
He can take care of business when he needs to.
Yeah.
So speaking of taking care of business, bulls have taken care of business, and they have gone engulfing on Qs and now SPY as well. We are through the neckline where we were bumping up against when we were talking, when Powell was running his mouth there, and it seems to me like, I don't know why I can't drag this shape. I'm trying to draw it out there for it. Anyway, seems to me like we've broken through that resistance. It is now hopefully going to be flipping to support if we back test it. That is our 696-ish level on SPY and the 635-ish on Qs, 634-ish on Qs. So keep those zones in place.
Do you think with no rate change we see 700? Do you think that's a positive thing? We pop back on up and finally push through 700. What do you think there?
I think that I'm probably out of my wheelhouse, and it comes down to whether it is a dovish one or a hawkish one, depending on how it is inferred, depending on the context in which it comes, So that's where the nuance comes in terms of potentially being a market regime that I haven't had the experience of trading, So I wasn't around for, the stagflation regime, for example. Everything. I always like to say there's a new first time ever happening in the market every couple minutes, right? So we gotta move with the data, and I don't know how the market would react because I don't know what might cause it. That's my cop out answer.
Back to Chappelle's show, plead the fifth there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I get you. And what I would say the only caveat to be if we do get that is earnings, which we've seen in the past where earnings lifts the SPY. These plays do get green. That you see Meta here. We see Tesla now going red to green. Does Microsoft work its way back up? And tomorrow it's back at 490, maybe even to 500, but through the rest of after hours and pre-market, or even at least back to where it came from. Yeah. And then the rest of the earnings as it pushed it through 700. I think that could maybe be the caveat, but I'm right there with you. I don't think it's going to be this full explosive. And again, back to, I just don't think we get there yet. I don't think it's going to be this 700 push to 720, 750. Oh boy, here we go again. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think that we've been playing like footsies with so much giant positioning too. Like I feel like I've been talking just nonstop almost every day for like 2 months about like that giant gamma node up at 700, and we finally it's kind of like mission accomplished. We got did we actually tag it? 699.98. Say we tagged it close enough for government work. So now the real name of the game for me is like, okay, it's kind of like we're resetting the board, we're resetting the momentum. We mission accomplished. We're George W. Bush on the aircraft carrier, and now we got to reassess and think: did we really accomplish the mission, or can we go higher? Was that the liquidity draw just up to 700, and now we can have some geopolitical craziness that might shake the boat? I don't know. I do know that now's the time to watch, and what I'm seeing on my screens is not bearish. I'm liking these reactions.
Yeah, no, that's
coming down just a little, and that's fine.
Yeah, but that's what reversals too recently, which we just had that 1 to 75 boom down right back on up, and I keep seeing that lower high pattern through the last. I mean, we've had these since like July. It seems like every month we have these quick liquidation sweeps back down, boom, we're right back on up. I'm sure the big boys and the institutions be adding in on those little drawback on downs, and yeah, I'm right there with you. If you think it's a bullish sentiment, I think even Airplane, what's her name? Airplane Jane, Miss Takeoff Jane is on the show. She's in a bullish mentality as well. It's so funny. And I mentioned Jane, and then one of the last alerts here a few minutes ago, even Jane traded a small cap today. That's so funny. I'd missed that. I'm kind of catching back up. I'm behind here on the Fmoc thing. And thank you to Trade the Pool putting out our links out there. Your links, my links for my website, and of course your Twitter and Discord. I need to get my Twitter going. Dang it.
I know it's hard, man. It's so hard. I'm working on actually figuring out an AI solution to pull stuff from my Discord and post it there, because I don't want to.
We need that. We need like an all-in-one app where you see those commercials all the time. Oh, you've got a Netflix bill and you want to cancel this bill, but we'll get this app and we keep track of all your bills on. Can I just post something on Instagram? It goes to Facebook. It goes to Twitter. It goes to Discord. It goes to TikTok.
Right. Like I was promised flying cars by now. At least give me a streamlined social media experience. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Give me my Back to the Future already. I mean, I should be flying around, going to different.
Right. I want my Jets.
Oh man. But yeah, no.
Something like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing too, essentially, where that's what makes it hard. It's like a job, which I didn't do as much one-on-ones and the live streaming. This is back before that, and I first started trading, and I had a lot of more of open free time. And so we did like a Jeep account, a cool Jeep. It's purple. It's got a lot of stuff done to it. And that was back in 2016, 17, 18. You saw a lot of accounts like that, those influencer accounts with Jeeps actually, and a lot of different, obviously throughout the years you've seen that. So let's do one. And it grew, and we got a few thousand, 10,000, we got 10, but it was just so much work, and we only got to like 10,000 followers. And I'm like, man, do these people pay for it really? Are they paying? Like, what's going on? How do these people get to 50 and 100K? And then they're just doing stuff nonstop. It's videos of them Jeep and then this, that, and there's pictures of this. And it's just like, man, I'm like, man, and then they're doing that on other social media platforms, like on X, Twitter, right, or whatever. And I just was like, man, it wore me out. I did it for about 2-3 years, and it was just like, wow, this is a whole job in itself. And you've got to have the cameras, and you want to edit the stuff, or maybe if you do have enough money, then you're paying money, which is like you could do, but then have someone do it for you and create your own content. Yeah, it is a job, and or paying someone to do a job to grow all that.
The other aspect, I don't have as much experience as you, but what kind of puts me off is that it's like what brings the most engagement isn't necessarily the best content, like it's like, I don't know. I bet you could get more engagement parking those Jeeps up on, on high curbs and stuff and pissing people off than you could like showing off all the, awesome stuff that you can go and do in a Jeep that isn't, taking 2 parking spots.
Exactly.
Or whatever.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I've noticed that too before. Like when you see the ones like whether it's TikTok or whatever it is, and like, this is what's getting views. This is what's getting likes.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. But hey, maybe that just means we should be long Reddit or something. I don't know.
Hey, I like it. Yeah, maybe, right? Those dang Reddit turds. Speaking of finally SPY here, it's starting to make that move now, getting through, like you were saying, that key area of the 96 mark and starting to pop up. They got 97. I have lines here for Meta. I think Meta can get up to maybe possibly 710, but what a move for Meta, all the way down to the 637 to 707 essentially. So you're talking a $70 move right
it's pretty wild. Yeah, and on this chart, it didn't even look that crazy. For reference, I'm pulling it up on my trading view here just to get these indicators as well. Yeah, it flew through my ATR targets, as you can expect. Because you're going to get a bigger move than average on earnings. Who'd have thunk, right? In terms of real higher time frame levels, I mean, heck, the big wick is going to be 710. Did we tag 710 yet? No,
not yet. Almost. Yeah, 688.
Let's reach for it, and I'll bet you dollars to donuts there will be sellers there. Doesn't mean that we won't go higher, but that's the place where somebody's going to step in. So that's what I'm looking for there. Tesla looking nice and holding that flag nice and constructively. I'm also keeping a little eye on my APLD here. It had a cooling off day today after going crazy yesterday, but starting to look like a higher low after hours. I'm also looking at the IREN. I hold a little bit of that, and that's looking real darn constructive to me. So I think these data center plays, I think that probably they're waiting on the guide to really rip it. But I think that this is looking pretty good. This Meta, by the way, just absolutely bidding up like crazy. How much are you up?
Crazy. I've lined up. Yeah, you brought up IREN. I was like, I've traded that in the past, and I go back and I've got literally a downtrend line on it from back right around earnings from last August. And I was like, this was like a penny stock like last year, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a good night, IREN. It's not so penny anymore.
Yes, this is when I look back at some of these plays, and I'm like, gosh, I should have looked more into these type of companies and invested, 100 shares, 50 shares, even 5 something, 500 or something. Because you look back now going, oh wow, what did I miss? Missed the whole move.
It's rough. That's me looking back every time talk saying, I told you about Carvana. It's just an icy knife into my heart here and there.
Yes, that's another one.
A year later, because I got stopped out at $8.
That's another one. That was like, what was another one? That's definitely another great example of because I used to do that in my morning alerts there for a while. It was on my morning alerts where I would alert it to traders daily. Let's go back in time here. How far back can I go to when I was alerting that? Yeah, where my line okay, let's say edit property COS. Yeah. July of 2023. Where do you think it was in July of 2023? It was around the 50. That was when I was alerting it last, in the 50s. And I know you talk about in the 8s. So I'm like, I look back even in the 50s when I was alerting, and now I look back, because it had that huge move down, after the, a couple of years ago, was it 2022, whatever it was? Yeah, 22. Yeah, that huge move from 21 to 22. And now I'm like, oh, down in the gutter. Yeah, now I look back at that. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that hurts a little bit right there, Steve.
It stings. What can you say? I mean, speaking of one of the ones that always got me is a meta earnings from a few years ago when it was like under 200, and I was going, this is egregious. We should just full port this, right? And of course, none of us did because it looked like crap. And then here we are, a couple years later, it's trading at 700. Going what in tarnation? And also the other thing is when you do that, you take it off your mental focus list, your mental watch list, because it hurts you, and you can miss it when it sets up strongly. Because when you miss the bottom, if it was the bottom, it's gonna tighten up at some point on that right wall. It's gonna give you another look, and it's gonna go higher. If you take yourself out of the race just by being tilted, that's like one of the worst feelings ever. Because then, for example, you talked about you missed Carvana at 50. Well, I didn't. I felt sick looking at Carvana at 50. That gutted me at 50. It was a 4-bag higher. Well,
Yeah.
it was gonna 4-bag again if I just watched. So it's always
Yeah. And if someone would have told you that, then you're like, yeah, no, I feel like I'm chasing. And then, you look back now like I do and go, oh, yeah, that's where I was looking at it really last, So, yeah.
Always two sides to a trade. It's always funny when you and your buddy do the baton pass. He's taking my shares, I'm taking his.
Yep.
We can all make money, but I'm gonna do the Nvidia earnings. Like, congratulations, I'm happy for you. All pouting, it'll be one of those. If you take my shares and it doubles.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, need a hoverboard. Love it. Joe, need a hoverboard for sure. Steve, Joe, awesome. I'm just going the feedback there for a second. Want to learn how to trade? Here's your source. Trade the pool. Exactly. Love it, Tack. You guys in chat, Joe. And boy, I bet you're about to mention Meta. Holy Meta sauce.
It's insane, right? I mean, we talked about sellers stepping in at 710. They said, Steve, you don't know what the heck you're talking about. We got to prove
the same thing. I thought 710 would be about max for it. And boy, here it just is ripping right now.
Well, this is crazy. This is a good example of how those pivot points where we all have that level, right? But what did it do? It squeezed straight through. Well, shorts just got liquidated right there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a narrative breaker, right? Or like a clear turning point where it's like, okay, maybe this was a mean reversion pop. Not if we're powering through the 710. Now we're cooking. Now we're in buy the dip mode, not sell the rip mode.
Yeah. I mean, just kind of looking at chart back and what it could possibly go to. And I would say right now, which again, we've already kind of named a level. I've got another line in right here at the 720 mark. So let's see if we see some sellers finally coming in here at 720, or they just step up and just completely annihilate more shorts. But 720, we've got a line in there. So we'll see if we kind of fail here at 720. We're trying to see a little resistance here at that 720 mark, but wowzers, brother. We're seeing a barn burner right here. I feel like I'm watching a sports game and that team is just on fire. I mean, they just can't miss a shot at this point. It just blown.
And now we're also kind of seeing Tesla potentially setting up for another push here this past 5 minutes, looking really constructive for this VWAP retap into this flag breakout. So we'll see if we can find traction. I think we mentioned that 445 being the very key level. And I want to show you that, guys, on the trigger system. This makes it really easy to take the thinking out of it to some degree because, let's see, whoops. When we look, we know exactly where each cohort of sellers are. And see, we tag the daily trigger and now we are finding sellers. It's just like clockwork, just about. If we're finding the sellers over here, we need to wait until we can confirm that this is support. So now we are seeing the retest and it's on earnings. So this is a decent place to consider, hey, maybe we are going to digest and flip this daily trigger. But it's so nice just being able to really quickly look through charts and be like, oh, this is my barometer. This is my signpost on a daily time frame. Oh, still under it. Okay, I don't need to worry about getting in for the swing trade. It'll give me an opportunity to get in.
Yeah.
So helps with the FOMO, helps just knowing where I'm at in the market. And Tesla at this very key point of interest here at the 445. We'll see if it can digest and push on through.
Yeah, I think tomorrow too, just watch for, I will say what I've noticed a lot of the time when you made these huge moves up, I would say watch for some profit taking. It depends on how much more we get, at least at the bell is my point for Meta. So if you do like the day trade tomorrow at the bell, depends on how much more we move and what pre-market looks like as well. And we have the rest of after hours still to move around. I've seen after hours, we come back down, we're back below 700. So then there is the profit taking. We stay up in the 7, 10, 20, 30 range or go for more. I would imagine tomorrow, if we're at that area at open bell, we'll see some sort of pullback in this tomorrow. now that it's moved this much, I would imagine see some good size chunks tomorrow as well. This is definitely going to open up a lot of traders' eyes. I mean, for day traders, when you see this, like myself and Meta, you're licking the chops knowing that you didn't trade the earnings. You're sit back and watch it, but boy, you're licking your chops for tomorrow because in there you haven't been in for a while creates a lot of good open movement in my opinion. And it looks like it's about to do another pop to go to rip land right here.
It ain't done. It ain't done. It's got unfinished business apparently somewhere up in heaven.
That's like, oh, you guys, I'm knocking you out. I am mad.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know. Somebody got too short.
I can imagine that too. I mean, yeah, imagine how many people. I can't imagine just being that thought process. And again, if you have huge accounts, you're used to this possible, that's fine. But man, those traders that aren't trading this earnings and right now they're in it. And especially imagine traders that for whatever reason, I don't know why you would, but did options. And so right now you're stuck in this trade till tomorrow morning until opening bell. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, if you're short, oh my. So
yeah, imagine selling those 700 calls and just watching this locked in until tomorrow. No fun.
Yeah.
There are a few other earnings I wanted to talk about real quick here.
Yeah, we have other ones for sure. Yeah.
There are, these were the big ones for sure. And, like when you have three big ones like that in the top 10 market cap, it's hard to pay attention to some of the others, but like LRCX on another day, this would be a big deal. I mean, it still is a big deal. We got a nice pop here. It did mean revert back down to the price it's basically been trading at all day. Zooming out a little bit, it has had a crazy pop yesterday, or overnight actually, off of the ASML earnings, I believe. Yeah. Okay. So ASML crushed, whole sector ripped, our beautiful Micron swing trade, our leveraged Micron longs. That's so degen, but it keeps working. So we keep raising our stop and and thanking the Lord. Anyways, so those needed a little bit of a pullback there. We did see the pop and a little bit of a drop. We'll see if this is the start of a little bit of distribution on this LRCX and some of these semi caps. In general, though, earnings were good. They beat earnings per share by 9% and revenue beat by 2%. EPS up 1% year over year, revenue up 20%, 22% year over year. And so nothing bad that I'm seeing. We'll see how the call goes, of course. And what else? Let me see. There's a few others here. So
check out IBM. Check out IBM real quick. Just go straight to IBM. Look at this move.
Okay, something crazy.
Oh, it's a big daddy.
All right. So that's a ripper right here. Let's go to a higher time frame as well. This is the 1 minute here. Absolute ripper. Wowee. Boy, howdy. Yeah, it's very strong. So what are we seeing? We're seeing it trade all the way up here at the top of the flag. This looks like it's going to break out of this high time frame pattern now. We've got basically a big old pennant. You can see the spread, the bid and ask dancing around there. And you can call this a flag. You can call it a pennant. Either way, it kind of faked breaking down here. This looked like it was pretty weak and then just absolutely ripped back up at the top of the range now. So we are negotiating. The last seller's holding us back. Once it gets through this 325, I don't see what's stopping it from moving on higher. Really, really nice move. And so this is going to be just giving what we need for this AI trade to continue, I think, the narrative at least. This is marching on upwards. I love to see that. So congratulations, IBM boys. This is a kind of a boring one. It's not a glamorous one, but nothing boring about a $30 move.
yeah, it was definitely more of a bore, like you said, the AI movement over the last 2 years. And just going back and look how it was flat there from 16, 17 all the way to 24, and then 24 we take off from the 150s, and here we are at 320s now, all the way up into the 320 land. So another one of those ones you look back and go, boy, would have loved to invest in another one of those companies. That's why I tell a lot of traders, when you see these trends, get in early on, because that's what I did with NVDA and SMCI before it made major moves. You could just see the momentum was there, and it's a good long-term investment play. So I think at this point you're a little bit chasey, but I still think overall we look back next year, IBM could be at 450 and maybe even 500.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we just get into the repricing mode. And Josh, this is actually a good example of a company that I have an idea. I'm gonna be building something over the weekend, because I keep seeing setups like this and it makes me think, I think there's something to it. So the setup is names that are essentially breaking back over their .com bubble highs and entering that crazy blue sky territory. I think that there's going to be some really nice setups that we can take off of those, basically playing the surge through and then also playing the kind of, maybe Kevin would refer to this as some type of hangover play too, because after you get that move, often once it finishes, you'll get a couple day sell, which is really nice, and very, very replicable. And so I don't know, I want to scan and see if there's anything I can glean, from some back testing off of that type of setup. I think there's something there.
Oh, Meta's at 7:30 now.
My eyes are glazing over. It's just like it's like a screensaver. It just keeps going up to the right. I didn't even know.
Right. Yeah, it's like one of those 1990s Windows 95. Speaking of Microsoft, Windows 95, like screens.
Yeah, the irony being Microsoft itself sitting right next to it doing absolutely nothing. So I picked the wrong one, didn't I, to buy the dip on? That smarts a little bit. But hey, congratulations. I'm happy.
We got that asked in chat too. Kurt Pierre asked, did Meta do well? And the earnings were well. I think if I'm not mistaken, they beat earnings, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and look at it again. Yeah, Meta shares link on higher than expected Q1. Yeah, so better than expected. Did good right there overall for Meta. Going back, we have C's Q1 sales over and anticipated, says estimated was 51.3 bill. They did anywhere from 53.5 to 56.5. That's a big 3 bill area, but still multiple bill over what they anticipated. So regardless, definitely beat earnings. Doesn't mean they're always going to do good, but we did here. And my gosh, you're seeing Meta now rip from a quick dip down to 637. We are now a 100-point move, 637 to 737.
Wild. So I just found a really great tweet by Zero Hedge. Q3 2025, Meta crashes on surging CapEx forecast. Q4 2025, Meta soars on surging CapEx forecast. So, make it make sense, I guess. It's that's why you got to know the meta, right? It's like, what is being rewarded at this time in the market cycle? We got to watch at the first of each of these mega caps, in the earnings cycles. That's going to really set the stage. So today is the first day that I think is really impactful with the multiple earnings hitting. And essentially, what I think is most important for the AI trade overall is this CapEx spend going up. So Microsoft said it's the Simpsons, everybody in the class is saying, say the word, say the line, Bart, just say it. It's like, CapEx spend is going up. Yay! Now we can all party for another quarter. That's what I would like. I don't know if it'll be that straightforward, but that's the narrative we can play with for the next day or two, I think.
640 now, or 740, I should say. Now 740. It reminds me of like a small cap play where I just want to jump in because I just know it's going to keep going to 750 at this point. Like, here it goes. It's going to 750. I've gone way too far from you when to jump in any kind of shares right there. But boy, oh boy, what a great momentum move. And really, I think that too is what, like we talked about, you're saying, kind of stole the mob away. I always talk about in the small caps, it took the majority of buyers away from Microsoft. It took the majority of buyers away from Tesla. Seeing this move, everyone, once that thing ripped up to 700, you can tell about that same time frame. I'm looking at my, I'm all in the same time frame. Right when it was making that rip up, about 15 to 30 after in this hour, that's when all the other plays went like this. We're just going to watch Meta.
Man, I mean, what else can you do? It's like a Renko chart. It's like this thing does not go down. So where could you have gotten involved? There was no clean entry, really, if you didn't recognize early. Well, that's what guts me, because we did recognize early that this was an undercut and rally, a fake breakdown. But, I was hoping for maybe a really clean flag right into the highs of the day. It was extended there too. But you just gotta trust your moving averages and hitch a ride, because this thing is
and that's it. And that's it, because I've tried to trade these and this reminds me again, those small cap plays in pre-market. Trying to, again, if you're doing shares, obviously, right, trying to get in limit orders when a play's moving that fast, get me in, just get me in, and then you just got to go well above it, and you're going to take, just say, hey, I anticipate that my levels are right, and I'm going to get a bad entry. I might even be a little red at first, but I anticipate this, and it's a little risk, but yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, and trying to get in is so hard on those plays. So it's definitely, you see people doing it. Obviously, that's what made this move go up even more. But it's fun to watch for sure. 100%. Wish I bought Meta when it hit 649. Oh yeah. Well, even looking at it there in after hours, it's one of those things. Yeah. You wish you go back and see these plays. Hindsight's 2020. That's why I was just looking the next day. Joe talked about it too. Hey, this was fun. Yes. You could have made lots of money. You could see it rip 30, 40, 50, $100. But that's what I'm telling you right now. Tomorrow will be big moves for Meta. So you can anticipate tomorrow, even the next day, getting good day trades out of Meta, and even looking for long-term investments. Now that we've gone this far back up, moving back down to that 700 area would be a good dip buy, or that old resistance that we couldn't break out of if we somehow get back in the 670s. And that's what makes this, for the traders that do last so long. That's what they're so good at, the patience, just waiting for your setup and your trade to form and come to you.
Josh, you summoned it. It's going to 750 right now.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's why well, okay, let's go back to my trade we took on Friday, my BNAI trade. If you look at BNAI, if you want to pull that up for traders in chat, BNAI on Friday went from 10 to almost $70 on Friday and after hours. And so it's one of those things where momentum starts to kick in there. And you can see is that not today? Oh, that's on Friday, right?
This is Friday.
Yeah, Friday of last week. Yeah. And that's just one of those momentum plays. I got in at the break of 35 for the move to 50. Yeah. And you're like, you traded that at 35. Yeah, I got in at 35 because, again, it's that momentumous play that comes into that play. And you can bank on certain runners. It depends on where you get in at and knowing and understanding the ticker in the trade. So that's why, like right here, I'm going, God, this is just magnet written all over it at 750. It just comes back to, I'm sure you watch this long enough, you build in the tape from your eyes, so that builds in that gut, so to speak. And you can trade even on extended levels just from what you've seen in the past.
Wow.
Yeah, BNAI too. Yeah,
the BNAI is crazy for sure. And what's crazy to me is that, like you said, I think that we should just be in buy the dip mode. And like, it feels crazy, like 20 minutes ago saying, hey, I'd love to buy Meta at 700. It's like, what, when we're $50 below and we want to buy it up there? It's like, well, yeah, I do want to buy it up there. Because this is basically a W base that we just surged back way up above. Oh my goodness, we just completed the gap. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so yeah, that's what we surged up to, and that's where we're going to probably find some sellers here. So
I love that. Yeah, and those W's are great. I talked about that. Joe, you just saw that. Joe, I think you commented on my small cap video. Joe, tell me right now, what does the W pattern mean? What does W pattern mean, Joe, when you see that on a stock trading chart? Let Joe answer. No one answer. Anyone else can chime in, but Steve, don't answer. Don't give me.
I'm going to get some water real quick.
You're good. Get some agua. Yeah, I got some right before we started. But yeah, Joe, what does the W pattern, the W shape mean when you see that on a stock trading chart? Let's see if Joe can answer that one. I think Joe knows. But it's that time of the day. I have a window with it kind of has that little arch at the top of it. And it's hit me right in the eye, right? It's like right that time of the day when the sun's going down. It's like, blinding me. So if I start sitting really close to the camera, that's the reason why, all right? Great moves today, though, honestly, team. Go back to IBM. Great move from IBM today. Meta, I think those moves have stolen the mob, as I call the majority of buyers, away from Tesla, from Microsoft. SPY with a good little red to green move. It's kind of lulling out right now. Typically with these large caps, as I watch them, I'd say since 23 is when I first started watching earnings reports. So I've seen about 12 of them or so. I'd say somewhere in there over the years, 12 to 15. 22 and 23 is when I started watching them. When you get those red to green moves like we're seeing across the board, a lot of the time when we get to this space, you get an hour in after you get this again, like I talk about. There will be a little bit more movement, but Meta and IBM are the ones like Steve was talking about. Watch for that to clear out and go to new highs. Same thing for Meta. That could still go. Could see some pullback. Could see bounce. Tesla and Microsoft have I'm about done. I think that's going to be it for the. They may see some more moves, but they're definitely going to see a little less volume, a little less movement. I think IBM and especially Meta are the ones that will give you more movement here in after hours, just for fun if you're looking at it. But just what I've noticed over the years.
Totally. You start to kind of recognize these archetypes, right, of like earnings reaction. Yes. And it becomes a probabilistic thing, like where you recognize, yes, sometimes they do this. This is not the typical reaction. This is like really catching the street by surprise, at least on one metric, enough to really get some yeehaw. This Tesla is much more common where, sure, it is a big move, don't get me wrong, but it's not a crazy move. Yeah. And it's basically an undercut and rally, and then it consolidates into the earnings call. And then likely it won't actually have the volume even on that earnings call after hours. And it'll wait for the pre-market tomorrow and really the cash session tomorrow to really, see the continuation off of what is likely a flag into a key level. Because for Tesla, we got the volume in, we surged on the volume after clearing out stops, and we surged right into the resistance. We're just hanging out right at the resistance, but we're not rejecting, So to me, that's just saying, hey, we're good here tomorrow. If all goes as planned, up onwards and upwards. So I'm thinking I'm on Tesla long now, but got to see the price action confirmed.
I like it. I like it. Love the process there too. Real quickly back to some chat. Death God 1411. Love BNI made Bentley money at Friday aftermarket. Yeah, the same thing here. Death God. That was a good run in there in after hours. I stopped out 10 minutes before BNI. Oh, that's Larry Boyd. Larry had a lot of traders do that. They come back in. I kept my live stream up on Friday. And so I'm telling you, Larry, you got to come over and join the Discord. Come over and join when I have my live stream up and free. We're all over every small cap play. You won't miss it. I alerted the 35 to 50 rule had traders banking on the way up. So I'm still live, right? I'm just freaking out. This is awesome. This is crazy. Guys coming back in. Well, oh my God, Josh, AK, what happened? Where did this come from? How'd this happen? So you weren't the only one. And it won't be the last time, Larry. So there will be many more of those. And Joe, W, pattern, W. Let's see, double bottom and looking for a move toward the upside. Exactly. Bullish. Always bullish. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And Ben, thank you coming over, guys. Everyone that came over here and after hours join us. We'll be doing this more going again tomorrow afternoon. I think, is it Kevin joining you tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Yeah, me and Kevin. That's the one duo that I haven't had as much screen time with. So I'm looking forward to getting to know Kevin just a little bit better. But it's always such a blast getting to hang out with you, man. We got a some good chemistry going on here. I like the back and forth.
Yes, sir. That Cali, Arkansas connection.
There you go. We get a little of the city folk, a little of the inner country. We get the whole perspective here. Yep. We're not missing anything.
And I appreciate the love too, Joe. And yeah, Tag, yeah, you know what he says. He's our large cap guy. He comes in power hour, gets you guys some good some good love, good alerts and lessons for you guys every single Monday through Thursday. And so yeah, no one better in my opinion, maybe other than Michael Noss, but boy, he's busy in all the stuff that he does. And I think it's about nap time for Noss at this point with the kids and everything.
He needs beauty rest.
Yes. Yeah, and you're on the West Coast too. You still got plenty of daylight left. So it just makes the perfect sense for Steve to do these, and he's such a good job. Honestly, you do such a good job with these. So, and I love to just help him. Like I said, I've traded these here and there, and being in the large cap sector for a while now, so it's nothing too foreign for me. So yeah, any way to help out. And of course, love streaming live with you, like you were saying, got that chemistry rolling. So yeah. Best job ever it is. Yeah, I would say, I've always said this. I said, because I love going fast and love my car. So I'd say the only other thing that would be just as sweet as this job, but then I'd have to travel. And so, but would be F1 cars. But then I'd get to drive fast cars all day, that's my job, right? And so like, oh man, if I could be an F1 driver, because you got to think about the money those guys make. They make some crazy money. And then the traveling too, I'd hate it because I'm so used to being homebound because all the dogs, and the wife. But imagine if I did that already, out of the gate instead of being a stock trader. So we don't get as many dogs. I get to travel and she comes with me to Miami, to Morocco, to doing, Las Vegas, that crazy one. That's my other favorite one. If anything else, favorite job in the world would be, because you can do that for so long too if you're really good at it. I think golf would be cool. Another one that would be a fun job if you like golf, but it's something you could do for a long time. I think that's why everyone loves this so much, because it's a job that is kind of performance based, right? And you hold yourself accountable like an athlete would, but you can do it for so long. You can do this to when you're 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70. It's not like, well, I'm 50 now, I can't be an F1 driver anymore. I'll have to do it on my own, but I just don't have the reaction and the speed of those 20 and 30-year-olds anymore, and I'm just not as good, right? You can't be as good as you were. You can be better at 50 than you were at 20 or 30 in stock trading. So that's what makes this so awesome.
Yeah, that's such a great way to tie it all together here as we start to wrap up, because I mean that's really, it's the crux of it. You get all of the competition, all of the, because sure, it's always fun to compare to your friends, but really this is you against you every single day, just like an athlete, and you, like you said, you just get better and better. There's nothing that can stop you from achieving the life you want using this. I mean, to be honest, if you just stick with it. So I don't know. It's always super inspiring just hearing your success, everybody's success, people who have been doing this longer than me. And that's what keeps me in it. And that's what I hear from people. Those are the best messages I get, where they're like, hey, you help me see things clearer because you've been doing this for a longer time. And I'm like, oh, well, I feel like I'm just barely getting there, So just the future is bright for all of you guys. You're in the right place. You're fishing in the right pools here. Just stick with it.
Mosh Doc says, are you guys going to do a Microsoft call? I think, what was your thought process on Microsoft too as well? So we give your analysts on it. Now, you were thinking about going long, or did you go long on it?
I just added a little bit just because it came to my level. I really try not to overthink it. So I will, is the earnings call I figured it was going to be later. I should have checked that. I'm sorry. Tomorrow we'll be checking on, and if there are any earnings calls, we can go over them. I'm not primarily a fundamental analyst, so the best news I can give you, or the best information I can give you, will be on the technical side.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my best to be a tourist in the space. But so far, we talked about the Tesla and the Microsoft, or sorry, the Meta earnings a little more. Let me pull up a bit more information on the Microsoft beat.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, when is that? I was going to say I have the news, and yeah, I don't have it on my thing where it says an actual what time the call is, but you can look what time the call is. But I'm right there with you when it comes to that, just because we just talked about earlier. If you go back to the fundamental side of things and you try to be, and I never want to be in stock trading for small caps. I didn't want to be the CFO, so to speak, of a company and have to break down their financials. That just was going to be too much work for me, where if I could just stuck to the technicals, how often the chart worked out really well. And so that's where I just stuck with my trading myself for the most part anymore. When I see these earnings, there are certain times, like I talked about earlier, Mosh, I'll trade some earnings, but right now it's what we're seeing from Microsoft. It's what we're seeing a lot of the time from Tesla. With definitely what we saw on Meta, where, if you could be down a lot, then you're back up in green, or you could be green a lot and then you're back in red. Same thing for, like, my point being Meta with that red to green move. And we saw that today. We see that quite a bit with these earnings plays. And so you have to take those sweeps down. Go ahead, boss. What do you got here?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to pull up just a quick, nice summary from courtesy of CMG Venture Group on Twitter here. So just a summary of the Microsoft earnings results. So it was a beat on EPS, 4.14 versus 3.91 estimated. On revenue, they beat 81.27 billion versus 80.31, so small beat there. The key takeaways are going to be that their intelligent cloud revenue year on year is up 30%, 29% there. So big beat on the cloud, and that's what we want to basically. That's what we're kind of looking for this data center and AI narrative, in my opinion. So productivity rev plus 16% year on year, computing rev -3 year on year, Microsoft Cloud up 26% year on year, and Azure Cloud up 39% year on year. So it doesn't seem like the CapEx spend narrative is over. It seems like we are still shaking and baking, cooking here, and in the middle innings of the AI narrative, which is all we really need to see some money kind of slosh back into these names, because the mega caps, they have not been outperforming. I think that we were just basically holding on until these earnings to make sure that everything was still intact. And it seems to me like there's nothing in this that is too worrisome. And that being said, we are still down on it. So clearly that I need to look in a little closer and see what the biggest difference is between this and the meta beat. So tomorrow we are going to also be kind of doing a post-mortem on these ones, or I will be, so to kind of give you some more perspective, because like I said, I'm the technicals guy first and foremost, and learning on the fly to do this more fundamental, deep analysis where you really have to, have a strong understanding to make trades off of this in real time, right? Because often these first moves can be picked up by the algos and then faded, like you can see on this Meta, little sweep down before the big move up. And so you got to be really confident that when you're reading these reports very fast, you know what you're looking for, know what matters, and know what can kind of fool the algorithms. So
it reminds me of trading small caps and pre-market. When that PR first pops up, you got to find those keywords with key things and find those in there. Does it make sense or not? Is it going to pop, or is it going to be a pop and fade right back on down, or is it going to have the momentum to carry? Yeah, and that's what makes trading those versus just being a technical trader throughout the day, where you trade the chart. If you're trying to trade that initial move when a PR essentially is released, like an earnings report or a small cap and pre-market, you got to be quick, you got to be fast, you got to figure out what the keywords are that traders are looking for.
Absolutely. So yeah, it seems like I'm seeing a whole lot of people basically a little bit confused, just like me. Like, hey, this seems pretty good. Why are we down? So we can see tomorrow if this is the potential formings of a higher low. Let me pull up a daily chart here. We'll do an hourly.
Do it.
And essentially, although it might not have all of the shine of the meta right now, we could be still in constructive structure on a higher time frame and just kind of carving out a higher low after making the push down to the 438 previously. So what we could be considering seeing here is kind of speed running the W pattern, where we come down, then we come up for the middle of the W, instead of taking our sweet time to come down on the second leg of the W for the higher low. If we just speed run it like this, we can V-shape and really explode out of this potential W base. That's the bull case from a technical perspective. I'm looking for that kind of technical perspective bull case because to me, the fundamentals look pretty good on this because it's confirming the narrative that I would personally like to see. So we will see if we get that. So this area up at the 480 is going to be a big area of interest if we can trade back up to it. We're about halfway back up there from the lows. Besides that, it's your guess is as good as mine as why this is down, and the earnings call will probably be pretty important. The earnings call isn't for half an hour though, so I don't think we're going to be sticking around for that. Unless you're around, Josh. I think we should probably be wrapping it up before then. But
yeah.
Okay,
Sounds,
cool.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we can wrap it up here in the next 5 minutes or whatever. Whenever I didn't know, I forgot how long we were. I was like, how long were we supposed to do this? Is it an hour? Is it 2 hours?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was half an hour or an hour, so I figured, hey, we had stuff to talk about for an hour, so that seems good.
Yeah. Half hour wouldn't be enough. We'd keep telling I would want to just do half hour. So yeah, and then trade the pool. We talked about that earlier. Get ready. Earnings challenge coming up starts on February the 2nd, runs through the month, the 27th. Live earnings coverage challenges, awesome rewards. Be sure to register. I put that up there. Of course, that's on the live stream right now. Tag that up there for us. I forgot that they put that out there. I want you guys to remember that. So yes, 100%. We'll be doing these and after hours for you guys to keep you up to date on what is moving, why it's moving, where it can go. In the fun runs we'll see, or maybe some slower moves from some of these earnings reports. But don't forget, starting next week, challenges galore. Come join Trade the Pool and get ready for these challenges. I look forward to them, and I will definitely be joining them as well for sure.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to have a little friendly competition in the office. I think that'd be fun.
All right, I'm down. Yeah,
I need to quantify how hard I'm gonna get smoked playing these small caps because I'm gonna trade the small caps with you guys. But yeah. I'll learn a lot. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so, they're fun. I mean, I would say the main thing, you just keep it simple at first, and you just do what you typically do in large caps. They'll most likely work in the small cap sector as well for the most part. Just trade your technicals, trade your chart, and I can't wait. Good. We'll be fun. Yeah. We'll be fun.
The biggest difference I have noticed is that you can't get cute. You can't get cute. Like sometimes I'll get cute and I'll be like, well, I know how unlikely a big outsized move will be on this mega cap. So I can play a little faster and looser. You do not have that backboard with a small cap that could just keep on going in either direction. Yeah. So it's kept me humble. And it's taught me some lessons pretty fast. So I want to keep doing it because you guys are just trading on jet fuel, it's like high octane.
Well, very recently. I hope that carries over because speaking of challenge, Trade the Pool says office challenge shirt. Okay, Trade the Pool. How about this? How about for March Madness? I love college basketball, my Hogs, my Woo Pig Suey. I was going to rep them today, but I love you guys. So I didn't rep my Arkansas Razorbacks. I repped you guys because I love you so much. But they won last night. How about we do a tournament come March Madness? I know you guys hopefully have heard of it. Trade the Pool. Of course, maybe Steve. I know you know college basketball and March Madness. I would love we just break it down. Sweet 16. Me versus Michael Katz in round one. He's a 1 seed. I'm the. If we have 16 teams, so I'd be a 4 seed, right? And then there'd be 1 through 4 seeds in each bracket. There's a north bracket, a south bracket, an east bracket, and a west bracket, right? And it'll be 1 seed Michael Katz versus 4 seed Josh Smith, 2 seed. Michael Noss versus 3 seed Money Mitch. And then in the South bracket, we've got number 1 seed, and then that would be pretty cool if we did that and talk about an office challenge, or we could figure out something like that. I think that would be pretty cool if we could do that like on the live stream each day. Like, all right, each trader gets 30 minutes here to trade, and kind of like what we did at the Money Show, which was a trade challenge, and every trader got 3 minutes to trade, make as much profit as possible, and whoever had the most profit, which funny because a lot of them were newer kids, they were younger. The strategy would be just don't trade. Watch them lose. If they start losing, stay even because even wins.
Do nothing, win. Yeah, sometimes that's the best move.
At the end of the tournament, because I'm kind of hosting it, essentially, that way we did that for about an hour or so. And I'm like, I started noticing, I'm like, hey, so the trend is like, just wait to see. Because he'd be like, so what should I do? What should I do? I'm like, well, let's just see what he does. If he starts losing, give him 2 minutes, just trade the last minute. We'll decide to get in something then. But let's just see how negative he gets. And you could win being even, so.
You went Art of War on him. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Love it.
Oh, and shout out TB Holdings, by the way. Good to see you.
Yeah.
We got nicknames now. Josh the Boss and Steve that Achieve. I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Steve that Achieve. That's going on my tombstone. Hopefully.
Yeah, I love it. Yes, that would be great. I love it. Yeah, TB Joe, everyone else, Tack, all the guys that were in here. They're in After Hours, Death God, Mosh, and I know I always say this all the time. We've got I call them wallflowers, right? That's what they are. You used to go to the dance back in the day. I'm Mr. Outgoing, and I see people on the wall. Like usually, you'd see a dorky girl or a dorky girl. I'm like, oh no, come on, I'm a dork too. Look at my Transformers. Hello, get over here and dance with me. So all of you that joined and that were wallflowers and just soaking in this knowledge, I appreciate each and every one of you joining, whether it's from X, Twitter, right? If it's from YouTube, if it's from Facebook, wherever you're watching this right now across the globe. Appreciate you so much. Come back over tomorrow. Got the live stream going all day tomorrow. We'll have Money Mitch, myself. I don't know if Airplane Jane joins. I think she might tomorrow. Kevin Avery. We got the call-in show tomorrow as well. Need to come up with a topic for it. We got Steve in Power Hour, which then leads you into After Hours with Kevin Avery for more earnings reports. We got you loaded and covered here at Trade the Pool. You need to be here. And if you're not, tell your friends about it. Tell your family, tell your mother, tell your brother, tell your friend. Tell them all. Tell your dogs and tell your dogs and your cats about it while you're sleeping at night. All right. Tell everybody about it.
I love it. I can't
get over here and dance with me. So all of you that joined in, Mr. Outgoing and
awesome. Steve that Achieve. I love it.
Yeah, I love
Steve
it.
That Achieve. That's going on my tombstone. Hopefully.
Yeah, I love it. Yes, that would be great. I love it. Yeah, TB Joe, everyone else, Tack, all the guys that were in here. They're in After Hours, Death God, Mosh, and I know I always say this all the time. We've got I call them wallflowers, right? That's what they are. You used to go to the dance back in the day. I'm Mr. Outgoing, and I see people on the wall. Like usually, you'd see a dorky girl or a dorky girl. I'm like, oh no, come on, I'm a dork too. Look at my Transformers. Hello, get over here and dance with me. So all of you that joined and that were wallflowers and just soaking in this knowledge, I appreciate each and every one of you joining, whether it's from X, Twitter, right? If it's from YouTube, if it's from Facebook, wherever you're watching this right now across the globe. Appreciate you so much. Come back over tomorrow. Got the live stream going all day tomorrow. We'll have Money Mitch, myself. I don't know if Airplane Jane joins. I think she might tomorrow. Kevin Avery. We got the call-in show tomorrow as well. Need to come up with a topic for it. We got Steve in Power Hour, which then leads you into After Hours with Kevin Avery for more earnings reports. We got you loaded and covered here at Trade the Pool. You need to be here. And if you're not, tell your friends about it. Tell your family, tell your mother, tell your brother, tell your friend. Tell them all. Tell your dogs and tell your dogs and your cats about it while you're sleeping at night. All right. Tell everybody about it.
I love it. I can't follow that. So I think we wrap it up there, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And yeah, like you said, we'll be back for all that and more. Take care, y'all. Have a good one.
Symptoms type person.
Right. It reminds me of golf. Welcome to another episode of Stud and Dud presented by the Dallas School of Music. Thank you for listening. I'm Josh Smith. With me each week, Dr. Bob Lawrence. What's up, Doc?
I'm doing great, Josh. How you doing today, man?
I just noticed too, no music, but it's good. We do have the Dallas School of Music up,
Hey,
so we do have that logo up and rolling.
We got the logo. You want to put a little baseball on in the background?
Don't worry. I mean, it kind of is fitting.
Come on, man. We need a base.
It is kind of fitting.
We need a little baseball going
I like
on.
the colors.
Isn't that nice, Rudy?
Yeah, it really is.
Hang on, man.
You came up with that?
I wish. Man, it's a logo I probably could have come up with. Our logo's pretty decent, I will have to say, isn't it, Doc?
It's not bad, man.
It's not bad. On tap today, though, let's get through that while you're putting some music on, some TV on, some music. We need music on in the background. Do you think about this, Doc? Biggest comebacks ever.
I did think about it.
And so you can kind of think about that for now. Biggest comebacks in sports history. Kind of be thinking about that. We're going to go over that here in just a little bit. Also go over the NFL, just a little bit, but go over the NFL draft and Marvel's Avengers Endgame and the coveted stud or dud segment. We're going to add that together kind of in the end. Because why? They're both duds to me, and I was not so happy. But what I am happy about, we get to send our fourth guest into the chamber of questions. Cannot believe that we have our fourth guest already, which is an honor to have. 4 guests already. But now I am going to give you the honor of introducing him because he literally was the hitting coach of 2 of your favorite teams ever.
That's right, man. Hitting coach of the Texas Rangers, hitting coach of the Chicago Cubs.
I didn't know you're a Cub fan.
Well, that's my National League team, Rudy.
Okay.
He's from Chicago.
Yeah. Okay. So we are here with Rudy Jaramillo, the greatest, by many accounts, many folks consider him the greatest hitting coach of all time. Of all time. Major League hitting coach. Let me repeat that again. Major League hitting coach. Now, he's a humble guy, right?
Oh.
He's not going to like us sitting here bragging on him, but that's the fact.
That is the fact, and I love it.
Look at this. So Rudy, welcome.
Thank you.
We're glad to have you, man. Yeah.
I mean, we'll get into it in just a little bit, I know, but just some of the names that he's mentioned you've been around, I'm just interested to hear some of the stories that I know Doc will kind of lead you into that he wants you to tell, but it's an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I wish you could have been our first guest.
Yes.
Steve was great.
Steve Kent. Do you know Steve
Yeah,
Kent?
I was going to say,
Steve
we've had 2
Kent,
MLB people on
he was
now.
Pitcher for, he pitched for the Seattle Mariners. He was a pitcher for Kent.
Yep.
K-E-N-T.
Now, that would have been great to have all them two. You
Hey,
know what I mean?
we'll have to have them on at the
Yeah,
same
that's what I'm
time.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That would have been great to have him on the first show with Steve.
Yeah. Hey, a couple things before you get in.
Go.
You don't even know this yet.
No, probably not.
You don't even know this yet. But Darren Laporte, I got to give a shout out to Darren Laporte. He heads up all this ticket sales and suite arrangements at American Airlines Center. And he has agreed to, you don't even know this, man. I'm just springing this on you right now for the first time. He's agreed to handle all ticket arrangements for anybody coming through Stud and Dud that wants to get a Mavs ticket, a Stars ticket, a suite, a block of tickets.
Nice.
Not only for sporting events, but for all concert and music events.
Which is year-round, obviously.
Well, yeah. We'll listen to some of the names here, concerts that he can help you with. Coming up Friday, May 17th, New Kids on the Block.
Ooh.
They're still around.
Yeah, they're still touring, been touring.
Right.
Making money.
We got Hugh Jackman coming, Jeff Dunham.
Yeah, you know about that Hugh Jackman? When I saw that about 2-3 months ago,
June
I'm like,
19th.
what? You're kidding. He's putting on like a theatrical show through all the different things that he's done in his career.
July 23rd, Queen.
Wow, I mean, there you go. I mean, not a stud. Well, I guess if you like Adam Lambert, but boy, the rest of the surrounding cast. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. September 5th, John Mayer. Now,
going to that one. I'm going to that one.
Are you going to that one?
One.
You already got tickets?
I think it's 11th row. Oh, well, Avery's not listening to this one. I keep forgetting that every time because she doesn't know when we get on. I get tickets. I'll go on there and get them, and I get as close as I can. And oh no, we're keep going. Oh, come on, we're down a little closer. But yeah, going to John Mayer.
Well, hey, and check this one out. September 20th, Rudy, Crossroads Guitar Festival. Eric Clapton is doing a festival down at.
Now this is the one you kept telling me
about.
Yes,
Eric Clapton. So that's September 20th. September 23rd, Phil Collins. Celine Dion is coming.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Celine Dion, right? We have Jennifer Lopez.
A studette.
Coming on June 20th.
Studette. 2 studettes.
Correct.
Is Alec coming?
Who?
Mariah.
Alex.
Who?
Rodriguez.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, right.
With Jennifer?
I'll go see that concert.
He'll be here. Maybe he will be in attendance.
Great guy.
Backstreet Boys, September 1.
So we got 2 boy bands in there.
Yeah, Carrie Underwood, The Who.
So
Cher.
Are you kidding me?
No.
So you got tons of names.
Tons of names.
But
anyway,
been to 2 concerts in my life.
2?
Which ones were they?
Let's give it out.
1973 in Tampa, Florida, the Beach Boys.
Wow.
Oh, very good.
Legendary.
Classic.
And I saw the Eagles here, and that's it.
Well, there's 2 stud performances right there for you. That's all you need.
That's exactly right. So, hey, but anyway.
2 Cowboy games.
Yeah, but countless baseball games.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many baseball games?
Went to the Cotton Bowl, then I went to Urban Stadium.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow. So anyway, before we jump in with Rudy, it's on our website now.
Love it.
Darren Laporte, American Airlines Center. You can get your tickets. There's a contact form that you can reach right out to Darren, and he'll take care of you. Awesome guy, sales stud.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what he is, man.
There you go, self-study.
So he'll take care of you guys.
He took care of you.
He took care of me. Me and my son just went to the Stars game this last week. Had a great time.
Who did you meet before the game?
Ran into Joey Gallo and Hunter Pence.
Hunter Pence, yep.
Yeah. So and
posted that
got
on
a
Instagram.
Right,
Yeah,
got a picture of
son got a great picture.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, two
So
studs.
yeah. So anyway, Darren Laporte, American Airlines Center. Check it out on our website.
All right, so back to our stud.
Yes.
Go ahead and dive in because I know you have questions away.
Absolutely.
Let's get into
Rudy,
it.
let's start, man. Just give us your background, your childhood, how you got into baseball. You grew up. You were just talking to me right before the show how you were wanting to do drums.
Yeah,
that was exciting.
I was a kid. I wanted to play the drums, and I never got a set. My mom didn't want to hear that noise, and that's fine. I was born in Beeville, Texas, which is close to Corpus and South Texas. I moved here when I was 10, and I played baseball there since 5 or 6. And that's something that's always been in my life, and it's what I love to do. And came to Dallas, and started right up where I left off playing, but ended up playing other sports. So football was my love, and
Texas,
just kind of went
gotta
from
be
there.
almost, I'm
It
sure.
has to be,
Right.
everything else was secondary, and it was just all about football.
What position?
I was a running back at Sunset High School.
Wow.
Yes.
I can see, like you were talking about, I can see you being quick, though. When you're talking, how much you average per carry? You said you average how many yards per carry?
9.
I mean, I could just see, when I walked in, I was like, oh, I could just see that guy. Just choo, 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 choo. Hard to tackle this guy.
I worked hard, man.
Yeah.
I always felt every time I stepped on the field, I wanted to be the best guy on the field.
That's how you gotta be.
Didn't matter what sport I played.
Yeah.
I wanted to be the best guy on that field that day.
Yeah.
And I knew what I had to do. You have to work and work smart and make adjustments, and it's mental.
Yeah. And we're going to talk about that. I want to tap into you about the mental side of the game.
Actually, we moved to West Dallas when I got here to Dallas, and then we moved to Oak Cliff, and just kept growing as a person. I had some great coaches. There's a lot of discipline at the time from my coaches, my teachers, my principals. I knew the principals well because I went to the boiler room a few times to get my act straight.
Right.
But you did that today, you end up in jail.
Right, exactly, yeah.
But back then that's the way it was done.
And you also you speak of one thing that not one person probably knows their principal, and even in my age when I was
at school
probably
today.
Yeah, I remember my principal, especially the assistant guy, because
Yeah.
he was one of the ones doing the discipline. But no, I got along with my coaches were great. They knew how to push me and the good direction, gave me the good love, and so that's what you need.
You have siblings?
Yes.
Are they? I'm assuming they're athletic and played sports as well.
It's funny you say that because, they played. My son played baseball, and then when he was 12 years old, he told me his dad. He said, "This is not for me."
Wow.
And as a dad, that's not what you want to hear. I'm in baseball,
Yeah.
but I said, "Hey, that's fine. I love my son no matter what."
Yeah.
And he did pretty well for himself. He's a doctor. He's a neuroclinical psychologist, and he
I'd
works
say
with
so.
traumatic brain injuries with the military. So
Wow.
I'm so happy
That's
for
cool.
him because he's helping other people.
Yeah, Rudy, you know my son Gardner because you've worked with him in hitting, and it's funny what you say because he has no interest in music, right? I said to him, I said, when he took that 85-mile-an-hour fastball in the face this last spring, I said to him, I said, "Hey man, you still want to you still want to play? How about some music lessons?" You know what he said to me? He goes, "Dad, the only way I'm going to take music lessons is if you can provide me full contact music lessons." Full contact, right? I said, "Well, man, we don't have contact in music lessons." Right. So, but anyway.
I guarantee he'll be better for it.
Yeah.
He'll be a bigger, stronger person for it.
Yeah.
No doubt.
The love of the game, I want to talk about your love of the game. I saw it with him this last spring when he had that injury. The night that he came home from the hospital, he was in the hospital all day. From that and broken, fractured orbital, shattered nose. And he came home and two things. He was hungry. He wanted to order some pizza. And then two, he sat down and he turned on MLB Network because he wanted to watch baseball. And I thought to myself, man, that'd be the last thing I want to watch. But man, he was like eating pizza, watching baseball. And so there's a love of the game.
No doubt.
So let's talk about that for a second. Do you see the same love of the game today in the athletes, the young athletes coming up? Do you think they have the same passion, same love?
I think so. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Obviously the game's changed in some ways, but for you to get, say, to the big league level, well, you had a lot of passion because you went through a lot, and you had to sacrifice, and you had to make a lot of adjustments, and it wasn't all physical. It was a lot of mental, majority of the mental part that you're having to carry with you to be successful.
Right. So how has the game changed from the time that you started in high school and junior high playing ball all the way through the time you coached in the big leagues all the way to the current day? How have you seen the game change?
First thing I seen change was the aluminum bat. The aluminum bat was introduced in 1974. I was at the University of Texas in 1973, and I got drafted in the 19th round by the Rangers, and I signed. And then I remember the following year, I was looking back, and everybody was hitting like 100 points higher, and I couldn't figure it out. And then I realized that's when the aluminum bat came in. So that kind of how much difference it made.
Yeah.
And before I forget, I'm going to go into the difference that I'm seeing between the aluminum bat and the wooden bat. I remember, I think what's lost is the lower half, because when you use aluminum bat, all you had to be strong from your waist up, and you could really crush the ball with the aluminum bat. And then I think the weight shift got away, and the more and more the years went by, those coaches that didn't get taught the lower half, well, they didn't keep teaching it because they didn't know. Exactly. It thought it's all about hands and the aluminum bat. Right. And I see some of that even today, but that's one of the things, the difference that I did see with the aluminum bat. You didn't really have to. Some guys were so strong that they didn't have to use the lower half as much. But when you have when you have a wooden bat, it's all about the lower half. It's all about foundation first, and then the kinetic link takes its place.
Right. Yeah. That's where the power comes. Lower half.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Right.
And when I teach, that's the first thing that I try to get the young man to understand, that it's about your foundation. Anything you build, the foundation has to be there first.
Yeah.
And if you're teaching anything else, you're a symptoms type person.
Right. It reminds me of golf. First thing I was taught real quick was the stance. They weren't teaching you. They weren't even in your swing. It was your stance.
Foundation.
Yeah, literally your foundation. Right. I mean, if you don't have that right, you're not really going to get anything else above it right.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting.
That's why everybody's trying to fix that symptom.
Yeah.
Right. When I first met you and watched you work with Gardner, it's funny. The very first thing I thought after just watching you for minutes, I thought, man, this guy is a teacher. A teacher.
Thank you.
Right?
I love that.
Right.
I'm not a coach.
Right.
I'm a teacher.
You're a teacher. And man, and as a teacher, it doesn't take me but a few seconds to recognize a genuine and true teacher. And likewise, it only takes me a few seconds to recognize somebody who's not. But immediately I said, man, Rudy is a teacher.
I think that's what makes great coaches. They're usually really good teachers. They're not. Right. They're not. You get my point. I mean, you can have like the Sabans of the world, but most of the time, those great coaches are individually really good teachers.
That's
whether if it's life, what multiple things going on. But like you said,
and I don't know what I don't know what that is too. You always heard the saying is, the greatest hitters can't teach, and then the guys that struggled and up and down, and I don't know if that's anything to do with it, but I've been around a lot of great hitters, and they didn't really know how to teach because they had such a great talent in mind that it was there for them.
Right.
Where everybody else struggles to try to get to that point.
Yeah.
Well, you've given it a lot of thought. You've thought about it, and you think about it, and you study it. You're a student of the game, and you're a student of hitting, and that's obvious when you watch when someone watches you teach a young man how to hit. And one of the things that I recognized right away, which I absolutely loved, was how you immediately, first and foremost, wanted to address the mental side of hitting. How you have to know what's going on here when you hit before any of this can even happen. And you and I have talked about that a conceptual understanding drives physical development. No. That if it's foggy here or complicated here or confusing here, or unclear here. It's foggy and complicated and unclear down here.
Yeah, and that's how kind of we started relating it to music.
Right.
You know.
Right.
We talked about being tense, you know, and the sound changes. I was telling him that I don't even have to look at the hitter. All I have to do is listen to the sound of the ball hit the bat and tell you how clean the swing was.
Yeah, right.
And because you hear that golf real clean click.
It almost reminds me of golf, exactly. You can tell. I can just do that and do the same thing with golf. I can tell, like, either myself or whoever had a good.
You know, another thing I used to do is watch my hitter's eyes in the batting cage, because your eyes dilate when the ball's coming in because you're focusing in, and then when you don't, that means you didn't pick up the ball.
Oh, yeah.
I could see their eyes would go boom, boom.
Wow. Right.
Because you're
They see it.
Yeah, exactly. You're in point.
Yeah. Wow. So, so talk to us about that real quick. The mental side. What's the best advice you can give a young man starting out?
Any sport, even.
Right, in baseball. Well, yes, any sport, but baseball particularly in hitting. What would be the best advice that you could give any young boy starting out?
Well, it's about your self-talk. You know, what you tell yourself and your thoughts. You know, and that's the thing, the challenge in hitting, because you fail so much. You know, and you got to dig deep and you know and change those thoughts, because they'll drag you down. They'll beat you.
Right.
You know, you're failing in front of, I don't care who it is, at what level. Right. You know, and failure's failure. If you feel the pressure when you're in high school or college or big leagues, it's the same feeling. Right. So it doesn't change. So that's what you're dealing with. How to try to improve your mental skills. You know, your self-discipline, your self-directive. You know, just how you talk to yourself positively.
Right. You know, it's funny you say that. I was just reading some information on Babe Ruth, and he has a quote where he's talking about, you know, baseball is a game of failures. And he said, and you have to learn how to handle that. And he goes, and the great thing is tomorrow's a new day. Tomorrow's a new day. That, you know, every game you have some form of failure. Not everything doesn't go just exactly as you wanted it to go. And then how you deal with that, and then tomorrow's a new day.
And that's a good thing about it, you know.
Right.
Other sports you might have to wait 3 or 4 days or a week, you know, and it's in your mind and you're fighting it. Right. And then in baseball, you know, hey, you got to change that mindset even faster overnight.
Right.
So what you tell yourself that night, it's so crucial, because if you hard on yourself, you're not going to sleep, and then you're going to be tired, and then you know, it can snowball because you play every day. That's the toughest thing to do. I think back now, these guys that play every day, that's and then traveling, that's a hard job.
It's a grind.
Really, it's a grind, and you got to be tough mentally and physically, and have that whole package.
Yeah.
Right.
Before we just how I say all sports, even what I do now, trading stocks, how that implementing the mental side. It's ridiculously huge. I mean, you talk about failure. 80 to 90% of rookie traders, so you start out there and you're now trading, lose. You're talking about, you get my point. The win-loss rate there is ridiculous.
And you're losing money.
Money. You're not losing like, oh, I'm making millions of dollars and I've just struck out. Like, you've lost your own money. Now you get my point. Right. So just that mental side at first, even for me, questioning, like, and then when it's cloudy up here, it's cloudy here. I'm going, what am I doing? When it starts,
worried about that
exactly,
loss.
exactly. And then everything
Trying
when
to
it's
make it up.
Yes, then you're starting. Then it's all when it finally starts clicking, like you're talking about. And then you know when to get in, when to get out, what's right, what's wrong. You're not thinking about it. Your eyes are, like you said, you're laser focused in.
Right.
And it's just crazy how that relates even to, I mean, when I'm in his chat room, Dekmar Trade, shout out to him, but guy that's taught me so much. But you get a teacher. I mean, you get my point. Like, he's one of my mentors, or you get my point.
Right.
You find a good mentor too, a teacher along the way. That's certainly going to help you. But yeah, it's just crazy when it's cloudy up here. Whatever you're doing in life, it's cloudy.
Right.
When you got it up here.
Right. That's exactly
it's
right.
just crazy.
Confused.
Yeah.
Correct.
You're
Your
confused.
thoughts are
yes.
right.
One thing I wanted to ask you about, because one of the things that I love about you when it comes to teaching and hitting, you're old school, right? Today, you know, I know these new coaches and hitters are always talking about this thing called launch angle now and swinging up through the ball, and so there's this, you got the old school thought, you got this new school that's starting to creep into the game. I just kind of want to get your thoughts on that, because I'm an old school guy, and I tend to believe that if something is true today, it's true 100 years from now, it's true 200 years from now. Truth can't change, otherwise it was never the truth. Yeah, right. So talk to us a little bit about how you've witnessed this a philosophical change in baseball and hitting that you're seeing younger players starting to adopt.
I'm just thinking back of Babe Ruth.
Right.
Watching his swing, Ted Williams swing, Hank Aaron, or whoever.
Right.
You can't change it.
Right.
It swings the same. You can't try to change a pitcher to do,
right.
Just the way the body works. And coming to that, a long time ago, I decided I used to be a symptoms coach, and you don't get anywhere. I used to tell the guy, stay back, stay inside the ball, stay through it, don't push, pivot. Well, I really was only confusing him. Then once I got with the Houston Astros in 1990, and then I really started figuring out what do I need to teach. And the kinetic link, or the biomechanics of the swing, is the best scientific way to teach. Mm-hmm. It's nothing that I came up with, but I broke it down in layman's terms so other people could understand. Right. So what I did, I labeled the chain of events that take place in kinetic link. And if you look at a hitter today, they all do the same. The good hitter does the same thing. He has good balance. He has good rhythm. He separates with timing, meaning that his front foot and hands go in opposite directions to get in a hitting position. Mm-hmm. And then fourth, he stays square, and fifth, weight shift. That's what every good hitter does that has success today. And the guys that don't, they always leave four out, which staying square, meaning that their hands go back, but they come with their front leg. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm seeing in the big league today. And you don't get recognition, and you can't back the ball up to make good decisions.
Right.
So that's what I based my hitting philosophy on. Right. It's just teaching those basics, being the balance, rhythm, separation, staying square, weight shift. Well, now you can't think of five things, so I translated hitting's 1, 2. Yes. One's getting in hitting position, 2, transferring your weight into it. And in the meantime, you're getting all the information. When you get your foot down, you get automatically recognition of what pitch and where. Now, to let the ball get to you, you have to stay square, closed. And that little part right there is so mental. That's the difference with the guy being a good hitter or not.
Yeah.
And because it's going to either you go around the baseball and you're going to hit it in the ground or pop it up, or when you stay inside, you're going to get backspin. So that's why I feel like I've had success, because I broke it down to simplicity as far as the mechanics of the swing.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
And now the hard part obviously is the mental part. But you gain confidence from seeing yourself be successful in practice, applying those 5 steps.
Yeah.
Right.
So now when you see that result, well, that's going to get your attention that, hey, man, this works. And that's how I won my guys over. Yeah. And then once I won them over, then I started with the mental part.
And how long does it usually take? Like, say even for an MLB hitter, which they're the best they are, obviously, how long does that take for the average hitter to go from not getting it to clicking?
Well, it's all on that person.
Yeah. So it can be never, or it could be
never,
yeah.
It can be months, year, whatever.
Yeah.
What time you have with that person to try to see where he is mentally, and then you attack. Mm-hmm. And it's basically about confidence.
Yeah.
How you feel about yourself and how you carry yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I've always told my guys, I said, you have to be arrogant. If you want to be good, you have to be arrogant inside. That's just the nature.
Yeah.
Beast
You got to
of
believe.
The game. You got to believe in yourself.
Right.
And and we take these players the wrong way because they're cocky and they strut, but you have to have that.
Yeah.
And some guys that don't do that, it's inside. Believe me.
Yeah.
They don't show it.
Yeah. There's a
outwardly,
few that are somehow they don't. Yeah. They hold that in.
Their probably ego's even bigger.
Yeah. Probably right.
So,
Yeah. Right.
So, but that's what you have to have.
Yeah.
Right.
You do. Yeah.
No doubt in anything.
Even I'm not wearing Griffey for baseball and for your purposes. Usually I'm wearing Jordan, but you get my point. My GOAT of all time, Michael Jordan. You tell me he didn't walk around with a little swagger. You get my. You have to.
You mentioned about using language that the hitter or the student understands. And that's so important as well. One of the things I love about you and working with Gardner, you'll explain something in different ways using different terms, knowing there's going to be one of those terms or one of those words he has to grab onto. He has to know what that is. And as a good teacher, you recognize that not everybody, we want to think that everybody understands the language we use. I'll give you a great example. I had a student in here teaching not too long ago, and I said to him, it's a little guy, I said, John, man, you're hesitating in measure 5. You can't hesitate, bro. You got to move right through that. You can't hesitate. He said, okay, all right. So he starts over again. He starts playing. He gets to measure 5. He does the exact same thing. I said, John, come on, man. You can't hesitate, right? He goes, all right, okay, I got it, right? So he goes again, gets to measure 5. Guess what he does? He hesitates. I said, John. He says, Dr. Lawrence? I said, yes. He goes, what does hesitate mean? I assume
something simple.
Something that simple. I thought, who doesn't know what the word hesitate means?
Yeah.
Who?
Right.
And he didn't.
Right.
And he had the courage to say to me, Dr. Lawrence, what does hesitate
Yeah.
mean? Right? So
That's hidden.
Yeah.
right? And I see you in working with my son. I see that care, that teaching, where you want to make sure. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Well, you have to ask them, what does that mean to you?
Correct.
I learned that as a teacher.
Correct.
You know, I go, hey, you got to separate, and I go, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, right. There's
so
a great.
he can explain to me when he starts.
Right.
And getting, you know, that's,
right.
But you have to have, because the human mind is so weird. You know, we're
Very
all
complex.
weird in our own
Yeah,
ways.
very complex.
So every word's not going to mean the same thing to everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly right.
That's why you have to have 4 or 5 different things explained the same way.
Exactly.
And then ask them to get feedback so you know as a teacher if they're understanding what you're trying to get across.
Correct.
Yeah. Even to the simple, like you could get 100 people in here and it would be 50-50, I'd bet. Ask them, is that orange or brown?
Correct. Right. Right.
And they're going to all give you a different answer.
Different answer.
So every mind, like you said, is just going to have a different perception.
But you have to practice though. It's just like hitters. Oh man, they want to swing all day long because they don't want to work on the mental part.
Yeah.
You know, they want to react.
Yeah. It's like I'm gonna hit driver all day. Where you go on the driving range, you got to pitch and you got to hit every club. You can't just boom, boom, boom. You're gonna have to go to the pitching. You have to do every little facet that there is.
They don't want to work on the mental part because it's the hard part.
No doubt. But too, another thing with sports is I think the guys that are more consistent, they learn feel. They learn feel of what they're swinging, whatever club it is, golf or whatever it may be.
Or football, like even football, I think a good touch passers. Like Brady in the Super Bowl, 40 years old essentially, those touch passes in the fourth quarter, set 18, 20 games into a season.
Right.
Those beautiful, not many people, that's my point. There's so many different facets, but that's one of my things I'm just thinking of, how that's one thing that you've got to work on or you're never going to be a great quarterback.
So not only feel, but then the ability to replicate that.
Yeah, no doubt. Repeat it, because that way you're not thinking about mechanics.
Right.
You're just worried about that feel you have, that incorporates those mechanics and the timing.
Right.
And that's mental because you have to trust to do it.
Right.
And the 2 things that I always stress is controlling your breathing, because when your mind gets a little tight or you get a little anxious, well, you get a little hyper. So the only way you can control that is go to your breathing so you can slow your mind down. And that's hitting.
Down. Right.
That's hitting or anything that you feel a little tension or like that
controlling
guy,
those emotions.
That guy, not be able to hesitate, right?
Well, it's funny because when I watch you teach, right, and you're teaching baseball, right, and I sit in the stands, I watch you teach, and I say to myself, is he teaching baseball? Is he teaching music?
The similarities.
Because the similarities are so, it's amazing, right? That's what cracks Gardner up. He's going like, Dad, you're acting like you know exactly what he's talking about. I said, I do know what he's talking about. In a different discipline, it's the exact same thing. I do know what he's talking about.
Because when you get to the play, you want to have a plan. You already have the plan on deck. You already know what you're going to do. You visualize it. You see yourself.
Yeah.
Now you're working on just focusing on timing, and letting your eyes be your mind.
Right.
Your eyes sees the ball. Your eyes knows what a strike is. Your eyes tell your hand yes or no.
Right.
Because the mechanics are taking care of the rest for you.
Right.
Making it a strike or not.
Right.
And that's the key.
So Who are some of the best hitters that you've ever worked with over the years? That guys that just
They did get it immediately, like as in when the comment reverting back to that question where they got immediately.
Well, I started
1983. I got my job with the Rangers. I was coaching Little League, Sandy Koufax, and prior to that was Pee Wee Reese for about half a year. I had a man named Felix Ortega who was my mentor. He asked me to coach for him, to be his hitting coach on this team, and they went and won the national championship in Pee Wee Reese. The next year I joined them full time. First year we got beat in regional. Second year we won the national championship in the Sandy Koufax division.
Wow.
And I wanted to get back into baseball, and I didn't know how. So one day I said, I'm going to go up to Ranger Stadium, knock on the door, take my little clippings, and ask for a job.
I just can't.
And that's what I did.
That is great.
It's an amazing story.
I went up there. I wanted to talk to Joe Klein, was the general manager at the time, and I knew Joe because I played for Joe when Joe was a minor league manager.
Joe Klein.
Joe Klein.
That is so funny because of Joe Klein, the Arkansas Ranger. That's just so funny, like that. Two famous Joe Kleins. This one I've never even heard of.
I played with him in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and then years later, he went up and became the GM. And so I went up there with my little clippings and I approached him, and the lady, the secretary, he was busy, and so I waited for about an hour. I didn't care. I was already there.
It was a movie moment, totally.
And I remember I was my buddies, and they're going, "You're crazy," because they thought that I was going to take these little clippings and I was going to get a job.
Somehow.
And you know what I told them? I said, all they can do is say no.
Exactly.
That's what I felt in my mind.
That's the best they've ever told me when you try to do stuff like that.
So I went, and he talked to me. And then I got a call from Tom Grieve, who was the farm director at the time. I met with Tom, and called me a day or two later, and they hired me.
Wow.
And I was. And that's gave me my start. I went to Rookie League just as a coach, and I had Ruben Sierra and Jerry Brown, who played like 12 years in the big leagues. Ruben Sierra was a strictly right-handed hitter, striking out 2 or 3 times a game. We lived in the same complex. We lived on the beach. So at night, I got him to get a bat, and we'd go swing left-handed because he was so athletic. I could see it.
Wow.
So I said, don't tell nobody, because I wasn't a hitting coach. It was my first year. And then Grieve called me later on. He said, hey, you think you could do something with Ruben from the left side, because he's really struggling from the right side.
You're like, yes.
The next day, he hit a double off of, I'll never forget, he hit a double called Pirate City, Pittsburgh Pirates, their little sign, 380. And the rest is history.
Batting lefty.
And yes, and that kind of opened up their eyes that maybe I did know something about hitting. And then, because I managed 4 years, and I was a minor league hitting instructor for 3. And so that's just a short time. Usually coaches 15, 20 years and never make it to the big leagues. But I had this determination, this fire that I wanted to get there in a hurry.
Yeah.
And I got a call in 1989 from the Astros. I interviewed, and I got the job.
Wow. It's fantastic.
So kind of started there in 90. I was there, obviously there were some great players there. Luis Gonzalez, Jeff Bagwell, King Caminetti.
Yeah, Caminetti, I forgot about King Caminetti.
Biggio, Steve Finley. And they're all 22, real young guys.
They were young, yeah.
Real young guys.
Especially 90,
It was a good experience there. We got fired in 73. Then Bob Watson was assistant GM, wanted to keep me, called me late. That the new owner didn't want me, Drayton McClain. He wanted somebody new. That's baseball.
Yep.
But all the jobs were gone. So I committed to the Rockies to a minor league
I remember
deal.
I looked that up, the Bend Rockies.
I was in Bend, Oregon, managing the rookie league team. So I went from the big leagues to rookie league, to the lowest level. And I remember, I didn't get down. I sucked it up, and I said, I'm getting back to the big leagues. Wow. That was my mindset.
Right.
And I went to Bend, and it was it was, what did get me though, I was used to being on an airplane, people getting my luggage. It was in a bus. I took my luggage to the clubhouse, and I forgot it. because I expected somebody to take it for me.
Right.
And it was a really rude awakening that really opened my eyes, if I ever got back,
right.
The dedicate or whatever I had to do to stay. And I was throwing BP out there sweating. The kids came in and said, Coach, Bagwell's talking about you on TV. It was an all-star break. So the Rangers heard him. Doug Melvin heard him. And then that's how I got my interview back with the Rangers in 94, winter 94, and I became the hitting coach in 95.
Wow, just like went from this to this,
yes,
just right back up.
Big leagues to rookie league, back to the big leagues.
Wow.
I don't know how that happened, but I know.
It can happen. You did it.
Well,
you did it.
I have a lot of faith, and I know it had a lot to do with it.
That's awesome, man.
So,
and you were with the Rangers then, how many years?
15 years.
And putting up ridiculously
15
good numbers.
years.
Tops
But,
in the league.
You're only as good as your players.
Right.
One rookie league, my 1986 rookie league season, I had Sammy Sosa, 16 in right field. I had Juan Gonzalez, 16 in left field. I had Dean Palmer at third base, 18. I had Ray Sanchez, who ended up playing like 10, 12 years in the big leagues, that brought 3 kids in Puerto Rico, said, pick one of them and give them $1,000. That's what we're going to give them. Wow. So I picked Ray Sanchez because I saw his athleticism fielding and with his hands, not a hitter. And then he developed into a pretty good hitter. One of the best hit and run guys I've ever seen play the game.
Yeah.
He had that knack for it.
Yeah.
So that was a really good team. And I'd already had Ruben Sierra in 83.
Right.
Yes, 86 was that team.
Yeah.
So I already had Ruben and Jerry Brown. And then the Rangers had great drafts. Wow. And so, that kind of went from there. And then, Sosa never came up as a Ranger. He got traded. Yeah. But then we got him back towards the end of his career.
Right.
So Rangers 15, and then I resigned in 09. I went to the Cubs for 2.5 years, and I got fired.
Right.
And
Now,
just baseball.
Real quick, because I developed a whatever passion for, well, I should say developed for whatever reason. I loved King Griffey Jr. growing up. So, but after that, I never really had a team. Obviously, I'm from Arkansas, so there's really not much to. A lot of people are St. Louis Cardinal fans. If you're in Arkansas, there are a lot of Cardinal fans. If almost like there are a lot of they're Cowboy fans if you're from Arkansas. But I just never liked the Cardinals. But anyway, around 2004, I was up in college. I moved in with a bunch of roommates. 2 guys. One guy's favorite team was the Cubs. One guy's favorite team was the White Sox. So it was funny that they were, and they're both from Arkansas. Yeah, exactly. So I was like, well, I'll bandwagon on a team, and for whatever reason, bandwagon on because it was one of my dad's teams growing up, the Mets. So bringing me back to this point, how close were you to getting the job in 04?
With the Mets?
Yeah.
Well, I was second.
That's what I thought.
Basically what happened, Omar Minaya was a general manager, and Omar Minaya was my coach when I managed, and he was a scout. He was a scout, and then he came and coached in the winter because of some of the kids that he had signed. And the kids loved him, so he was a great, intermediate guy, coach for us. And Omar and I were always real close, manager and coach. Mm-hmm. And then, that's how the business goes, who you know.
Yeah.
So he asked if I was interested in the managerial job, and I said, yeah. And, I prepared. I remember, Buck Showalter helped me prepare, John Hart, they were for me getting that job, if that's what I wanted to do. So I went to New York and interviewed. Then a couple of weeks later, that asked me to come back, and it was between Willie Randolph and myself. And, that was a no-brainer. I told myself, Willie Randolph. I said, God, this guy played for the Yankees. He played for the Mets. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Kind of think about it.
That was the right decision, really.
Mm-hmm.
And
he had a good little run with him.
And and that's what happened.
Right.
But I was just fortunate,
curious,
to get an interview for a big league job in the big leagues,
That's pretty
But
cool,
my heart wasn't hitting.
And that's probably the closest I guess you've ever gotten, right, to getting a managerial position, or even probably the closest you even wanted to.
Well, I was never trying to get a managerial job.
So
funny you say that because the Mets called me this year around All-Star break, and they told me if I could let them. They wanted to know why their hitters couldn't hit the ball the other way. they're all pulled, going like basically second base over or opposite if you're right-handed hitter. And thinking back about what I just explained about those mechanics, not staying square, not staying close, that's what they weren't doing. They're collision hitters. So when you're a collision hitter, you just hit a ball in the area that you're swinging. You don't get recognition. You can't back it up, and you're really inconsistent. And basically, that's what they were doing when they were struggling. So I gave them the information. Then they call and say, "Hey, are you interested in the big league job?" And man, I got excited. Just because them asking me, and I had no business going, but I went and interviewed, and I was prepared, man. I was prepared as possible as I could be, and I felt really great about it, and it didn't happen.
Well, that's still, obviously you're here, but that's crazy that you were for theirs.
At least somebody was thinking about me,
Right, it shows back why you're a stud and why you're on the show.
So,
that's right.
I wanted to go back so bad, but now I realize, I got my mother's in Oak Cliff. She's 94. I got to, I got to go over there. She's more important than anything at this point.
Correct.
So.
That's cool. That's an interesting little tidbit.
Yep.
There you go.
Hey, speaking of hitting, tell the story. You shared it with me one time, but I'd love for you to share it with our listeners. The time that you met Ted Williams.
Oh, man. Back to 83, I was always a big Ted Williams reading his books because I always wanted to learn. I actually started watching film in 1968 of myself in high school. I had somebody come and film me, and took like 3 weeks to get that big old reel back. You could hear that little noise clicking. So anyway, I wanted to see what was going on in a swing. I was trying to learn.
Oh yeah, that helps out. I mean, that's all we do in golf now. Remember, that's what
it was
helps.
just
Huge.
What I got from it. But lost my train of thought.
Ted Williams.
Ted Williams. I was coaching third base. We were playing the Red Sox in Winter Haven, and the minor leagues are here, the big leagues are over there. And I was going, I know Ted Williams up there. So I told somebody to come and coach third for me, and I took off. I took off to the big league part, to the cages, and here he was. Ted Williams was in the cage. Oh my God. And I waited real patiently, and I was aggressive. Hey, Ted, I said, you got a minute? And kind of looked at me, because I was in the Ranger uniform. And I said, I'd like to talk hidden with you. They said, I've read all your books, and I want to kind of tell you what I think. And he talked to me a couple of minutes, and then we went back later on, and I went back again, looked for him again, and he gave me a little more time. And I think the most important thing at that point in my life, he goes, "You're going to be a good hitting coach one day." Man. And whether he was lying or just making it up or what, I took it to heart. This was Ted Williams.
Right.
Ted Williams.
So you always have that in the back of your head too.
I don't see Ted Williams as the kind of guy to just throw out.
He's a liar.
So I think that was very genuine.
Because I didn't want to hear what he had to say. I wanted to real quick tell him what I thought that I'd learned from his book and my philosophy or whatever. And man, when he said that, that was such a confidence builder.
Oh, I bet it was.
And just think about it. In life, you might do that for somebody.
Correct.
You're not even realizing it. Just tell them how good they are, how you feel that they're going to accomplish something and make something out of themselves.
Well, to that very point, my son always leaves a hitting lesson with you, feeling great about himself.
Well, that's the teacher.
That's the teacher.
Coming back to that again, you have a great teacher.
My whole ambition was I cared more about him. I used to tell him, I probably care more about your hitting than you do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I want to be succsuccessul.
Right.
My gratification is seeing you be successful, not failing.
I wish you could hear this guy each day in chat. There'll be days where he doesn't trade, but he just goes to Profits chat, because he has his whole little webinar set up, and we're all in there. That just gets him so pumped up just to see other people like this, and it just gets like this. He gets so pumped up seeing other people profiting, knowing that he's taught them correct, and they're now making money. Like that's just exactly what you want. In a mentor or teacher.
You feel good about it because you're helping someone.
Right.
Exactly. Love it.
So many blessings in your life, many blessings, no doubt about it. And you just mentioned probably your biggest blessing. I mean, it's amazing. Your mom's still with you, 94 years age, and she's still alive. And
she's been great. She's been there for me, like any mom.
That's
all moms are
mom.
great.
Right.
And I want to thank my wife I was married for 47 years, and met my wife in the 8th grade. At another 5 years, and today she made me. I am today what I am because of her, and she passed in 17 ovarian cancer, and it's been a struggle, but my faith keeps me going. My self-talk, obviously, is really coming into play. All I learned in baseball, I'm using it today to stay strong and to just go to the next day, because it's hard.
Right.
I mean, she was everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. Right.
From the 8th grade. It's
Right.
47 years.
Wow.
And so all this mental toughness and my faith, it's all coming into play because I just live day to day.
What a blessing, right?
And
Tamara
it's so hard living by yourself.
Right.
The lonely nights and afternoons.
Especially after almost 50 years.
But I always somehow put a positive in there. Because if you start doing the other way, you start thinking back, and then it just snowballs.
Yeah. Right.
And I think we all do that to a certain degree. And but you have to have, just like in hitting, that red light has to come on, and you got to tell yourself, hey, I got to change my thoughts.
Yep, that's right.
Positive thoughts, and let's go.
There you go. Just celebrated my 21st anniversary yesterday with Tamlin. So
yesterday?
Yesterday, 21 years, man. Thank you guys.
All right, well, this is a perfect segue.
Okay.
Into our next segment.
Okay.
You're talking about the mental toughness.
Yes.
And I think someone was lacking for about a decade, and that's the reason we're bringing up this next segment.
Okay.
Greatest comebacks of all time in golf. And the reason why we're bringing this up is because Tiger Woods finally wins the Masters, 10 years.
Yes.
But it just speaks to what you're talking about, mental toughness. It's what you got to do to be successful, I think, anywhere in life, no matter what you're doing.
Any discipline.
Any discipline.
What's the hardest part that I seen Tiger, because when he was failing, people were jumping on him.
And that too. I hate to see that's the world we live in, and I hate the media. That's why I kind of got out of media, but it's horrendous.
People want you to fail.
They do.
They do.
They want you to fail more than they want you to
I
succeed.
don't get it. They want you to fail.
That's exactly right.
That I was so happy when I saw him win after 11 or 14 years.
Yeah,
correct. And then what he went through and the struggles, but he never gave up.
That perseverance.
Surgeries, and man.
I mean, 1 year, you had 1 year down and you're back up. Imagine having about a decade of being down. I mean, he kind of reached it because he did. He had those couple, like 2013, he had a couple years where he'd kind of do this, but then it was immediately,
He didn't win anything,
yeah,
though, right?
Right.
No major
tournament.
Yeah, no major. Well, he won a few. He won a few tournaments, but nothing major. No majors.
Right.
That was the drought. It was 11 years, no majors. But still, regardless, even if you get a few wins, it's nothing like because you were right. You were 14 in, right? You were on the cusp essentially of breaking Jack's record.
Right.
And now you've just, you know what I mean? So yeah, great win for him. I wouldn't call it the greatest comeback of all time, but it's why we're bringing it up.
It's a big comeback.
Big comeback.
Oh, it's a big comeback.
Doc, do you have one? Did you think of one?
I think the Boston Red Sox coming back from 3-0 against the New York Yankees.
On my others list.
To take that series and then eventually
win the World Series. And on top of the fact that you hadn't won in however many,
correct,
gotten the big Bambino off your back.
I mean, holy cow, to be down they're
3-0 in any series.
3-0 in that series and then come back and win that's pretty remarkable.
Wow. Definitely have it right there under George Foreman beating Michael Moore, 45-year-old George Foreman beating a 20.
That's a pretty good comeback.
Yeah, Michael Moore, 35-02. Oh, by the way, with 30 KOs when he faced them.
Nobody expected that.
No, that was on my others list. Of course, Jordan's on my others list when he came back and then takes the Bulls to 72-10. Remarkable comeback. But of all time, and this one, here's one that almost made the list. And it's actually a DFW story, and I forgot about this, and I look this up every time. This would be the best comeback of all time if they actually would have pulled it off. So the one that would have topped the list, Plano East was down against John Tyler. They were down 41-17 with 3 minutes to go. 41-17 down 3. I mean, 41-17, 3 minutes to go. That's how much you're down.
Clinton was calling it.
Wow. You can look it up. It's an awesome call. Listen to these guys. They recover 3 straight onside kicks, touchdowns on each one of them. They pull ahead 44-41 with 24 seconds left. So what do you do? Onside kick it again, right? So you can just go 4 in a row, right? No. They kick it off because obviously you're up 44-41. They take that kickoff 97 yards back for the touchdown, for the game-winning touchdown.
That's ridiculous.
What happened to Duncanville?
Right.
It is very similar, yeah.
Just the last play.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, how about that?
I think of Brady's, though. Brady, when he came back.
Oh, yeah.
They were down at the half, something
the
ridiculous.
Super Bowl against the Falcons. They were down like 20 at the half.
Yes.
But my biggest ever is because he did it twice, Mr. Frank Wright. You remember this year, like Frank Wright?
Frank Wright.
The Buffalo Bills coming back on the Houston.
That was
now
huge.
that's number 2.
Yes,
Let me give you number 1 on the list.
Yes.
The year is 1984, the year I was born. All-World Miami Hurricanes, which we know how great they were in college football, had Bernie Kosar at the helm at quarterback. Oh, only a Heisman candidate facing Maryland. They were up. What was this? Let me get the score here. They were up 31 points at half and got the ball back at half. Insert Maryland does off the bench Frank Wright. Literally 6 touchdowns in a row, it says. 6 touchdown drives later en route to a 42-40 win.
Wow.
They're down 31 points at half. He has not even played. He comes off the bench against, I forgot what they're ranked, top 5 in the nation. Beats Miami. The year is now 1993. Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas on the sideline because they're hurt. Insert Frank Wright with, 3 minutes left? Yeah, in the third, or 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Down 35-3. 5 straight touchdown drives later, almost the exact same thing. They win in overtime this time, but 41-38. Are you kidding me?
Well, I got another big comeback for you.
Go ahead.
I got another big comeback.
Do it.
Cotton Bowl, the Ice Bowl. Notre Dame against Houston. Quarterback, Joe Montana.
Figure you bring up Notre Dame.
Look at Rick.
But he says the same thing about me in Arkansas each week. So,
but you could look that one up.
Yeah. I kind of remember that.
It was called the Ice Bowl
Yeah.
down in Houston. I mean, the Cotton Bowl.
Yep.
And
we just held a lot of memorable games.
And Notre Dame was down by several touchdowns at halftime, and Joe Montana was sick with the flu
and played.
And they were literally pumping chicken noodle soup down him at halftime and trying to get his body temperature up. Yeah, because he was desperately ill, and he came back the second half. That's that mental toughness you're talking about.
You know, and having people in your life at some point, and one comes to mind to me is I was 13, 14 years old. I used to hang out at this was 1964, 3. Anyway, at the time you had all the little elementary schools or junior highs usually had a pool, and so they had coaches there in the summer from from Dallas recreational centers, and I worked one year at Cole Park behind North Dallas, but I was at Griner, and a man named Jerry Rome, who was a college guy at the time, was working because he went to Sunset, and he went to SMU. He was All-American at Sunset and went to SMU. Left SMU, went to University of Tulsa, and he had him and a receiver named Howard Twiley broke every probably NCAA record there ever was. And at the time, Jerry was a coach at Griner, but he needed somebody to throw the football to.
Wow.
And I was the guy.
There you go.
I ran Howard Twilley's patterns every day.
Wow.
And Jerry was working on his time and had to throw. He had to throw every day. That was his junior year. The second summer, he went to Idaho, which was about 4 blocks from my house, and he actually lived 2 blocks behind that park. So I started going there. And then Howard came and stayed with Jerry, so I got the covering. But 2 years, I got to thinking now, go, man, here I was 13, 14 years old. I was hanging out with a college guy.
Right.
All-American.
Right.
And then they broke every NCAA record. Jerry was second in the Heisman Trophy, and I hear he should have been first. Yeah. And so that was a lucky experience for me. What a lucky guy to be around. Yeah. But I learned so much football because I was catching a ball from an NFL arm basically at that age. So that was just something that happened in my life. It was a great experience.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, you just showed me right before the show started, Major League Coach of the Year. What
05.
05. Major League
Coach of the Year. I thought it was
Coach of the Year. Yeah. Right. Just wanted to bring that up.
Because I think 2000. Was it one of those? Yeah, I forgot what. The 99. There's a few different years when we're looking up where y'all great numbers.
was
99 and 04.
One of the proudest
years,
yeah, because the game was cleaned up.
That too.
Right.
By then, remember the game was cleaned up. Started whatever, but it was really cleaned up. 01, 02, and 03, and these kids to you to realize how hard it is to go out there in the sun here in Texas, day in and day out. They were just playing, being like a kid.
Yeah.
Nothing in their system. There's love of the game.
Right.
And we put up some unbelievable numbers. We still hold a record for doubles. I think it was 370 something.
And one of the years y'all were second, and it's still, I think, the record, well, not the record, but the second all-time in home runs in it.
Yes,
team in the
the
season.
New York Yankees were first. They held the record, but I think once 200, no.
260.
262, I think.
260 is you.
And
You have 260.
Yes,
260
they
is
had
the Rangers.
262. Seattle broke it one year, 1 or 2 home runs, and
wow.
We used to hit 6-7 home runs that year like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah, but
they must have had a good hitting coach.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What it was.
A good
it.
hitting teacher.
I was just glad I was part of it.
Right, that is
correct.
Good, yeah.
That's awesome.
But I just want to thank all them players that I've had, and
I'm sure they thank you too. They better, if not, they
had some of the greatest players that
ignorant.
ever played the game.
Yeah.
And, I had lunch with Michael Young a couple weeks back. We stay in touch here
That's
and
awesome.
there, and so
Pudge.
one that I hadn't even mentioned right now is Pudge.
Yeah, Pudge. I say
Pudge
Pudge,
had
yeah.
Pudge when he was
Yeah.
16.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And, he's probably one of the hardest workers that I ever had. So dedicated. And,
Yeah.
But he had that mental part in him, man. Like, he wanted to be the best.
He was
and
determined.
he knew what he had to do to get to that
You
point.
can just see that watching him play.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, my
He
gosh.
loves the game.
All right, let's get into the stud or dud segment. NFL draft, to me, overall snoozer. My dad literally slept through it all, and he has to cover the dang thing himself for a job, and he slept through most of it. Me, myself, I kind of kept up for the Broncos' sake, which for the most part, most people had them in the B category. Same with the Cowboys. They got about in the B category, just to speak of our two teams. The overall, in which you think, talking about studs and mentors and great teachers, and every year they seem to have a great draft, the Pats. The Patriots were regarded as the best overall draft, anywhere from A- to A+. So
Yeah, they got it going on.
usually they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kyler Murray, since he did play baseball, what do you think about him? Being drafted first overall as a quarterback?
He did the right thing.
Yeah. So you do think he did the right thing?
Yeah, because he was going to the minor leagues.
Exactly.
He's going on a bus.
Yeah.
And, he never failed.
Yeah. Now he's going to have someone picking his bags up and his butlers and all that. You know how that
He's
is.
on his own. And, you get in the minor leagues, you get lonely. And, him being such a, high-profile type player.
Yeah, especially the last
player.
year getting the Heisman Trophy.
And just think what he went through.
Yeah.
To get to where he's at.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how many people were saying after he left A&M that he probably won't do anything? You know what I mean? Back again, fail. Somebody wants you to fail.
Exactly, literally.
And man, he has done great.
Yeah.
And he's.
And regarding those, Cardinals actually supposedly did a pretty good job. They did good with their front office. We'll see once again how their coach, once again mentors, how we talk about that, how Cliff does Kingsbury. I just don't think he's pretty good with quarterbacks. I just don't think he's going to get the job done as the head coach there. So we'll see how that. And here's the thing:
if he surrounds himself with the right people,
that is true. Because it's like Bill Clinton. I mean, going back to people like where back in the day, as I see him, because he did have great success. Obviously, what he did for this nation, but it's because he surrounded himself with smart people. Presidents, a lot of the time, my point being, they're not usually the smartest person, but when you surround yourself with a great surrounding cast.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Miles Davis. Everybody knows who Miles Davis is.
Great musician.
Great Miles Davis,
Right.
right? Probably esteemed as like the greatest jazz musician of all time.
Right.
When asked, how did he become so great? He simply said, I just surrounded myself with great musicians.
Yes, exactly. I mean,
he goes, you surround yourself with greatness.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the thing too about the back to the draft. It was just rankings were all over. You'd see teams from A, C-, B+. I'm like, so that's why I think this draft was a dud. We'll see how time plays out. But I think overall this was kind of a dud draft. I don't think we're going to see too many highlighting names out of this 5-10 years from now. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Never know.
But I just think it was a dud draft. Did you even watch much of the draft at all? Yeah, I didn't figure you did. It was a dud. Not that any draft's that entertaining, but this draft certainly was the least of which, and certainly, like I said, was lackluster with names. Now that's something I definitely can't wait to talk about. And now we don't have to go see it, Doc. But Marvel's Avengers Endgame.
Be quick.
And
because you could go on forever on this. But
I will. Not go on forever, but yes, I could. And I've lessened
because I want to talk to Rudy about some food real quick.
Oh, yeah, food.
Yeah.
Which I've got to send him into the chamber of questions.
I know
Which food will be brought up?
So be quick on your.
What time? Yeah. 12:10.
He's got to go, man. His time's valuable.
That's good. Avengers Endgame. Didn't like it. Time travel, you kidding me? I'm not into the Back to the Future. I'm not into the time. Well, I love Back to the Future, but I'm not into time travel. If I want to see time travel, I'll go see Back to the Future. Brings me to the next point. It was like an ode to Marvel. All they did was, hey, these last 23 movies we've put out. Well, since half of them have been snapped in the last movie, I'm going to go back in time, and we're going to go through all these other movies and pay tribute to these guys, you know? Like, what? No, I don't care. If I want to see whoever, I'll go see those movies. I want to see an actual good... I don't want to see you go back in time and have to get these stones. Anyway, didn't like that. Then you kill off Iron Man. You're going to kill off the guy that started it all, who has created now a family. For the reason why I'm so mad about that fine if you kill Iron Man, but you're gonna let Captain America, if you didn't do this, but then they let Captain America, you know these names, right? You probably know it, Iron Man, Captain America.
Well, Rudy's going like, huh, what's that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Look at her.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I love it. So anyway, then they let Iron Man go back in time and live a life that he never had. So that means, like I said, thus he was never Captain America. I would have been okay, probably much better with the movie. Like, say, Iron Man died, they have the uniform, and then they go disperse these stones that they have to do. Then they move on.
Right.
But then they let Captain America go, after you've killed Iron Man, who has a wife and a kiddo, by the way, you're going to let him go back in time to this wife he never had, or girl he never got, or whatever. Create kids with her, even though she has a wife and kids created already.
Right.
And then they made a movie. Captain America 2, Winter Soldier.
He's wound up about this.
I am. You made this movie. Point being, here's my point. You made a movie, Captain America, Winter Soldier. Because Captain America had to go back and or whatever, had to help his friend win. Anyway. So that means there was never that. This movie means essentially never happened, and you left Bucky, Winter Soldier, in confinement for 7 years to get beat up and tortured?
You need to take a vacation and chill out and relax. It's okay.
It's just goofy. It's just, I don't think they did a good job.
Well.
And now, to sum it all up, anyway, so what do you want to ask him?
Hey, Rudy, when you sit down and watch a ball game at home, you got a favorite meal?
I don't watch baseball. Sorry.
You don't watch it?
I don't watch baseball.
Did you ever watch it when you were coaching at all, or you just had so much of it?
No.
Did you?
I had it watching it. Too boring.
But that is awesome.
Sorry.
Yeah. So
I'm done with baseball. So it's not something,
Yeah. Now you're. Yeah.
I got.
What's your favorite meal? Steak? Good. You like a good steak on the grill?
No, refried beans.
Ooh.
Refried beans and rice.
Oh yeah.
And tortillas.
There you go. Well, yeah. I mean, it all goes together.
Yeah.
Perfect. You ready for my chamber of questions?
Lay it on him real quick.
The chamber. So I have to say it like this.
Chamber
of questions.
Okay.
Out of all the players you've coached, who had the purest swing, who needed the least help? Now, I'm sure they all needed help from the coach, the hitting guru, so to speak.
There's so many great hitters who had great swings. You talk about Alex, Palmeiro, Juan Gonzalez, Pudge.
So those guys didn't need much help. Those were guys that pretty much you got into and maybe gave them a little tinkering here or there, but they were.
No, man. Let me tell you what. You got to. It's not like you get them from somewhere else and you think they're going to be the same guy.
Yeah.
Right. You got to go through with them like you do everyone else.
Start from A to all the way to Z.
Exactly, because you're trying to win them over.
And
you're trying to teach them something, and mentally and physically.
Right.
So once you win them over, then I have so many great hitters that.
Best hitter you've ever seen.
Best hitter?
There's ever been. That you've ever seen. You can name a couple. You don't have to just do one.
Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn. There you go.
Babe Ruth.
Yeah. Because I love him to death, and he does have such a beautiful. Where would you put Griffey's swing all time?
Oh, Griffey had offense swing, man. He was so fluid and so much rhythm.
I loved it. I love seeing like his home runs were. They were. It's just like he didn't even do anything.
Left-handers though have more rhythm than in their swing.
They seem to do so. Why is that?
I don't know. I have no idea. I was left-handed. And I don't know.
Yeah, you threw right, you hit left, and threw right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most power you've ever seen hitter-wise. And
power.
Juan
Gonzalez, the most prolific line drive hitter I've ever seen. He never hit him high. He hit him like he was hitting a 1-iron. Most unbelievable. Could get some leverage that. Wow. It's unbelievable.
Hardest pitcher, and because that's where I figured you at least have to watch some tape, maybe not. But hardest. Did you prepare for pitchers? A.
No doubt.
Then who was the hardest you ever had to prepare for?
Dibble.
Really?
I threw 101, 102, and that was, that was in the 90s.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know if it was like
when they won the World Series. And they won 4 straight. They had Dibble. They had two other guys that were throwing 98.
Yeah.
2 left-handers. I can't even think of their names that year. What were their names? Well, anyway, and they had a right-hander named Ayala who threw 96, 98. So it was unbelievable the staff they had.
Best pitcher ever.
Oh man, I hate pitchers, so I'm not even.
I know, right? That's why I knew it. I knew it. That's what I wanted to ask him for. I wonder if he even would.
That's classic. That's
biggest
classic.
sports influence you had growing up.
Jerry Rome and Felix Ortega.
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if it was going to go back to that.
Yeah, those two guys.
Who was your favorite athlete growing up to watch? If it was baseball, if it was football.
Pete Rose, because I hustled like Pete Rose. It doesn't take any ability to hustle. I hustled. I sprinted everywhere we went. And luckily, when I went to University of Texas, we used to practice sprinting to our position and sprinting in.
Huh.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I sprinted everywhere I went.
Yeah, that's great.
Because if you see somebody out there sprinting, you're going, oh my God, there's something there.
Exactly,
You know, you're going to get a coach's attention or a scout or something, and then he can determine whether you're any good or not.
Yeah.
But at least you got his attention.
Right.
Bottom of the ninth, the bases are loaded, the game's tied. Who do you want at the plate?
Sosa.
No,
not. Yeah, but you know what? Juan Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I jumped on that, and the reason I say that because he had a knack to drive in runs. He was 16 years old in the Florida State League, and he was second in driving in runs. So nobody taught him that.
Yeah. He just lived for that moment, huh?
He just had that knack.
Yeah.
19, whatever the year was, he had 100 RBIs at the half.
Wow. I remember those, and that's what I was telling Doc. It's crazy to see the RBIs back in the 90s, how much they were throwing.
You get 100 RBIs in
I
a
remember
season,
that,
you're doing great.
Great.
Juan had that at the half.
Yep, I remember that season.
Wow. So that's it.
All right, beer or margarita with your Mexican food?
Neither.
What are you going with?
Iced tea.
I don't like to drink liquids when I eat.
Oh wow.
Thank you.
I'm like a camel. I'm one of those people literally like if I take a bite of something.
Drink water.
You don't even drink water?
No, I don't like to drink nothing until after I'm through with it.
I see people that do that, and I'm like, how do you do that? That's crazy. Yeah. Cake or cake or pie?
Cake.
What's your favorite cake?
Chocolate.
There you go.
He didn't hesitate on that.
I knew he knew what was coming next. Candy or ice cream?
Ice cream, vanilla.
I love it. Would you put the vanilla on top of the chocolate cake? Vanilla ice cream on top? No.
Keep them separate.
I
Yeah,
like
you don't
it.
want
All
to.
right.
You don't want to mix.
Favorite movie all time?
I don't have one.
I didn't know. This guy didn't figure he had time to even watch TV even. How about growing up favorite TV show? Because I know you even watch TV that much, I would imagine. I know he was big into sports, but you had to watch maybe Andy Griffith show, maybe something in the 50s, 60s. There was a lot of good TV back in the 60s.
There were much
documentaries what I watch.
Do what?
A lot of nature documentaries and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All-time favorite song?
I don't have one.
Favorite band or musician?
I don't have one.
Yeah,
All baseball.
I'm surprised you didn't say me.
Oh, come on.
Favorite musician? Come on now.
Bob Lawrence.
There you go. There you go, Rudy.
All right, so back to what he just asked you a few minutes ago.
Yes.
It's very similar, and it may just be the same answer. It's your last meal. What are you eating, and what 3 people are you inviting? Dead or alive? Last meal. How you going out? What do you want to eat? And
My
who do you want
son,
there?
my daughter, and my mother.
And then you're eating the
Mexican food.
That's right. There we go. Oh, well, seriously, thank you so much for joining
Rudy,
us.
thank you.
Awesome,
Huge.
man.
Anywhere we can find you, where we can get you on social media. Anywhere out there?
I don't do anything.
He doesn't. No.
He's like,
no,
I lay
he's
low.
not do-
I just lay low, and that's where I'm going to stay.
pretty good weekend ahead. We got Kentucky Derby coming up.
Kentucky Derby.
Air Jordan 4s, getting those this weekend. Those come out. They made the list. Let's see. Next week, got to get back in the NBA playoffs. Talk about Mother's Day. That's coming out.
Mother's Day.
And we're going to talk about food, what we're going to have. All that and much more. Don't forget to subscribe, listen to us, iTunes, iHeartRadio, SoundCloud. Hear all the episodes. Everything's up. Website's now updated at studdandud.com.
Looking great.
Thank you so much for joining us again, Rudy. It was an honor.
Thank you, Rudy.
Till next week, thank you for listening, everyone. I'm Josh Smith.
Bob Lawrence.
Peace. Welcome to another episode of Stud and Dud presented by the Dallas School of Music. Welcome. Thank you for listening. I am Josh Smith. With me each week, Dr. Bob Lawrence. What's up, Doc?
Doing great, Josh. Ready for another? Hey, man, it's just you and me. What the heck?
I know, right? 3 weeks in a row. We're kind of getting used to having guests. I kind of feel lonely.
Yeah.
Right?
Can we fill the time?
I think we can.
Okay.
Everyone knows I talk enough.
God knows that.
But 3 in a row. Let's thank those guests again.
Yes.
For all the way back, honestly, with Steve. Great having
Steve Kent.
Then we had Basil on. David Basil. Great. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Oh, no, actually, before that, I forgot. Before that, we even had Rob Flickinger.
Well, we had Rob Flickinger.
Then we had David Basil.
No, I think it was the other way around.
I am. I'm getting mixed up in my show. Hey, we're getting so deep. Oh, that's good that I'm thinking, hey, I'm flipping them around. This is 10th episode, you know?
So Steve Kent, MLB pitcher.
Yep. Then Rob Flickinger. Then David Basil.
No.
And then, Rob Flickinger.
David Basil.
Then
Rob Flickinger.
Man, see, I'm still doing that.
Dude,
I don't know why I'm thinking
Mother's
Basil.
Day got you all messed up.
It did. I got so much to think about.
Did you get Mom taken care of?
And then I got Mom, I got you taken care of.
Okay.
Lunch is coming at noon, so here in about an hour and a half, she has a chef salad, ranch dressing, chocolate shake every time.
Wait a minute. Did you make this and
send it to her? Yeah, right. I wish. Yeah, how would that happen? I don't know. But Purple Cow, it's a great restaurant. There used to actually be one in DFW when they were kind of expanding. Didn't last too long, unfortunately. But they have 2 in Little Rock. Great restaurants, great shakes. It's kind of known for their shakes. You can go there and get good burgers, fries, that kind of place.
Hey, speaking of great restaurants, we got a great chef that's going to be joining us as one of our guests.
Are we not?
World-renowned chef.
Maybe next week.
But hey, we're going to leave. We're not even going to announce any names yet.
All right, cool. But yes, we may have a great a food guest joining us finally. We got baseball covered, music covered, football covered. We're going to get basketball covered.
Right.
But yeah, some food.
Oh my god.
Which we're going to get into later today.
I'm fired up about all those things, but I got to be honest with you, man. A world-class chef coming in here to talk a little bit about food.
Yeah. And hopefully maybe get him to bring something in.
I'm hoping.
I'm hoping too. Got my new Air Jordans on. Can you see those bad boys? Got them on. May the 4th be with you, Doc. Forgot to bring that up. That was on Saturday.
Yes.
May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th.
Got a little Star Wars in, but definitely got my shoes on that morning.
Where'd you get these bad boys?
Got these on Saturday. These were the original colorway with the Nike Air on the back. 'Cause usually now they'll have the Jumpman symbol on the back.
Yeah.
Nike original colorway from '89, the Bread 4s. These would probably make the final colorway. Remember, because the 4s made it, but it had a different color pair in here.
I'm telling you right now, man. I'm going to bring you in a pair of Converse, Chuck Taylor Converse.
And you got to look. These look older. You can't tell me these look like some new. These are some old school looking shoes. They don't look. These are from '89. You're looking at them like they look like they're new. They are new.
I'm bringing you in some Chuck Taylor Converse All-Stars, man. That's what you need.
All right. Well, in the background, just because I was kind of pointing at that in the opening segue, look at this website up and rolling. Look at that beautiful logo we got going. I hope it's beautiful. Let us know what you think about it.
It is beautiful. Stud and dud, man.
Jeez.
We got sports.
I took a few hours on that, by the way, a couple.
You did that.
Anyway, I did. I can at least say I came up with that logo, which is awesome. So hopefully you like it. Let us know. But the website, there it is. Instead of sports on today, we'll throw the website up there.
And speaking of the website, I just want to do another shout out for Darren Laporte. We have tickets available.
Boom, boom, boom.
On the
Up top,
website.
Tickets. You see them up there.
Absolutely. You can go. Darren will take care of you. The American Airlines Center has some great concerts coming up. I know the stars are done, but
we'll get into that.
Yeah, great concerts coming up. Darren will take care of you. Those links, by the way, are on our tickets, on our website on the tickets.
Speaking of which, I added to my concert summer series.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep. So I'll be seeing another concert. Not there, unfortunately. It's at the Pavilion. All of a sudden a new tour was announced and jumped right on.
And you're on it.
I'm boom. I was like, hey, they're doing a tour. Gotta see them. So definitely another concert added to it. But let's get to what's on tap today.
Let's do it.
Playoff talk. As you just mentioned, of course, we'll talk about our poor Dallas Stars. They lost in Game 7 the other night. We'll get into that. Also, some NBA playoffs. Really good, actually, this year. Hadn't watched too much of the games, but when I'm going to dive back into a lot of the score. Obviously, you see the scores, but then you dive back into the...
Yes, across the board, much better.
Much better.
Much better product.
Yes, but yeah, when you dive into the actual, obviously you see the highlights, you're like, wow, these are good games. I mean, like I said, I'm trying to catch as much as I can, and there's been some really good games. I mean, we'll get into those. Speaking of a 4 overtime one that's crazy. 4 overtimes?
Yeah.
We'll also get into, which we just talked about, food. Cinco de Mayo, we'll kind of get into, I've got to talk about what I made for sure. We'll see if you had anything. We'll talk about Mother's Day too, see what you do.
Yes.
Because a lot of people go out to eat. That's the one day of all holidays. Obviously, it is a holiday. People tend to go out to eat more so than any other holiday.
They want to spoil mom.
And they don't want to do dishes because they're not doing them, and mom is certainly not doing them.
No.
That's A1A right there.
I don't want to be the dud that says, hey, Mom, can you do the dishes on Mother's Day? Come on, man.
So in the coveted Stutter Dud segment, we will talk about the Kentucky Derby Blender. I mean,
oh my gosh.
Wow, really?
Yeah, right.
And, oh man, but yeah, we'll talk about that, which we led into our midweek update, which hopefully you guys are liking. The little midweek updates we're doing.
I like it.
Hey, we got to get you more talking more on those too.
Well, it's kind of hard with you talking.
I know, right?
I mean, come on, it's hard for me to get a word in edgewise.
Hey, well, I like you back on the piano though. That with the I got to show you the dud reel I made. I'm gonna post it today. Remember all the clips?
All the outtakes, huh?
Yeah, I've got an outtake dud reel. All right, so also, and then also on tap in the Sutter Dud segment, LeBron. I'm just so sick of this. Does he really ever want to coach?
Oh my gosh.
Does he? But a good highlight, and I did kind of mention this last week, and when we got to mention Dave Van Horn, 1,000 wins. That is a stud among studs.
Hey man, did you watch the game last? No, you didn't. Did you watch the game last night? The Hogs?
No,
you didn't watch the Hogs.
Did not. Were they on SEC Network?
Come on, man. They were. The Hogs are playing LSU. Thumped LSU.
Nice.
Like 14.
I was watching the NBA until I passed out. You text me at like 9:45. I get up at 7 o'clock this morning. I'm like, I was out, dog. If it's not by about 9:30, unless it's a night I am endeared to the night, I am snoring by 9:30.
Yeah, you probably late.
I set my alarm at 6:40. I'm up at 6:40 every morning.
Well, good. That's good.
Yeah.
Early bird gets the worm, man.
Hey, that's exactly what Deckmar Trade says every time, as in the pre-market. And he's like, hey, there's a lot of plays. And anyway, but yes, exactly. You got to get up early if you want to find your play.
Yeah, so, man.
But anyway,
Arkansas thumped them 14-4.
Because I was looking forward to it because this is, I think, the last series until they head into the SEC playoffs.
Yeah,
I think
it's
so.
Coming. Hey, Arkansas is looking good, man.
And isn't LSU ranked?
Yes,
that's what I thought.
Of course, yeah.
Hey, trying to tell your son, don't go. I'm not gonna name the Texas. Well, I guess I will. It's a podcast. We call them the faggies back in Arkansas. I'm just gonna be.
That's terrible, man.
Well, we can't go there.
That's not even politically correct.
I guess it anymore. But you can't go. We can't go to LSU. They have the worst fans of all time. So you're not gonna go to LSU. You kidding me? You know me, Robert Felton, a football player I played with. He said by far the worst place he's ever played at, and hardly ever felt comfortable playing there because with the fan. Because it's one of those old school stadiums. It's like War Memorial in Little Rock. So you're really close to the players,
right?
Yelling at them. That what kind of you think faggy's bad? Oh, you think that's bad?
Yeah,
compared to what Robert Felton was yelled. Anyway, and it's just a part of the game. Unfortunately, that's just what, especially once you start drinking,
fans.
What obnoxious fans are going to do. Any sport, doesn't matter if it's college or I guess high school sport. Well, you see some obnoxious fans in high school too,
right?
Even in probably Pee Wee, in little leagues and stuff. I know you.
Yes, you do. Obnoxious parents.
Exactly. So regardless, you're never getting away from those. But anyway, LSU, why are you going to go there? Alabama, hey. But I know you're looking at, and I completely agree, you're going for a full ride, baby. I mean, are you kidding me? If any school gives you a full ride and stuff on top of the fact.
Yeah, that's where he's going to go.
Now, let me just get into this. I guess you won't really find out until this next coming year, right? Junior year. And now, well, I guess when they offered, did they offer? Because I never offered anything in my life, so that's amazing. Right. So you get my point, being offered anything.
Yeah, I think.
But when they offer something, do they tell you what it is? Do they say, you're getting a full ride plus, do they tell you off the bat?
Yeah, I believe so. It's all new to me, too.
Okay, yeah.
Right. But it doesn't. You're correct. It doesn't happen until junior year because I think NCAA rules are such that.
I was just wondering how that works. I wonder if they tell you, and that's what I'm saying. If you find out right away, or do you have to wait till you commit, and then they're like, they've got to tell you. That's not,
no. I think that's all up front.
Yeah, they just say, hey, here's what you're getting.
Right.
I can't wait to find out. I'm intrigued, man. But my point, go the Hogs. You see what they're doing? Beating up LSU.
The Hogs are looking good.
LSU fans. Hog fans are always good. Hog fans are so nice.
Yeah, and
Arkansans, come on, man. I'm just kidding. Anyway.
So
back to the game.
Back to the game, man. It was a good game.
Yeah, and I literally forgot about that because I was going through social media on ours because I've obviously followed much more sporting athletics on Instagram. I'm going to tell you, by the way, follow us on Stud
right. Dud. But that's just kind of the we talk about this. My son and I, my boys and I, we talk about this all the time. College baseball just doesn't get the hype, man, that college football does.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Literally, when you're talking about, that's still we're talking about texting. We're always texting, and I think it was last week, but whatever. When we're talking about the Hog baseball game, or I think it was earlier this week about the Alabama Arkansas thing. Like, man, you go to Bam. Of course, I'm just talking. If it was straight up, everyone's giving you the same thing. I'm like, Doc. Arkansas. I'm just, just being, because I'm a homer too, but then I'm throwing stats out there at you. And then he's like, man, that last year still must hurt. We're talking about the World Series, like, hey, one catch away. It's like they need to learn to go play catch with old Steve Kent, because Steve Kent was talking about how he go back to the basics and learn how to play catch. And he's like, man, that still must hurt you. And I was like, not near as much as if it was a basketball or especially a football championship.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I think, like I said, it's the new age of where we're so much more intrigued with football, especially A1A, and then basketball, at least especially in Arkansas. Then basketball comes second because we had that great run and had that tradition of really being more of a basketball program after we were a football program. But then yeah, even baseball, that has been, and even Basil, we brought this up. I was talking to him last week on their show, 1037 The Buzz, the show he's on, going, it just doesn't get the limelight for whatever reason. He's been on top of everything. He's been even when he was on the show, I think we talked about it. He's been the coach on the Hill for the last decade, winning 1,000 games in his whole career, and yet he's getting how much recognition up there on the Hill?
Right.
Yes, and taking him to the World Series last year, and still they're probably talking about football and basketball. We were just a catch away from winning a championship, and they're still.
Right. You have to kind of have to look for a college baseball game on TV.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why I asked if it was on SEC Network last night, because sometimes you're not. I'm like, really, you're playing this, or this is on SEC Network right now, not a real good game that could be on?
In fact, I think most people don't even realize that college baseball's on TV.
Right. So, but great game.
Great game.
So now I've got to watch some baseball this weekend. Now that another playing, like I said, I was on social media yesterday and I saw that, and I should have looked more into it. Like, oh, they're playing LSU, blah blah blah. It's pretty great. But I was like going on. Now the weekend. Now it's time. Now that's when I do this. I'm like, okay, now I can kind of coast down and catch up.
Right.
Speaking of catch up, that was great. I said that. Let's do a little catch up ourselves. Do you watch Game of Thrones?
I do not.
I don't either. It's a huge program, obviously, on HBO.
Listen, everybody in the world does but me.
Yeah, well, us, obviously.
Yes. So I guess we would be duds.
Yeah, literally. I guess and people were like, God, what? You don't watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
No, we don't. I thought for the longest time it was called Game of Thorns.
I act like I do.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a great show.
Well, the one thing that did happen last week, and there's no way this happened because I've been on sets. Did you see what happened last week?
No, I don't watch it.
Well, it made news regardless. I didn't watch it either.
Oh, okay.
They left supposedly, say we're having a scene, we're watching.
Somebody died?
No, well, someone did die. But, and I almost got into that, but the biggest thing was someone left a Starbucks coffee mug on set. So, and the picture was everyone's kind of in mid-scene, and the blonde girl, the white-haired almost girl, the younger girl that you always see on Game of Thrones, I forgot what her name. Anyway, she's sitting there at this old school wooden table, and kind of adjacent to her, but in front of her, can't mistake it. And if you really zoom in, you can see the green on it, but you point being, you see the white mug. You can tell it's a cotton with the little brown thing around it. You can totally tell it's a Starbucks coffee, and it kind of see the actual logo. Now, the point being, they're trying to dismiss this as if they forgot it or didn't even see it was there. Didn't know it was there.
So what's the big deal? Because Game of Thrones takes place when?
Back in the, I don't even know what. Back when dragons supposedly flew around.
Dude, Starbucks been around forever.
Oh, yeah, right? Yeah. They were just, they may not, they should have put it in something exactly, though. But yeah, they were serving coffee. It was probably called,
right?
Star Rocks.
Star Rocks.
Yeah, cause everyone's like, oh, rocks. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. Yeah, give me, I'm like, yeah, it was a long time ago, hundreds of years ago.
Starbucks been around forever.
But they're trying to say they didn't know it was by mistake. And there's no way I've been on sets that you leave. It'd be like this. Leaving that on set and the camera's facing it. You don't leave that there unless... Just for a reason.
Oops.
Yeah, and especially if my point being we're supposed to be in, say this is like we're in a Western, and all of a sudden we're drinking out. Yeah, we're in a restaurant, and we're completely dressed for the scene. We're in some old honky tonk, not old honky.
And your cell phone rings.
Exactly. And I pick up this Yeti Denver Broncos mug or whatever tumbler, and I'm like, Or just by chance of sitting there.
You're right.
I'm like, yeah, you didn't see that Starbucks coffee mug.
Cut.
With all the swords and the bows and arrows and the stinky supposed people walking around because it's 12. Yeah, exactly. Another royal baby was born.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Archie?
Sure.
Is it Archie?
I think so. I was looking for the name, and that was 2 days ago.
I think it's Archie. I love Archie.
It's a great name.
It's a great name.
So that was good for them. I like that. Meghan Markle, hey, got an American. Hey, good for her. She got in there.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Hey, good for her. U.S. and China. This kind of affects me in the trade and a little bit with the markets, but U.S. China. Like 2 days ago, Trump comes out and makes it seem like it's a done. I can't stand him on Twitter. I'm always making fun of him in chat. It's a done deal, pretty much. Essentially, can't wait to make. And then the next day, nope, not going to happen. Tariffs are going up 25%. I'm like, God. Anyway, I just think it's goofy that the goon we got running up there, and then the stuff he tweets out. All day long.
Twitter is a...
I really can't believe... Yeah, well, I just can't.
It'd be best just to leave it alone.
He's not going to.
Yeah.
Not at all. But I just think it's funny, though. I'm like, God bless, dude. Would you leave it alone? But yeah. So anyway, tariffs up 25%. We'll see if we ever get that deal done. Could be months. Could be years. It just affects me because of the markets. I'm like, man, other than that...
So breathe in, breathe out.
What goods are going to be taxed 25% more that I'm even worried about? We'll see.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I don't know. I have no idea, man.
My shoes.
Those are that would impact you, man.
Oh, it's on the side. I was gonna see where these are made at, but it says Taiwan or it says China, probably.
Yeah.
All right, let's get in. Oh no, the other thing though too, and it's you see, but when do we ever? And I doubt we ever will. I don't know what it's gonna take. I really don't. But two school shootings in the last 2 weeks.
Right.
Just don't know when. I just don't understand what it's going to take for these people to finally do something.
It's not going to end.
Yeah, I guess it's not.
Ever.
If it hadn't yet.
If you take all the guns away, there's going to be something else. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah. They'll be doing some stupid bombs, I'm sure, or something.
People do
handmade bombs.
People do violent
things. Yeah. Oh, certainly so. Certainly so. Now to some playoff talk.
Let's talk playoffs.
Stars, boy, oh boy, they had them. They were up 3-2. They had the series won, could have won back home. Oh, so close.
I know. Well, you know.
Those are the worst when you're up 3-2 and you have a home to clinch it. Then you have to go back there and you're like, okay, we can still get it.
You've seen the controversial shot on the wraparound, right?
Yeah.
Man, did you slow that down? That looks like a goal.
It's like something we'll get to in a little bit, the Kentucky Derby.
It looks like a goal.
Yeah,
if they spend 20 minutes on the Kentucky Derby, you think you could at least spend 30 seconds on the Stars wraparound goal? That was a goal. That would.
Yeah,
I'm getting a little emotional, man.
Hey, officials, man, they've affected, and I told this to Dad, and Dad brought it up. Thank gosh, both of them, they're on their show, and I said it's a good point, and I got the shout out on Monday. Officials have really affected a lot of outcomes of big events over the last
it's
few
replay
years.
has.
Oh yeah, replay. But officials, though, a lot of the time go to replay. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's the 20 minutes. Come on, give me a break, right?
I don't understand. Like, my point being, like A&M and the, I think what was it, the championship game where they went to the
right.
Why do they have to go to the replay? What was the point? You see, they didn't have to go to the replay. It's like sometimes they just want to. It's like they want to force something. They want to almost be a part of the outcome.
Well, it's like the call in the Final Four in NCAA basketball that the ball.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that the one?
Yeah, then A&M. That's what I'm saying. It's like Texas A&M. Yeah, that was in the finals.
Was that A&M?
Yeah, A&M because they were in the championship game.
Okay.
Yeah, or
yeah.
Tech.
Right, that's what.
Texas Tech, 2 games in a row. Essentially,
it's ridiculous.
Where replay one, they didn't replay it. Where the dude double dribbled. I'm like, why didn't you replay that? But then the next game went off the dude in the championship game.
Dude, when you got to slow it down.
That was Virginia, I should say. Virginia got away with it. One game they didn't get the call. That was against Auburn. Remember, that's what we're talking about. Where it should have been a double dribble. When Auburn's like, what? And then remember they got fouled right after that.
Right.
They didn't call the double dribble. Well, then in the next game. They did get the call, Virginia. They did get the, they go over to the, that was against Texas Tech in the championship game where it went off the dude.
Well, we'll talk about, I have a love-hate relationship with the whole replay thing, and I haven't reconciled in my mind yet.
Well, the good funny thing about all this, did you see the story? I did send it to you. Did you see the story with the model?
Oh, yeah.
In Game 6 and the guy that came back in Game 7 in St. Louis? Now, that was hilarious. So if you didn't see it, in Game 6 of the final, or Game 6 of the second round here in Dallas, where Dallas could have clinched on Sunday, there was a pretty good-looking hot girl. Yeah. And she's an Instagram model. Because everyone after that, that was the thing. Everyone afterwards searching on Instagram, who's this girl? They got to find out, and they figured it out. I forgot what her name was, but she's from Canada.
Oh, she's from Canada?
Yeah, from Canada, which is crazy. Anywho, so she's beautiful blonde behind the head coach of the Stars. So all game long getting attention, wearing a blouse that's rather open cut,
right?
Exposing some, she looks beautiful, regardless. So the next game, back in the series, so in Game 7, a guy in St. Louis puts a blonde wig on, puts a black little like open cut dress on too, and shows his beautiful manly hairy chest. And everyone was laughing. It was great. Like that made some rounds. That was pretty freaking hilarious. Did you know? I guess you did. I mean, you didn't see it till I sent it to you.
That's funny, man.
But that was great. So that was kind of the good thing out of that in the end. That how that guy thought of it. Like, man, I've got tickets behind the coach. I'm going to dress up.
That. Yeah, I'm doing that.
I'm so doing that. That was awesome. That was too cool. So the Blues face the Sharks now in the conference finals, which could have been Dallas, which would have been great in the conference finals. Yes. And on the other side, we've got the Bruins and the Hurricanes squaring off, and the Hurricanes destroyed. I forgot. God, I wish I would have put it down. Every game, they won. I think it was 10.
Are they the favorites?
Oh yeah, they swept they swept the team they were facing in the second round. The Hurricanes did, and they won. I think it was by the average, not the average differential, but they won by a total of like 14 goals. The goal differential in all games was like 14 points.
Yeah,
14 goals.
Yeah.
The last 2 or 3 games were like 5-1, 5-2.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how.
I think it was 10. Maybe it was 10. I think it was maybe 10 goals.
Even if the Stars got by the Blues, I'm not sure how much further.
Yeah, because the Sharks are really good this year. But regardless. It was a great year. Good little run.
Fantastic.
Great for Dallas since the Mavericks didn't really do anything. Kind of kept the AC going with some sports a little bit longer.
It's fantastic. And I got to tell you, man, I'm not the biggest of hockey fans, but I have to tell you, man, there's nothing like playoff hockey.
Oh yeah,
God,
they get into it, boy.
Man, that is just something.
Yeah,
else,
and seeing it
man.
live too, because you see it on TV, and that's like anything. You see it on TV, and everyone says it about hockey, and you go see it live.
Oh, my
much
gosh.
different event. Dress warm though, it is a little cooler in there,
Yeah,
people.
It gets cold.
You wouldn't think it would, I mean, you get it obviously, and then you see the experienced people. Like some people, they're dressed fine, you know what I mean. But some people that aren't used to it, they don't go that often. Like me, it's a little cooler than you think it's going to be. So dress a little warmer than you might think.
Or when you get there, buy a big dog with a lot of jalapenos on it. That will warm you up right
in
there.
a hurry.
Yeah, my picture I sent you when I was at the
Exactly.
Stars
That'll
game.
hurry in a hurry.
That will warm you right up.
Oh
my
yeah,
friend.
man, and eat all the Japs. You can't be leaving the jalapenos on the side. Eat all those bad boys.
Right.
And then hey, if you're an experienced and you got a driver, if you have a driver, go take a couple of shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Take some hot damn, a couple shots of whiskey.
Jalapeno hot dog. Dude,
Boom, you're good to go. You got a driver.
Heck, you'll be taking clothes off.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. All right. To the NBA side of things in the playoffs, this is where I was bringing up the points per game because this is where things get tight. Great series. I didn't think it was going to be this close with the Warriors and the Rockets.
Right. The
The differential through now 6 games is right around 5 points. It was 4.5.
It's tight.
4.5. Well, actually, it is 4.5 through 6 games. Or I should say through 5 games, because Game 6 is tonight. What am I thinking? Game 6 is tonight, which I will be watching, because I love to see Houston take them to 7, especially now that our Nuggets are having to go to 7 games, which we'll get into in a minute.
I think they will, and especially since KD is out.
And that was another thing. Now KD's out for the rest of the series with a calf, mild calf strain.
If not the rest of the season.
Yeah, but hey, if he's out for the rest of the series, that's definitely a chance for the Rockets being back home tonight to get that win and force Game 7, which then the Mo would probably kind of get. It would be about even if not back on their side, especially with KD being out.
Right.
But 4.5 points per game, that's a differential. That's crazy good basketball.
It's very good.
Thank you finally for bringing us some good basketball. Because I thought it literally with those 2 high scoring teams, most games were like you usually see, and that's why I kind of push away from them until the finals, the NBA for a while. 120 to 100, 125 to 99, 117 to it'd be like a 20 or 15, and it would be each team. It'd go back and forth.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, can y'all not have one game where it's like you win by 20, then they win by 20? It's like.
But I got a question for you though on basketball.
What?
And this is just something that we've observed.
Yep.
My boys and I we laugh about this all the time because we'll have a game on, right? Like the Rockets and the Warriors, right? And someone will go. The Warriors will go up by 17.
Yeah.
Go up by 17. So we flip it over to We flip it over to a
baseball game. Yeah, exactly. Something else. This is boring now.
We flip it over to a baseball game, and my boys are like, "Yeah, let's go watch baseball. We'll come back in 5 minutes, and it will be a 1-point game." Right?
Yeah.
It's almost like it's staged, right? It cracks me up. How does this happen?
And because if you had Pat on, and I can't wait to ask Pat, because there's one thing, the term is basketball is a game of runs, but I'm like, how do you have that many runs in a game?
Well, that's just it. That's just what cracks me up, right?
Yeah.
A team's getting blown out, and then the next thing you know, they're 1 point ahead.
Yeah. What? Okay. How can you be doing that well?
And this happens like...
How often do you see that in football? When the team is up 28-3, not many times the team's coming back when they're up 28-3. Or you get my point.
Well, that's right.
They're done. It's over.
It's over. Same thing in baseball.
Yeah.
If a team goes up 5, 6, 7 runs.
It's 90% of the time, you're done.
It's over.
Even if it's 75%.
But
basketball, it's like 30%. It's probably even less than that. Or it's somewhere in that range. It's probably 50 or less, which is terrible.
So we almost watch with a certain kind of skepticism, like,
Oh, right. That's me. I don't turn on until the fourth quarter and late in the fourth quarter because the team which we saw in the playoffs. It was a team, Clippers on the Warriors. Biggest comeback, whatever it was. Like they were down 20-something in the fourth quarter and came back and beat the Warriors. And it's not like they're coming back and beating
listen, man, it almost makes me think of it like professional wrestling in a way. It's like,
right.
wait a minute.
Hold on, who wrote this?
Exactly.
Because, you get my point. It'd be one thing if they're coming back against, I'm just picking the Grizzlies. I'm just picking a team that's not that probably great this year. The Grizzlies. Or just a team that wasn't that. You're coming back against the best team in the NBA, essentially the Warriors. Like, how did you come back from 20 down in the fourth quarter? Warriors, what are you doing? What hole did you put your head in?
Yeah, right. It just doesn't make any sense, man.
Anyway, another good series out west that did go into 4 overtimes I talked about, the Nuggets and the Trailblazers. I couldn't believe that game kept going. That was a game I fell asleep to. I'm like, how long is this one going for? Because the Nuggets game I tried to stay up for last night. I was going to try to watch the start of it, but when you have those late tips.
Okay, how old are you, man?
34.
And you're falling asleep at what time?
9:30.
Okay.
I want to have.
What the heck are you going to be doing when you're 57 like me, man? You're going to be asleep at 6:30 at night.
No. Then hopefully by then I've already made enough money in my life.
No, you're going to be on a chair with your mouth open.
That's fine. Whatever I want to do.
Flies coming in and out.
I know watching most of the best athletes, but even the best deck. Anyway, I get sleep. I want to get my sleep in. If I don't get sleep, I'm not functioning correctly. I don't feel like doing certain things. So I've realized in my life, for me, if I don't get a certain amount of sleep, don't be around me. I'm not worth being around. Well, I mean, I get my point. In my head, I'm like, I'm just not gonna work. I'm not gonna work that well that day. And then in my head, unfortunately, I'm like, okay, now I've got to get sleep tomorrow night, or I'm now putting myself that much further behind because I'm groggy and I know a lot of people say, sleep's for when you're dead. I'm like, dude, no. Sleep's one of the most important keys in your life.
It is.
To live in a long, successful life. And
but I've lived a musician's life my whole life.
There you go. Yeah. See.
So we tend to like the late nights.
Yeah. Not anymore for me. And I used to stay up till 1, 2, and I'll see myself do that, probably once, twice a month, honestly. It'll be one weekend, maybe 2 weekends a month, because it's only on the weekends where I'll find myself staying up to like midnight plus. And I'm like, wow, I did good tonight. But then here's the thing. I'm not sleeping. I'll be up at 7:30, 8 o'clock because my timer's like, okay, you've now had I hate what the only thing, and everyone, it seems like this, the older you get, you can't sleep in anymore. Some people I guess can, but the older you get, you just cannot sleep in.
Yeah, the days of college where you sleep till noon.
Oh, those were great.
Yeah, those were good days, man.
I don't even think I've slept, on a consistent basis, unless it's been in Vegas or somewhere random where I'm up super late. I don't remember the last time I slept past like 10:30.
Right.
I mean, it's been a long time. But yeah, I don't know what it is, but and it works for me now that I've get I'm like, it sounds like an old man where and some nights it's 10:15-ish. But if it's a weeknight,
well, man,
I'm getting ready for my stocks.
If you ever want to brave it and stay up late one night,
like 10:30,
yeah, and get like 10:30, right, and you have an opportunity to get a little slice of heaven, man, to experience what heaven must be like. Turn on a West Coast baseball game.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
just turn it down nice and quiet.
Yeah,
just sit there and relax. The sounds of baseball in the background. Nice and quiet.
I can't do the pitcher cat, whatever.
Oh yeah. But that's just like a little slice of heaven there, bro. That's what it's like.
That's what my dad does because he unfortunately is not sleeps very randomly. Not that really can't sleep that well, and so he'll get his sleep in when he can, and then he always. I remember when I lived there, TV would be on till probably 2 or 3 in the morning. Whether he's watching, I don't know. But he's out there on his big chair, and that's where he would sleep. I mean, he didn't want to go back to bed and bother mom. He'd just get there and maybe turn it, then leave it on sports and whatever it was.
That's what guys do.
And even during college basketball season, I love how they'll have those West Coast games, like Loyola Marymounts to the
I love it, man.
Gonzagas of the world that have UCLA whatever and have those West Coast late games. And man, you got sports on till plus midnight here.
There was nothing like a late night Dodgers game with Vin Scully.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
You and my dad could definitely do some talking there for sure. Well, that's why we'll get my dad on for sure. And
we got to do that.
We'll talk some old school sports, but. Back to the Nuggets Trailblazers, 3-3 apiece. Game 7 is Sunday. Since last night they lost last night. Game 7 is Sunday. In the East now, wow, which we talked about with Rob when he was here. We were wondering if the Bucks were going to have trouble with the Celtics, and it was not even close. So they just manhandled them.
Yeah.
Manhandled.
Yeah.
Already heading on.
Looking good.
Looking real good. I'm liking our pick, Dak. I'm liking our pick. So they're gone. They're heading on to the Eastern Conference Finals. Also, Game 7 coming up on Sunday because last night, the 76ers won in a crucial Game 6. Raptors and the 76ers. Mm-hmm. Game 7 on Sunday. So definitely helping out the teams that we have Bucks all the way. So it's looking good. All these other teams are having to go to Game 7s. We'll see tonight if another 2 more teams have to go to, which I'd love not to see the Warriors in the finals this year. Just, to be something different. See, like I said, the Nuggets and the Bucks. But man, the Bucks, like we said,
isn't it nice to see the Bucks relevant again, man? They haven't been relevant since
look where's that? The 70s, really. They had a good run in the decent run in the 90s. They had big dog Glenn Robinson. Do you remember him? He was 44.
And they had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar before he was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yep. But so they've had a couple, and obviously
a
better
run. I can't
run.
remember what was his name before it was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh my gosh, how are you putting me on?
Come on, man. I can't remember it. Our listeners are probably going to come.
Oh, I know, and that's the thing I've seen this too in life. Talking about things you've seen in life, when you get put on the spot.
I'm thinking Cassius Clay, but no, that's Muhammad Ali.
You got one of the two down. You got one
Lou
of the
Alcindor.
two. Lou Alcindor. There you go.
Lou Alcindor. That's it.
There you go. So
they haven't been relevant since Lou Alcindor.
Boom. So regardless, though, great to see the Bucks. Like I said, I even love seeing the like I said, the 76ers and the Raptors. Man, obviously we knew the Raptors were going to be there and the 76ers, honestly, in a way, but just to see those teams that really haven't gotten much shine, you get my point over the last few decades. I mean, the 76ers had a great run when they had Allen Iverson, but other than that, you get a good stud, of course. This Lou Alcindor, your team will rise. But yeah, it's just good to see those old school teams, well, 76ers, the Bucks.
I love it.
Those teams back. I'd love to see the 76ers and the Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals. That'd be like 1977 all over again.
That's why I'm enjoying like the Padres right now in baseball, man.
Athletics even. Like my team. Have you seen your Cubs, though? We'll get into MLB talk real quick.
Cubs.
Have you seen the record in the last 20 whatever games? I sent you that?
Yeah.
What is it? Let me pull it up real quick because I had that on Instagram. That was ridiculous. That's what I thought in their last 24. 19-5 in their last 24 games, the Cubs.
Watch out for the Cubbies.
Woo! I mean, and talking about, because they still kind of have a little bit of the chemistry and the players from winning a World Series a few years ago.
Addison Russell's back now.
So watch out for them. That could have been a team under the radar that you'd probably would love to mention, but you're like, that'd be probably too homer for you. But
yeah, it would be.
Hey, time to talk some food, though.
Let's do it.
Cinco de Mayo! Boy, and what I thought I was going to hear music all night long, I thought we were going to have parties all around us in the neighborhood. It was rather a quiet night, I must say, honestly.
Yeah, it was, and it was in our neighborhood as well.
Maybe because it was a Sunday. Last year was a Saturday. Well, because the point being, last year it was an extravaganza in our neighborhood. It was smelled food all over, the music going on along, just puts you in a festive mood.
Right.
Regardless, still made some tacos, and this year I went all out. Of course, you go into good places and you'll get some good steak in your tacos or in your fajitas. And man, I was like, I got to go all out with this steak. I don't want like some skirt steak. I want good steak.
A little carne asada.
Try to find some carne asada. I went straight T-bone.
Ooh.
Went a T-bone on everyone.
Oh,
yeah.
You went T-bone?
I went T-bone, baby. Okay. Yeah, right? Instead of T-bone, I went T-bone. But man, it was good.
Right.
And I've been cooking a lot more like what Steve taught it. I get that temperature up and just put it on there for just a little bit for each side.
Yeah, you don't have an egg yet, do you?
Not yet, but man, telling you that whatever. Probably because it's not the best of grills. I just got like a decent one at Walmart that was like $100. Like, oh, this will work for now. Good charcoal grill.
So you do the charcoal, get the charcoals lit.
Yep. Oh yeah. And that, like, my point being, that thing gets so hot. Like at times I've seen it up to 650, like he was talking about. I can usually get it to 550, 600, no problem. So that's what I do.
Right.
Man, I'll just go out there and put that steak on, like you said, for a few minutes each side.
It doesn't take long.
Man, I had some great, and we cooked some chicken, marinated that in the.
Do not overdo the steak, man.
Oh no.
Don't overdo the steak.
Oh, can't. Especially when you start charring it.
Yeah.
I mean,
you cannot. I don't like to eat leather.
Yeah, right. So made some steak and chicken, street tacos, and then full-on tacos. We did a little bit of both, but man, it was so good. Made some fresh salsa. I get tomatoes. I get the onions, definitely 2 or 3 jalapenos in there. Get it nice and spicy. Put that in a blender. Blend it up. Boom. You got you some salsa. Throw a little salt in there.
Very nice.
Oh, brother. And then, of course, the usual cheese dip. You got to have some queso.
What's your favorite spice? Mexican spice that you use with your Mexican food? What's your favorite?
I really don't know if it's cumin or paprika.
Yeah.
Use those two a lot.
Cilantro.
Now, if you're talking about straight, like not an actual seasoning, like an actual, the thing that I season most of my food with, or even probably a lot of my Mexican food, is jalapenos.
Yeah.
I love a little spice. And I fresh cut. like I was telling you, those ones at the store are the ones you... What?
I just had an image of you right there, man, knowing you're from Arkansas, going, my favorite spice? I tell you, man, I just love salt and pepper.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
I season everything with salt and pepper.
On my little salt and pepper on my tomatoes.
A little salt and pepper.
Hey, I didn't too bad. I always put a little salt and pepper on stuff.
Is that the favorite spice in Arkansas, salt and pepper?
You always put anything I cook, there's a little salt and there's a little pepper on it. Okay. I'm not kidding you. Not the cheese dip.
No, not the cheese dip.
Not some food.
Well, hey, man, salt and pepper's been tried and true.
Oh, you can't go wrong with just a little salt and pepper.
Got to, right?
But so did it all up. Had some good tacos, but jalapeno, I'll probably half of one when I make my tuna, like tuna salad.
Yeah.
Of course,
jalapeno's on everything.
Yeah, but I love the fresh cut ones. Like I said, the pickled ones that are have all the juice. Those are good.
But none of the fresh cut.
You want some
it's
some
like
good spice
it's like
crunch.
fresh cut tomatoes.
Oh, exactly.
Right, it's the same thing.
Oh, exactly. So what'd you do? Anything?
Oh yeah, man. Mama makes all kinds of homemade Mexican, from enchiladas to tacos to steak.
Oh, yeah,
to,
yeah.
You name it, man.
Did y'all have anything?
Oh, yeah.
Good, yeah. The enchiladas, that's one thing too. We hadn't had those in a while. Man, I love cooking those. They're so good.
Oh my gosh, tamales.
Tamales. Was just talking about that to someone earlier in the chat today because the chat was kind of slow in the stock. So at the end we were talking. This one girl was talking about tamales. And I was like, man,
it's got to be my all-time favorite right there, tamales.
Tamales. That's my dad. I think it's my dad's too.
Yeah, I just love tamales. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. You can get them anywhere too. You know what I mean? It's not like it's
right.
And they're usually done. It's like. It's almost like it's all I think. That's what I love about Mexican food. Boy, if you don't know how to do it, you did it wrong. You don't. It's almost like when you have a hamburger. Like you can't cook this right. You do not need to be cooking.
I have a colleague, man. This is kind of funny. We go out for Mexican food, and we're looking at the menu, and I said, "What you order?" He goes, "I ordered the same thing you ordered." I said, "What do you mean you ordered the same thing?" He goes, "Listen, man, Mexicans are the most creative people on the face of planet Earth. They have rice, beans, and tortillas, and he goes, they just rearrange it on the plate and call it something different."
Right, exactly. I mean, they got a great.
I laugh because they are creative.
Yeah,
that's
that's
creativity.
There's not many ingredients usually.
That's right, man. What they can do with that, is fantastic.
A lot.
Oh.
And even just that on a taco, I could just do that. Like have veggie taco, just have a little flour corn tortilla, a little bean, little rice, boom, done.
Oh my goodness.
Mother's Day.
Yes.
Obviously, sent my mom some lunch today. Wish I could see her. Love you so much. What are you doing on Mother's Day?
We're going to spoil Mom. We're going to take, my mom's getting my mother, 88 years old, back home. Today we'll be receiving a huge bouquet of flowers.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. She's
See, I do food. I do food.
You do food.
You do food. You do flowers. I like it.
Mom's doing flowers. Mom's getting flowers today from us. And then for Tam, the boys, and Gracie and me, we're going to spoil her. Get up, we're going to go to church, right? Give thanks and praise to the good Lord for all our blessings.
Haven't heard in your life.
And I was just going to say our number one blessing there is Mama. and then we're going to take Mom out for a nice Mother's Day brunch and spoil her. And then we're just going to absolutely, this will be a challenge for us, but we're going to try to make her do nothing.
Yeah. It's hard, yeah.
It's hard because she wants, she's the backbone and the heartbeat.
You get that in your mindset. You're always wanting, that's just you're always doing it. So you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah, but my boys,
that's the good thing about having them. You've got multiple hands that can do different things.
Yeah, but you know what? They're boys, man. I preached to them. I said, don't you listen? We spoil Mom today. Yeah, Dad, we got it. Yeah, we got it, Dad. We got it. Less than 5 minutes later, Mom, can you get us some?
Man.
It's like, come on, man, guys.
Come on,
just knock it off.
You got 2 legs.
Yeah, you got 2 legs. You got
2 arms.
Yes.
Well, let me go show you a couple kids that don't. Maybe you'll rethink.
That's right.
Luckily, having some legs.
That's right. But no, we're gonna spoil her. We always do. And
good. I'm gonna cook. I was asking her, and she came up with last night. She loved the pot roast I did just recently. So so far, it's what we're looking like, cooking a little pot roast so far.
Nice.
So probably having an easy Sunday and
relax.
Exactly. Cook some pot roast and just relax.
Hopefully the weather will be good. We're
supposed
to get a lot of rain, man.
We'll see. Hey, we've had a lot of great Sundays recently. Literally, it's been raining during the week and then getting great on the weekend.
Right.
So it's I guess we're kind of due for a flip flop, but
right.
Hopefully maybe it'll stay clear.
Let's hope
I'm ready for some food though. I didn't eat before I came in today, so all this food talk, I'm like, oh man. But no, that's so yeah. Probably one of my, and that was what I was going to talk about. Back to that earlier. That's what I wanted to bring up was it's crazy to think probably the holiday where the people go out the most. Like restaurants will be so packed on Sunday. I mean, it is the one holiday where, like I said, no one wants to cook. No one's doing the dishes, and you're not letting Mom do the dishes.
Correct.
Because I'll never forget, Captain pointed me up with this on the catfish hole lines. Oh my God, they would be wrapped around. You've been there. We'd put them in a line outside, because there's that sidewalk up and down, because it's a longer building, wide building, and you walk in there toward the middle.
Yeah.
We'd wrap them around one side. Literally would go around this side. Like if you're facing out.
You're talking to catfish hole in Arkansas?
Yep. Say you're looking out the front entrance. You can go out the left, you can go out to the right. We'd line them out toward the right, and they would literally wrap around the side of the building dock. Wow. We would be full. Right. They would be wrapped around the side of the building waiting to get in.
Wow. Well, it's good food.
It is good food, but I'm like, I'm like, what are y'all doing? You really want to wait this bad for this food, but then also not to do dishes, and I'm like, God, go down to Denny's or come on. Some places got to be not packed. I know it's not the catfish hole, but man, of course, me at the time as a college, I'm like, my leg. How long am I gonna be standing here? I'm like, God, I'm just getting tired. You're coming around the corner.
I'll tell you a funny story on that, man. This is a funny story. When Tam and I were dating, this is how much she loves me because she's still like marrying me, man. Trying to take her out on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Right. And I screwed up. Valentine's Day is like Mother's Day, right? Every restaurant in town.
Those are the two.
Well, I screwed up, man. I waited too long. I couldn't get a reservation anywhere, right? So I said, man, let's go eat somewhere. And I said, is IHOP okay with you? Oh my God. So we went to IHOP, right?
There you go.
We pull in the IHOP. There's not a car in the parking lot.
Yeah,
There's not a car in the parking lot, right? We walked in and the staff was even like,
you're coming here
what?
for Valentine's Day?
Right.
You did this to her?
On Valentine's Day, right? So it's funny, man. We ended up having the entire restaurant to ourselves for Valentine's Day. And there was no pressure to get in or out because there was no one there.
Yeah, right.
There's literally no one there. So it became so funny. So guess where we go on Valentine's Day every year because there's no crowd?
Oh, my gosh. IHOP.
We go to IHOP.
There you go. Get your IHOP in. Might as well.
So, it's kind of a joke with us, right?
That's so funny, though.
But you're right, man. They could, skip the catfish hole and go to Denny's, man. Ain't
IHOP.
nobody there.
IHOP right down the road.
Yeah, there ain't nobody there.
Get you some loaded pancakes.
You
You can get you some chicken there, too. I know you can. I know they got chicken on the menu.
Right.
You're wanting some catfish? Maybe not, but
right.
Stutter Dud segment, the coveted.
Yes.
Man, wow. Whoa. What? That's how I felt, literally, and still thinking about it, going like, how long it took the Kentucky Derby and how long they took with that replay. Such a dud moment. I'm sorry. Even if when they have, and it's what's funny, a lot of the guys too watching it were, and because on my dad's show they had some guy, like obviously had a journalist guy that covers it on one of the days afterward, and they're all, oh, you're wrong, blah blah. And he's like, what's so funny? And he said this, he's like, what's so funny is some of those people that y'all are naming right after the race or during the race when they're on TV. We're saying what I'm saying. Like, no, this is wrong. This is the wrong. But then, like, for whatever reason, and because they have that whole, like anything in life, everything's all political, they had to flip their view and say, no, the commission, whatever, called it right. He veered out too far and impeded whoever. And
I didn't even know they had lanes, man. Are there?
I knew they had. I don't know there's such thing as lanes, but I don't understand how. I don't even know. That's my point. I don't understand you can call anything a lane because they're running anywhere they want to. They're trying to get in and out of horses.
And they have 8 more horses in that race than any other race or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like 22.
There were about 20 in there.
Yeah, right.
But that's the other thing too.
Those are not small animals. Guys.
No. And I know that I guess that's what they're worried about. That you interfere with someone and somehow you have a collision and now horses are flying, you got people flying, so you got health risk. I understand that. But then why are you running in that? Why are you running in that heaping mud of gross track? I know, well, I guess you can't really put it off. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. You see what I'm saying? But it's still like now you're upping the level of what may happen just because of those track conditions. So if it was nice, pure dirt, nothing's going to happen. And here, what's so funny, and she's like, man, speaking of your whole, is this written or is this, what did you call it? Not scripted. Avery even said, why does it seem like the last few Kentucky Derbies have been rained out, just are wet as can be? It's just the track's like that. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, you can't force or, you know what I mean? But it is really weird how they've been dealing with those type of conditions over the last few Kentucky Derbies. But anyway, I don't like the rule. I think it's goofy. My point being, just like in NASCAR, you can weave, you get my point. You can't. That's to me strategy. It's like baseball. It'd be like saying, okay, you can't weave in front of you can't weave in front of them. I understand the whole health thing, but that's what you're doing. Then they just have to go further outside of you. If they're better than you, I know that's their thing. Well, if he's faster than you, you're just impeding him from going around you. Well, if you're that much faster, you're gonna go around him. I understand. That's my point. In track, you do have lanes. You have real official lanes, so you can't really do that.
Right.
So that's they can't fix horse racing to have a horse stay in the lane because obviously. And it usually is proven for the most part in horse racing that's why everyone goes for the inside lanes because you're.
Well, NASCAR doesn't have lanes.
Yeah, and you see what I'm saying. So that's why I think it's goofy to have that rule, and now all of a sudden, I understand maybe to have the rule, but they haven't ever used it really like this before. So, and I know some people did call in, as in my dad's show, I only heard one person say, "Well, it's happening." Yeah, but how? That's my point. One in how many races does this happen? One in 1,000. One in a. So all of a sudden in the Kentucky Derby, and I've seen the replay, and I've seen the images, some people said 3 or 4 what they call lanes. Quit saying lane, just call it horse links or horse white widths or whatever. That's not a lane. There's no lanes. Right. Come on, quit. It's goofy. Where are the lanes? We know what a lane is. Lanes have the dividing.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't
lines.
I didn't know there were lanes.
Anyway, but you do see him drift a little bit, but it is no more than what to me would be, you call it one lane or one horse width of a body. That's what it seemed like he kind of. But when you're going around a turn and it's wet, even if you and then Wally was even saying, the guy that they had on my dad's show, and I hadn't gone back to look that hard, but he is like, a lot of the times, yes, you can see who's behind you when when they get down, they're doing this number. You know what I'm saying? When they're right. He wasn't doing that around the turn. So he's not. He really can't. Yeah, you can maybe kind of hear ish. Because there's a lot going on, so you can't really hear him. Unless you're Superman, it's essentially where you know what I mean? You can't really hear him officially. Anyway, you don't see him drift that much, is my point. And then that was what I was trying to get back to. When you're in the rain, you're riding a horse that weighs how much, and you're going how fast? It's kind of hard to go, okay, I'm going around this without any, you get my point. I'm not going to move at all, I am a robot.
Right.
It's kind of hard to stay in that non-moving, without drifting is my point.
Right.
A little. You're going to drift. Let me please, all you guys run around that once, and I want to see y'all not drift at all when you go around those turns.
I'm wondering if you went back and watched previous Kentucky Derbies, if you would see anything that remotely resembled
that. And I guarantee, almost was thinking that too, and I guarantee you probably have.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the thing. It didn't interfere with him officially. It just interfered with the horses outside of him. So that then they still just called it that. And so second place regardless. So he's disqualified to second place no matter what wins. He didn't officially interfere with, what was it? Maximum Security didn't actually interfere with Country White. He interfered with the other two. So then it turns into he interfered with two horses. They have to disqualify him.
It doesn't.
Even though those two horses weren't even close to winning.
Listen.
And those two horses didn't even really affect Country White. You get my point. We're both going, this is.
Listen, the Kentucky Derby, listen, it hasn't been anything since Secretariat anyway, man.
Well, yeah.
Secretariat. After Secretariat.
We've had some good horses go through, though. That's not Big Brand. We've had some good ones. Even the one that won Triple Crown a couple years ago.
Secretariat kicked their butt.
Exactly. Regardless, I'm right there with you anymore. People think it's kind of fixated.
I'm showing my age, man.
And well, just regardless.
I love Secretariat.
It's just funny
I
to hear
grew
people,
up with Secretariat.
I know, but it's just funny people calling in, like when you hear them calling him, oh, they were telling him how wrong he was, and I'm like, this is the goofiest thing. Like that horse would not have won. The better horse won. That's what I even hear. I forgot what trainer, whoever it was during the show, and he was so upset with the call watching it that Saturday. And I kind of had to keep rewinding, going, what are we even doing here? Because I didn't know what we were doing at first. I watched it and I thought what the Maximum Security won. I thought it was done and over with. Then I'm walking around the house doing stuff Saturday, and I'm like, we're still on. What's going on? This isn't over with because we're not crowning the winner. You know what I mean? I'm like, what's going on? So then I literally have to rewind and go for like 15 minutes, and I see them doing the replay because it took like 20, 30 minutes for this to happen. I'm like, we're really replaying horse racing? What? This is a real thing? What? And then when I see what they're showing me, and then I hear the guys even agreeing with me, like I don't care. Anyone out there, that was the right call. That is the dumbest right call I've ever heard in my life. That is dumb. That would be like saying, well, when I run down the field and I'm trying to catch a pass, if you get in front of me, defender, you get my point. Like as in like pass interference. How often is pass interference called? Not that much. Usually there are some ticky-tack calls. You get my point. Defenders are getting in the way a lot of the time of wide receivers.
Called all the time if you wanted to.
Exactly, and they're not calling it. And what are they doing? Interfering, impeding the wide receiver.
Right.
I'm just so done with this.
Man, the Kentucky Derby's got you wound up, man.
Oh, which is good. Well, just the people that think it's the right call. I'm like, the best horse one. Let's get those two out there again. I guarantee you, Maximum Security. And guess what? Here's the goofiest thing of it all. Neither one of the two are running in the Preakness.
Yeah, funny. Yeah.
So we're definitely not having a Triple Crown winner, even a fake. Even if Maximum Security did win the next two legs, and we kind of had a fake one. I'm like blinking here, all over goofy, but you get my point. Like a fake one.
Right.
Neither one of them are racing in the Preakness now. Done. That's why I'm like, horse racing's so dud. I love going to Oakland. I love horse racing, but when that stuff happens, it just turns like the casual, kind of normal, fan off.
Yeah, the sport doesn't need that.
LeBron, does he even want a head coach? I don't know how much he was in on this, trying to get Tyrone Lue in.
Didn't he just leave Tyrone Lue?
Yeah, and also, did Tyrone Lue just not get canned by the Cavs because he started this year 0-6?
Correct.
What do you want that? He's not a coach. That is just a former player that just listens to LeBron and says, hey, here's what we're going to do.
That's why LeBron wants him.
Exactly. I don't get it. And so I'm glad it slowly but surely has not even been an issue anymore. LeBron he's not the GOAT. Like, I know we hadn't seen that conversation anymore.
Talking about trading LeBron.
Exactly. And I'm like,
yeah, you think he should have stayed in Cleveland?
I wish he would have, just for his own sake. As much as I really kind of dislike, I mean, he's a great player, but dislike him of what he's done, and he hasn't really stayed true to that. And people that want to argue and call him the GOAT. I'm like, goats don't do this. As in, go. You see my hand anyway. They don't go from this team. Let me build this team. Let me go back to this team and build. Okay, now I'm done with that team, even though that's where I'm from. Let me go out to LA because I want to. What?
You watch, man. He'll try to go back to Cleveland.
I know, that would be.
You watch.
All those fans, which just shows you how terrible fans are. I'm like, Merriweather. Will that burn his jerseys probably for the second time? We'll be like wearing them for going to get a third one.
Oh my gosh!
I'm like, geez, such a dud. 2 duds in a row there.
Yes,
but to a stud. And I hope your son gets the chance to play for this great teacher, because I'm gonna call him a teacher. He's not a coach. He's a teacher and a mentor.
He is a teacher.
But Dave Van Horn, one of only 9 active coaches to have 1,000 career D1 wins.
Quite an accomplishment.
When you think about that, it's crazy.
Yeah,
and then you see the list, which is even crazier, how far down he is. Even people, there's the guy at Florida State, 2,000 wins.
Yeah.
Woo! That's a career. But yeah, even just getting to 1,000, that's, obviously a milestone in itself. So that's, and he's up to 1,300 in his full career, but 1,000 D1 wins is just.
Yeah, and he is a teacher. That's the appropriate title for him. He's great with those college boys. And
proven. A lot of these guys, when you get them in, I know that a lot of, like the guy, like I said, from Lone Oak, Casey Martin. That guy, you get my point, could just expands it even more. Even if some of the guys come in, you've never really heard of them. He makes them into great players. The guys that come in that should be studs, makes them even bigger studs. It's not like a lot of coaches will get in studs and they kind of never, I'm like, well, if he had a good coach, I bet could have been even, he kind of just fell off there.
Right.
So, Dave Van Horn.
Stud. Yes.
Definitely. And especially nice having an Arkansas sport, once we talked about, the big man on the hill, and unfortunately not getting any recognition a little bit. But when I looked up, even just typed in that, Dave Van Horn, 1,000, you think it'd just be like story after, there was like 3 stories that covered, and most of them were Arkansas.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Like, I didn't even see an ESPN article.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Horrible.
It's horrible.
I wish I'd get back, and maybe one day they hear him, like, man, love to rearrange ESPN.
If it was an NCAA football coach, it'd be like all over.
Oh my God, they'd have him on, they interview him, and
3 months.
Literally, they do a little special 4 or 5 minute segment pieces on it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is sad, but yeah, just congrats though. Regardless, Dave, I know you don't care, probably don't care about worrying about all that. Like we kind of worry, wish you had the recognition you get, or any of the other coaches, or even baseball. You know what I mean? The college baseball that needs to be more recognized, because Baum Stadium up there in Fayetteville has been packed every week, and I guarantee you, unlike the basketball team, unlike the football team, and people are loving it.
Correct.
Eating some dogs, Doc.
Eating some dogs.
Oh man, I'd love to watch a good spring game up there, April 15th.
You need to take a road trip up there.
We need to next year.
Yeah.
We should do that.
We should do that.
It'll be our little. We should do a little a spring road, what do you want to call it? Spring tour.
Yeah.
Spring training.
Do a little stun Dutch.
We'll start with spring. We'll do like 4 weeks in a row. Start with spring training. Do like 4 weeks. Do one the next week, and then end with going up to Fayetteville.
I like it. Like how you're thinking, man.
All right. Hey, on next week's show, big event. It snuck up on us because they're moving a lot of these events that were later in the year back early in the year. The PGA Championship is next week.
That's right.
Tiger now back in action for the first time since winning the Masters.
Well, let's see how he does.
Because I was wondering what he'd do after the Masters if he'd do any prep rounds leading into any of these bigger tournaments. Because I knew they were early this year. I forgot to look when they were. Man, it's been a month, so boom, he took a month off. Let's see if he's rusty. And I'm not gonna be shocked if he comes out there and barely even makes the cut, but then point being finishes like 30th. Not surprised at all, and I'm not worried at all.
Right.
Took a month off after winning the Masters.
Right.
Totally do.
Right.
Not surprised. It'd be like a stock if it went from $1 to $10 in a day. I'm not surprised if that stock goes back down to $5 or $7. Right. It's just kind of bound to happen.
Yeah, and speaking of golf, you know why it's raining this week and this weekend? You know why that is. The Byron Nelson.
Exactly.
That's unbelievable.
It happens,
it's
right?
It's unbelievable.
Because I covered that event a couple years for the ticket. I was like, I want to,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Every year it happens.
It's kind of like I said, it's like the Kentucky Derby the last 2 or 3 years. Like, what's going on here? Who's doing this? What government system is in charge of our weather?
Right.
But next week's show, Tiger Woods, the PGA Championship. Certainly talk about that. We'll see who's battling out for the NBA Finals, because conference finals will be in full force next Friday. So
the conference.
Exactly.
Right.
This round will be done. So conference finals will be in full force next Friday. We'll know who's facing each other. Hopefully our Bucks and the Nuggets. Obviously our Bucks are there, but hopefully our Nuggets can pull through. Yeah. We got, like I said, Game 7's on Sunday, so good basketball on Sunday. Tonight, Game 6, Houston. Come on, pull through for us. I want to see a Game 7. I want to see the Warriors get pushed.
I think it's going to happen.
But all that and much more next week. And don't forget to follow us. Let's see what we got. Literally now, don't forget, we are on Spotify. You asked for it. We have it now, Doc.
Yep.
iTunes, iHeartRadio, SoundCloud. Get out there, follow, listen to we got all the episodes up, even on the website right here.
Hang on,
you got
man.
all the episodes up from YouTube, by the way.
Look, dude.
Yeah, look at this website, by the way, people. Look at that.
Look at this.
Is that not beautiful?
And look right down here.
Look at the guests, and then right down there it has, oh, there you go. All the podcasts available on.
There they are, SoundCloud, iTunes, Spotify, iHeartRadio.
Then, like I said, we put all the videos up on YouTube, so get out there and subscribe on YouTube. You actually see our faces, see our guests, so we're not just lying or we're putting fake voices in.
Correct.
Being those weird podcasts like I used to do where I had fake callers.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, right. But yes, check out the website, studdandud.com. It's looking beautiful, Doc.
Yep.
Thank you all for listening. Another week. Episode 10 is in the books. Next week, episode 11.
Awesome.
Cannot wait. Thank you all for listening.
Likewise.
Till next week, I'm Josh Smith.
I'm Doc Lawrence.
Peace.